Get owned.
Speedrun categories. Each is defined by a set of rules determining where timing starts and ends, and what needs to be completed in between. Some categorizations are so common that they've become the standard across speedrunning as a whole. Categories like any percent and 100%, or if you're a platformer in the 1990s, more than 100%, are so ubiquitous because they're easily understood and recognized. However, it's important to remember that nothing in speedrunning is the end-all be-all. The fact is, you can make a speedrun category in whatever way you'd like. Stick around any community long enough and you'll start to see some unique and unorthodox categories.
Nipple percent, baby.
Sometimes these are just
sex percent, baby.
Other times they're created in an interest to view the game differently. And sometimes these categories can develop into something amazing.
Explain sex percent. So when a mommy and a daddy, well, sometimes it doesn't even have to be. When a person and a person, when me and your mother, when 9 people get, I can't handle your mom? Probably not.
2015 with the PlayStation 1 collectathon platformer Spyro the Dragon.
Spyro! I love
Speedrunner
Spyro.
Forward 1, aka F1, had been grinding for a new personal best in the full completion category, 120%. Since a single run took F1 about an hour and 40 minutes to finish, he seldom had time to do more than one run per stream. However, he was interested in streaming for a bit longer, so he created his own category. Both of the main Spyro categories, any percent and 120%, are heavily focused on collecting the gems, dragons, and eggs that are located throughout the game, and F1 was interested in making a category that didn't focus on
No, I'm
these
doing any
collectibles.
percent sexless right now.
Excluding all
So the idea is you get through life but without having sex, aka virgin percent. I'm on really good pace right now.
of the special flight levels and the final boss Nasty Nork, each level has these special golden pedestals that can send players back to the homeworld once they're entered, referred to by the community as vortexes. In any percent and 120%, the vortexes were often ignored as it was possible to exit the level through the pause menu. F1 opted to end his streams with the category focused on these vortexes. The goal? Start the game from a fresh file, travel to each non-flight level exiting only through the vortex, and finally cap off the run by defeating Nasty Nork.
Nasty
The bonus level
Nork.
Nasty's loot was not required as it would only open after reaching 100%, which was something that F1 was trying to avoid with this category. And the need for grabbing collectibles was eliminated thanks to a cheat code.
I'm cheating.
Yep, with an in-game unlock all levels
Dude,
cheat code.
They just admitted it. Speedrunners are cheating. I knew it. When I said that glitch running is just a bunch of cheats and hacks, everybody said I was crazy. Everybody said, oh, you're just being angry at the speedrunners. No, they admit it themselves. They're cheating.
You see, the balloonists in each world have a required collectible threshold that needs to be reached before allowing you to move on to the next world.
This category is
These
fucking
thresholds
sick,
serve
by
as
the
the
way.
basis for the any percent category, which focuses on reaching these thresholds as quickly as possible.
Vortex is the reason why this speedrun category is called Spyro Vortex. It's the reason why, like, communities could do so much more to create interesting and fun, like, speedrunning challenges without necessarily, like, gripping so hard to the idea of playing the game the right way. They literally were like, you know what? Using this cheat code makes the game more fun, so we're going to allow the cheat code. It's awesome.
Without the
Having
use of
fun
this
is
cheat
important
code,
in video
the
games. Who would have
category
thought?
Just end up being a slightly longer any percent route, which didn't seem interesting at all. Now, while it might seem strange to allow a cheat code in a speedrun, this code is what allows this category to be so unique.
Exactly,
Now runners
yeah.
are able to focus solely on moving from point A to point B as quickly as possible. The category was originally given the name Childhood Percent by a runner named YesWally1. This was kind of a goofy name given to it because a lot of runners in the community remember going to the vortexes instead of exiting the level through the pause menu when they were kids. The category was soon properly given the name Vortex Percent, and much later the percent sign was dropped from the official name as a group of community members rallied against the unnecessary usage of percent signs in categories where it really didn't make sense.
Yep.
I was one of those members, and yes, looking back, it was probably silly to care that much. Since this category was simply designed as a way to pass the time before ending his stream, F1 didn't really take things too seriously. There was no competition early on, and the timer was just more of a formality. Around the category's inception, he would get a time of a 25:55, which would stand as the uncontested world record for a few months. Footage of this
Getting the uncontested free world record in a category you just made up is so based.
There wasn't likely to be any unintended skips happening at this time. That being said, there was one clear optimization this category used that was unique from the main categories. Using the all levels cheat had an added benefit of allowing runners to reorganize.
No, the cheat code is pretty extensive. It's a long cheat code. But I don't think it showed. Did he show the cheat code on screen? I wasn't looking.
The order in which they tackled worlds. Artisans was still always going to be the first because that's where we started, and Nasty's world was always going to be the last because that's where we had to finish, but the remaining worlds could be rearranged without any significant time loss. Most interesting is the interaction you can have with Tuco, the balloonist and magic crafters. Tuco normally requires runners to have collected at least 5 of the dragon eggs located within the first 3 worlds of the game, and even though the cheat bypasses this requirement, all of the balloonists have a set of dialogue that plays when you lack the required amount of collectibles for them. Tuco's dialogue is unique in that it suggests a few locations where eggs still remain to be collected,
souls
and for 3
and
of
make
these
them your
locations,
slaves.
Thank you, Ellen Dill. Appreciate the Prime for 6 months. Big gaming.
he offers to take the runner directly with the balloon. It's completely random what level he would suggest, but runners are looking to have him suggest either Dry Canyon or Cliff Town, both levels existing within Peacekeepers. Using this, runners can do Magic Crafters before Peacekeepers with hope that Tuco will offer to drop Spyro off at one of these levels. If Tuco does do this, it skips the entire process of flying to the homeworld and running to the level on your own, saving about 20 seconds.
Damn, that's a lot of time.
There was really little to note about this run, and many of the skips that were used were pulled from any percent and 120%. Like this 50-50 grind in Town Square and this wall glide to skip into Toasty. On August 31st, 2015, a few months after the category was created, Wally, who we mentioned earlier, would snag the world record with the 24:29, which would stand for over a year due to lack of competition. It's important to note that at this time, the record didn't have a proper leaderboard, and the only one that was actively playing was F1 when he decided to wrap up his streams with an attempt. As a result, there really wasn't anybody that knew about this category at the time.
Look at those cats.
So there wasn't any competition.
Look at them.
It was looking like the category would have the same fate as many other meme categories.
It's like they know they're on
a couple
camera.
Runs here and there by the person that maybe created the category and
They were just
routed
chilling
it
off to the
themselves,
side.
only to fade into obscurity once the creator loses interest.
There's a freeze advisory in the Panhandle, really? For some reason, there's like down in Central Florida, there's like nothing going on. The weather's pretty. It's 48 degrees outside. It's not too bad. I think because my computer is running and it's been running all day, that my room is pretty warm. Like it hasn't been cold at all. I think tomorrow is supposed to be the coldest day for us. Well, I guess it's supposed to get down to 30 degrees tonight. And then 30 again tomorrow. Sorry for people that don't understand freedom units. Feel free to convert that on your own time.
Dude, come on, man.
Nice skip.
Let's jump forward a bit to October 15th, 2016. I had been grinding the 120% category for a few years at this point, and I was streaming attempts to get a sub 1 hour and 30 minute time.
Oh.
Luckily for me, the stars chose to align as I capped off a run with a 128.55. When F1 popped into my chat to suggest I try Vortex,
Agreed, they are suboptimal,
I decided I'd give it
but
a
they're
shot.
all I know.
Wally quickly chimed in to suggest that we race it, And while I had never really done a run myself, I was in good spirits and knew the run was extremely straightforward.
Oh shit. No, the wall glide. No, I missed it. Whoa. I keep bonking, dude. Oh my god.
My final time was atrocious, 28:13, but more importantly, it put the runner count up to 3. Later that day, another 120% runner named Gazco would bump that count up to 4 runners. F1 was starting to realize if he could convince enough people to give the run a shot, we could have a real leaderboard on our hands. On October 22nd, top-level runner SSBM Stuff, more commonly known as Saboom, was doing world record attempts at
The GOAT.
120%, and after he got a PB of 124.22,
Saboom,
only
the
2
GOAT.
seconds off of world record, F1 convinced him to do a Vortex victory.
What about
lap as
Kelvin?
well.
What about Kelvin? Who invited Kelvin? Nobody likes Kelvin. Kelvin's a nerd. Kelvin sucks. I swear to God, if you guys bring Kelvin into this chat room, I am banning all of you. And Kelvin. Kelvin's banned.
Now, Saboom had a much larger Twitch audience, so him doing this run brought a lot more interest into the category. Viewers recognized that the category was short, it was easy to pick up, and perhaps most importantly, getting a world record in it wouldn't really be that challenging right
Knots
now.
for speed blew my
The
mind.
next day, Gazco would come back to the category to snag a world record of 24 minutes and 18 seconds.
What the fuck is
day
ranking?
after that, 3 more runners joined the boards, including Alex Dest with a new record of 23:37. A few days later, on October 26th, Gazco would shrink the gap between first and second to just 1 second. While the category still had a lot of untapped potential, it would seem that Alex's record quickly set the bar much higher than it had been previously. The prospect of a free world record faded just as quickly, and with that, the interest in the category went dormant for quite a few months.
You guys are pissing me
Perhaps
off
one of
with
the
this
reasons for
Kelvin
this was
shit.
Alex getting a new trick in the world record that would serve as a gatekeeper to many new runs in the future. The Metalhead Wall Glide.
I don't think they
See,
even
in
do this
Spyro games,
anymore.
Gliding into a wall has this interesting effect where you can maintain and sometimes even gain height during a glide. Every wall in the game behaves slightly differently, so difficulty in performing a wall glide can vary. The speedrunner Jumpy Luff found that a precise wall glide in this early section of Metalhead allowed runners to go out of bounds. Using this position, he found you could glide over to some swamp plains that exist out of bounds, which could conveniently be used to navigate back inbounds beside the vortex room. While this skip was a significant detour from the intended path, it would allow runners to skip both phases of the Metalhead boss fight. This difficult trick saved 10 seconds off of doing the boss fight normally, but single-handedly raised the world record barrier. Around this time, another skip was found in Metalhead to skip the second phase with a damage boost, but it was only used if runners were afraid of tackling the wall glide, as it was
Catacomb.
about 5 seconds slower than the wall glide strat. Damage boosts are an exploit in the game that take advantage of how the game stores Spyro's speed after bonking into a wall.
Yup.
After you
Damage
bonk
boosts
into
are
a
so
wall,
cool.
the momentum is stored, and taking damage from certain enemies suddenly releases this momentum. Doing this on a sloped wall will redirect the forward momentum to go up the wall instead. Keep this exploit in mind because we're going to see it a lot more in the future. It wasn't until March 7th, 2017 that the world record would be beaten again by Gazco with the 23:28. For this record, Gazco didn't really change anything from Alex's run, but instead focused on routing his worlds to put Metalhead earlier so that he wouldn't have to worry about choking the wall glide. Since his last PB, Gazco had been hard at work in the 120% category and as a result had much stronger movement. However, Gazco wasn't the only one with mastery over Spyro's moveset. Following a sort of tradition at this point, Chris LBC decided to give Vortex a try after reclaiming the world record in 120% in July.
It's the same fucking time, except I got the gem. Fuck the gem. The gem was mine.
On July 20th, after a few days of runs, he would achieve his
What a
one and
pop-off.
only submitted time of 23:20.
Alright, cool. Cool. It's like an 8-second world record. It's pretty cool.
The story here was about the same. Nothing major happened in the run that was different from the previous world record. Chris was just that much better with his movement. Gazco, excited to see some competition, came
He's just
back and
goated
quickly
with the
nabbed world
sauce,
record
so he
back
got
with
world record.
23:13 on August 7th, 2017. This was another 7 seconds of improvement, but still only came from further optimization of the movement and strats that existed. With the lack of new developments and Gazco happily sitting at the top of the leaderboards, the category once again went dormant for over a year. You see, at this point in Vortex's life, there wasn't really much focus on seeking anything new and exciting. A route was determined for each level, with many of them just being plain and simple paths through a level to reach the Vortex, and not many questions were asked beyond that. Just optimize your lines, don't bonk anywhere, and pray that you get Metalhead, Wall Glide, and good RNG on Tuco. In November of 2018, Gazco decided to head back to Vortex for some more attempts. There were a few small tricks that he decided to add in as he set his eyes on a new milestone, sub 23. He implemented a Wall Glide in Dr. Shemp that skipped the intended whirlwind, and a damage boost in Blowhard allowed him to skip.
Wait,
the
is that like a
indoor
normal
section of that
mechanic?
level. Both of these strats were known for years, but introduced
I
quite
just
a
realized
bit
I
of
was
difficulty
buffering
into
a
the run.
backdash out of
If
my
Gaz
attack
wanted a 22
animation
with the
there.
strats available, he
Wonder if
needed
that
to
happens
add
with
them
all
in.
weapons. Yo, this is a bop. This is a fucking Undertale remix? Goddamn.
The time was getting closer to a 22, but it still seemed so far away. Something needed to happen to shake this category up. Even though things were quiet at the top level, the category was still growing in popularity amongst the community, going from 12 runs on the leaderboard in August 2017 to 21 runs by the end of January 2019. To someone that might be watching this that hasn't tried speedrunning themselves, I feel like it can be easy just to focus on the world record, the best of the best. And I want it to be clear that there's nothing wrong with that. World records do deserve to be celebrated, but often there's an entire history behind each record that isn't told. A story of the community that helped the runner get there. The rivalries, discussion, glitch hunters, routers, and people that strive to push the meta for everyone and challenge the top runners.
Speedrunning is such
The
a
speedrunning
collaborative
channel,
aspect.
Lewis% actually has a video that demonstrates this very, very well, and I'll link it down below.
I will say people really underestimate the collaborative aspect of speedrunning, especially people who are just lesser, like more loosely related or loosely watched speedrunning content. They don't realize how collaborative it actually is. Like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for like people coming up with strats that I could like use and stuff like that. You know, if it wasn't for people making tutorials and whatnot. It's so much more collaborative than it is competitive.
Old school Vortex was stagnant, yes, but a new breed of runners would set the pace in motion that would change this category forever. One runner who was slowly climbing the leaderboard during this time was Xando Toaster. Toaster had some experience running both any% and 120%, but at the same time was also experimenting with another miscellaneous
Exactly,
category
yeah. They would take way
referred
too long
as
to
Lucas
optimize.
percent. This was a short experimental category which consisted of starting from a fresh game, entering the all levels cheat, heading directly to Wizard Peak and Magic Crafters, and rescuing a dragon that was named Lucas that was right beside the Vortex. The category was silly, but it didn't stop Toaster from seeking out new ways to save time in it. Through experimentation, he found a piece of scenery that could be used as a ramp with a supercharge, and a damage boost that would skip him about halfway up the climbing section to get to Lucas. Since Lucas was so close to the Vortex, these both worked as optimizations for Vortex as well. This moment piqued Toaster's interest in Vortex, and he chose to give the category a real shot. In the final months of 2018, Toaster would bring his 3102 that he got earlier in the year down to a 2453 before switching back to 120%. Meanwhile, around the start of 2019, a new skip in Toasty that was found by Glitch Hunter Hopkid, combined with the new Wizard Peak optimizations found by Toaster, would serve as the key for Gazco getting the sub 23 that he was seeking. This new skip in Toasty, which was referred to as the Toasty Proxy, allowed runners to skip the third phase of the Toasty fight by jumping into the sheep right before their hitbox activates. Once the sheep's hitbox activates, the game recognizes that Spyro's hitbox is overlapping it and forcefully
Proxies are
ejects him out.
crazy.
Luckily for us, this launch, which is referred to as a proxy,
Yep.
gives Spyro enough height to glide over the wall that's blocking the vortex.
Proxies go crazy in
Hopkins
Spyro
was new
2
to
as
hunting
well.
For skips and vortex at this time, and noticed that Toasty was the only level in Artisans that wasn't a straight line to the vortex.
Oh, that what's up message
His
is not
familiarity
correct,
with
Reflet.
proxies in other sections of this game and other Spyro games led him to look for something similar here. This skip was huge, and for the world record, this was exactly what Gazco needed for sub 23.
We're
But
just
even more
grinding
important was
Muramasa
this
today.
really
That's all we're
opened up
doing for
Hop
24
and
hours
Toaster's
straight.
eyes to what could be possible in this run.
And taking
The
breaks in
hooks were
between
in,
for
and
health
the drive
reasons,
to uncover
obviously.
Everything in this category was very, very high. On February 8th, 2019, Gazco would finally achieve a sub 23 with a 22.56, but this submission would come with a very interesting comment.
I got the 22. That was my end goal like 4 months ago.
Sorry I took so long.
But it's just not a good time anymore.
Sheesh.
Now, it's not uncommon in speedrunning for a milestone to be a very difficult goal, only to
I
have
just would
new
obtain it
developments make that
casually.
milestone depreciate
You
in
just do what I'm
value.
doing.
This can end up
You
feeling
just
very
grind for
bittersweet at first.
100 hours.
A world record with amazing optimization can be rendered obsolete by a few skips. But this is something that makes speedrunning so special and really lends itself to the collaboration that we see
What's up,
in all
Honest?
these communities. Only one person has the ability to have world record, but anybody can be a part of the history of that world record.
Every time you absorb blood with the Muramasa equipped, it increases its experience. The Muramasa has like a separate experience value. And once you absorb enough experience, it goes up an attack level. And over time, you can get it all the way to level 999. I currently have it at 757 out of 999. It takes a little bit under a million or a little bit over a million. I forget which. Blood heals total. So 1 million times I'm going to be throwing daggers into these octopuses, and absorbing their blood. And you just do that for a very long time.
With that first 22 in the books, it was time for the community to go to the lab. Over the next 6 months, the leaderboard was fairly quiet, but development.
Yeah, there's no way to see exactly how much experience you have, other than your attack level.
To improve in the game, spending a significant amount of his time learning the 120%
Current attack
game,
times
and
2
during
plus
this
11.
period,
Yes, that
he
is
dropped
the
his time from a 155
calculation.
to a 139. This greatly helped him improve his general movement in the game, and since he was happy with the sub 140, he was interested in.
We're
picking up
watching
Vortex again.
like
When Toaster returned.
video essays and commentaries about speedrunning and stuff to pass the time, because we're going to be here for another 15 hours. We've already been live for almost 9 hours.
Vortex, he had 2 goals in mind. 1, to get second place in the leaderboards, and 2, to do so using new strategies he and others had found.
We're watching Hummeldon right now. We've watched a couple of his videos already. We watched the newest Summoning Salt video earlier. I have some more videos in the pipeline. Some long videos. Speaking of, if anybody has any videos to recommend that are similar style to what we're watching right now, have I ever watched Dr. Swellman? Let me ask him. Yo, do I ever watch any of your vids? Let's see if he responds. No, Doc's a good friend of mine. I love Doc. And yes, I think I've watched all of his videos up to this point. I would like to think I have.
Boo. Boo Toaster.
He said he was working on, he's got something cooking right now. I think we've watched his most recent video on stream while I was doing this grind another day. At least I think so.
Just a few months ago, Gazco's 22.
Yeah, I met Doc
a
at
huge
GDQ.
milestone, even being considered at the time as the final minute barrier for the category. Gazco's PB was only 23 seconds off of his summa best, meaning if he played perfectly for each level, his time would still only be a 22:33. Toaster's 2250 was 34 seconds off of his own sum of best and still lacked some of the optimizations that were available. With Gazco back in second place, he decided to pick
I
the
am
game back up.
catacoming.
On September 1st, he'd claim a 2248, followed by a 2246 on September 13th. Toaster quickly fired back with a 2241 on September 16th, only to have Gazco snag it back with a 2237 on September 21st. This 2237 would serve as Gazco's final time that he would submit to speedrun.com, as after this he decided to move on to bigger and better things.
Bigger and
At
better.
around the same time that the record was being passed between Toaster and Gazco, Toaster was also putting work into a project that would be presented on November 10th, 2019. Starting in 2015, the Spyro speedrunning community formed a weekend event called the Spyrothon that would showcase different runs, races, and discoveries that the community found over the past year. For Spyrothon 5, with a drive to uncover as much as he could with Vortex, Toaster was planning to reveal a Vortex task that would show off all of these discoveries, with the additional commentary of Gazco and myself. The task was met with wonderful reception as Toaster, with the help of Hopkid, found several new strategies for completing levels quickly. The only issue was that at the time, most of these tricks were deemed too difficult for actual runs. One runner was particularly interested in making some of these task-only tricks viable for runs. His name is Farnia. One of his biggest discoveries was making a new dog proxy in Toasty a viable strategy.
Yo, this dog proxy
Getting
crazy.
this proxy with the dogs in Toasty was something that was known about for some time. Interestingly, the first instance
Look at that
of
shit.
it was during a 2 players 1 controller 120% run that runners Saboom and Jumpy Luff were doing on stream.
Holy shit! That was fucking awesome. How did that happen?
Toaster, along with assistance from a runner in chat named Superdorn, was able to recreate the proxy in a task setting, which would prove to be extremely useful in launching Spyro up into the vortex immediately from the start of the level. Farnia was particularly interested in this trick. Considering it was early in the run and would save such a good amount of time, he was motivated to make it part of actual runs.
I actually don't know where the
Turns
term
out,
proxy
it was
came from. I think it came from the Spyro community. I actually don't know. That's an interesting question. I wish I knew where it came from. I always heard it in the Spyro community, and then it was adjacent communities like Jack and Daxter and stuff that have similar collision-based, physics-based like things that shoot you out. I've all called them proxies. For example, Halo 2's super bouncing, the glitch super bounce in Halo 2 is a proxy glitch. It's a very similar idea. But I don't know.
was very possible in runs and only took a little bit of timing practice to implement. In January of 2020, Toaster would return to attempts in Vortex, but this time his approach was different. With Gazco no longer pushing the meta, Toaster was interested in reshaping how runners would approach the world record contention.
It's one of those things
in
I've heard so
Vortex.
much I don't even
He wanted
question
the
it
world record
anymore.
to have all these skips that were deemed viable and wanted to send a message that if you wanted to get a world record in Vortex, you needed to adapt to the strats. Toaster added in the newly viable dog proxy in Toasty.
Halo
performed
2
a
super
very
bounces are
difficult damage
based.
boost into a wall glide in Dark Passage, used a completely revamped Haunted Towers route with wizard proxies and a new challenging
Something with
supercharge
proximity,
route.
yeah, maybe.
And skipped past
Because it
the
is
second
based
and
off
third
of having
phases of Dr. Shimp by
multiple like
performing
collision boxes or hitboxes inside of each other. So it might have to. They thought it was like the proximity or whatever. I don't know. It's weird.
a wall glide and roll bouncing up the platform. Most of these discoveries were found many months ago, but this was finally the time to add them into the run. If Vortex was going to change and the run was going to be respected, the top runner could not shy away from doing these big skips.
Why am I taking these jumps so risky?
Oh, it's something you do with something else doing the jump for you, hence proxy jump.
12.
That makes sense because you're not the one jumping. Something else is
Finally,
jumping for you,
I'm
so
done
it's a
with this
proxy
shit.
jump. Okay.
The run wasn't perfect.
That's cool.
Even Toaster knew that sub 22 was now possible, but he had done what he set out to do. Toaster's
That makes
sum of
sense.
best had dropped all the way down to a 21:14. Toaster's goal wasn't to get a world record, but to showcase what the category could be. When comparing this run to some of the first runs by Forward and Wally, it was apparent that this game had changed a lot from simple A to B routing to
Yeah,
now a
the
run with
glitches
many
and
unorthodox
proxies and shit are
difficult skips to shorten
crazy.
the time spent in each level. This would be the final PB on the leaderboards by Toaster as of this video. Having done what he set out to do, he chose to move on to other projects with an ever-present interest in pushing what was possible in a category. He returned to Lucas Percent and implemented a very difficult and lengthy wall glide that was originally only considered to be tasks only. He practiced and learned the absurdly challenging Coveless strategy to make it more viable and completed a cheap percent run by using the trick.
Damn. Coveless is wild. I tried to learn Coveless as like a
21269.
Oh god, it's I've spent a lot of time playing Spyro off stream. I
Dissatisfied
love
with
that
how
game.
long 120% was and quickly losing interest in grinding the category,
Welcome
Farney
back,
elected
Brandon.
to shift his interest to Vortex in early 2020. He had been present in Toaster's channel as he was grinding for world record, and Toaster's mantra of pushing the meta resonated.
Nork does go
with him.
down easy.
With a decent amount of movement
He's a very
experience from
anticlimactic
120%
final boss.
and knowledge of all the tricks available in Vortex, Farnia set out to see what he could do.
I'm interested in this.
What's up? I went AFK a few stream breaks ago to finish Christmas shopping. Blitz Poyo.
Aw. Yo, what up, FFT? We're chilling, still grinding. We're at 750 something
What?
attack power.
You see, Farnia didn't have a PS2 in order to play this game on
758.
console, and instead had to rely on an emulator when playing the game. Loading times cause a significant amount of time to be lost when compared to a PS2 with the fast disk speed option enabled. This means that runners that are unable to play on actual hardware are at a disadvantage because the load times are not removed or standardized in runs. Initially, Farnia's goal was to snag a top 3 time with the understanding that he was at a significant disadvantage by running on emulator. Much to his surprise, he was able to reach this so easily that perhaps world record contention was even possible. Thus, the legend of Willy Wallglide was born. Farnia was out to prove a point.
Let's
and
go,
shitpost
Willy
a little bit
Wallglide.
Along the way. Under the pseudonym Willy Wallglide, he started submitting runs to the leaderboard with submission
That's my
comments
boy.
describing where his time would be if the loads were standardized.
Dude, that's such a good username.
Eventually, it became apparent that Farnia's technical skill in Vortex was far ahead of anyone else before him. It was looking like Farnia could still achieve a world record time despite the handicap of running on an emulator.
Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god.
I'm
Had this run
catacoming.
been on console, he would have had a world record shattering 2138. And a few new tricks helped him get there. A new damage boost in Terrace Village that was found by Toaster allowed runners to quickly reach the Vortex without having to perform a difficult jump that Gazco had found years before.
There's no realm of possibility. That is fake. I've seen it been done before. This is not possible.
In Twilight Harbor, an old strategy of using
That's a really good clip. Holy shit. Bro, it's not possible. Can't be done. Fake news. Instantly gets it. Ooh.
a supercharge and a wall glide
That's so good.
was reworked to be viable in Vortex runs. Additionally, while the wall glide was faster, a new runner named Absent Friend found this squeeze proxy, which was found to be significantly easier and only had a small time loss. Much how all of the previous world record grinds led to an influx in runners, Farnia regularly streaming attempts really helped to boost the size of the leaderboard. From Toaster's world record to Farnia's world record, the category saw a jump from 27 runners to 36 runners. One of these runners was Absent Friend, as we mentioned earlier, who picked up the category casually in May of 2020, but only started submitting runs in June. Absent also was an emulator runner and found that if Farnia was able to achieve a world record on emulator, perhaps he could as well. His time was coming down very, very quickly, month after month, and by the time Farnia achieved his world record on September 5th, Absent was sitting at 4th place.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Holy fucking shit. You know that feeling when you get like your blood pressure taken? And they put that cuff on your arm? That's the feeling I have in my arm right now.
Where Farnia was
go to a doctor. Wait.
20%, Absent was still hard at
Sir,
work
go
for
to
the
a
month of
doc. That's a
September.
heart attack. You're dying. Yeah, the entire left side of my body is
As
numb,
September was
guys.
wrapping up, a new
World
discovery
record, am
from
I right?
Farnia would push Absent even further. While Farney was messing around with the game after wrapping up 120% attempts, he was experimenting with a possible proxy off the first enemy with a goal to land on the arch at the start of the level. Attempts eventually bore fruit, and as Farney was standing on top of the arch, he looked down and noticed something interesting. Instead of running off the edge, the enemy took a detour in the opposite direction and tucked himself into a corner.
This trick
Through
is
some
fucking
additional
wild too.
experimentation, Farney was able to get the enemy in the spot consistently. He also found that you could get Spyro sandwiched between the wall and the enemy, and by rolling into the wall, Spyro wouldn't get squeezed out as the enemy animation played out. Finally, acting as the final
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Wake up, everybody. Dave gifted a sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
Falling into place. If Spyro jumped at the same frame that the enemy begins to swing his knife, it would launch Spyro.
If I fall asleep on stream, I need all of you guys to gift subs because apparently it's the loudest fucking notification known to man. And I'm not going to change it. So in case I fall asleep, please gift me a bunch of subs. I swear I'll wake up.
In the air with just enough height, conveniently placing him right beside the vortex, cutting a whopping 20 seconds off the previous fastest option. Despite this being a frame-perfect trick, the new Dr. Shemp strat was actually pretty easy to implement. On October 1st, armed with this new
easy frame-perfect trick,
Absent would achieve the first ever sub-22 time in Vortex with a 21:54.
Oh my god. Nearly fucking charge jumped into him. Let's fucking go.
Absent's quick
You steal men's
souls.
souls.wa.
Truly remarkable, as he accomplished so much in under 5 months of running the category.
5 months? Sheesh.
Now it's starting to seem a little surprising, right?
When was the last time you guys got a world record in just 5 months? Huh? Come on. On emulator even.
Right?
What a
Near
legend.
the end of 2020, with more than 30 seconds of a handicap, the top 2 Vortex runners are emulator runners. Surely the cult of Willy Wallglide won't expand beyond this, right? Well, it turns out Farnia's surprise discovery in Dr. Shemp seemed to garner a lot of interest amongst the viewers. One of the
Last week,
greatest
nice,
accomplishments a speedrunner can do, alongside getting a world record or finding a huge skip, is inspire others with their efforts. And this new finding in Dr. Shemp did just that.
Five
One of
never,
these
not bad.
newcomers was Nova Spell. Nova had been interested in running 120% in the past, but found that the category didn't really suit her. She had been watching a few runners grinding Vortex in 2020, and the Dr. Shemp discovery seemed to be just the push she needed. She initially planned to do a race of the category against a runner named Waffle Wizard 1, with Farnia showing
Waffle
the ropes of
Wizard?
the category.
Dude,
just
these
to get
guys'
them
names
started.
are goated.
On one hand, the
Willy
race never
Wallglide,
came to
Waffle
fruition,
Wizard.
but Nova took what she learned in the category and chose to grind the time down as far as she possibly could.
Dude. Hell yeah. Sub 24, dude.
Wait, this is DMCA.
Fuck yeah,
No.
that's awesome.
Interested in pushing his time lower with the new Shemp strategy, Farnia returned to runs in November and December for a sub 22 time of his own.
Guys, just speedrun the video game and get world. I don't understand. Just get world record. Why aren't any of you guys getting world record? Just do it.
Okay, well, you all just witnessed a world record.
Hell yeah. See, that dude's out here just getting world record
for this video. The world record for Vortex stands at a 21:47 by far. Oh wait, what is this? Let's do a quick pause as we look at the production process for this video. I started writing the script on January 22nd and finished it on January 26th. Some of the runners mentioned in this video were helping me with proofing, and I was still in the revising process when January 28th.
I have
rolled
task
around.
records.
Remember
Nice.
not
Hey,
too
that
long
works
ago
too.
mentioned
I
Nova
didn't
Spell as
specify.
being
Task
an up and
records
comer
are
within the Vortex scene?
valid.
Well,
Yo, this shit's banging. This is VVV. No, Tass is just the guy who gets all the world records. That's his name. You've been working on Armor Core 100% Tass? Nice! God, this music goes so hard! Good time for Armor Core fans? True. I'm excited to try Armor Core for the first time when that game comes out.
Yay! Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Holy shit. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit.
A new world record in the middle of writing a video about the history of this category. If that doesn't show you that there is more to this story, then I do not know what will. So yeah, I'm writing this as January comes to a close. Recording this voiceover will take some time beyond that, and editing everything together much longer. I can't say for sure when the words I'm typing out on this Thursday afternoon in January will reach the public, but I have a feeling more history in Vortex will be written in that time. Regardless of what does happen in the future, I think it's been made clear that Vortex has completely changed over the past
Yeah, they got that
years.
Elden Ring
What was
money
started
now.
by F1 as a silly way to finish his streams has evolved into a mind-blowing speedrun that takes advantage of just about everything the game has to offer. It brought members
Having
into
video
the
game
community
opinions
and has
is
given members an
definitely
opportunity to
having video
discover
game
something
opinions.
in a game that was often referred to as figured out. I gotta say, I've been a part of Spiral 1 speedruns since the end of 2013. And I'm really excited to see what's in the future. While this is the end of the video, the journey for Vortex is far from complete.
True. People are still running Vortex all the time, actually. I should learn Vortex. I've been meaning to do Spyro speedruns, but I don't want to commit to doing any percent runs, because any percent ends with like some of the dumbest and hardest speedrun tricks of all time. And then 120% is just, it's such a long category. What the heck? I need new video. If somebody wants to submit one, I'll check that out. Otherwise, we go into the Reaction Anderson folder here. All Remembrance Speedrun Explained with commentary? That could be fun. No, the Roblox video. That's what I meant to watch. Dark Souls lore? We could watch Dark Souls lore. But I have been saving this video. I watched the first section of this video, and I've been saving the rest of it because I knew I was going to do a 24-hour stream, and I wanted to watch this on stream. Roblox, oof.mp3.
And I hope if you've consumed any media in the last 70 years,
Let's
there's a
go!
good chance you've heard this voice. This sound, man being eaten by alligator, was recorded for Distant Drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns all by himself.
Hell yeah.
This recording then became part of the library of sound effects people at Super Warneo Brothers used. Another scream from that recording then appeared in 1953's The Charge at Feather River, where a certain Private Wilhelm gets shot by an arrow. They also use it like 2 more times in the same movie.
Classic.
Sound designer Ben Burt noticed this reuse and started reusing it himself in student films because he thought it was funny. As a silly little joke, he hid it in the background of a B-movie he was hired to work on. Oops, looks like culture's been changed forever.
God, this video is so good.
Burt had accidentally started a career-long running joke.
It's a lot of screaming.
In his big cameo in Jedi, he does an impression of the scream when he gets killed by an OSHA-violating guardrail. Then other people started using it too, and now it's everywhere. Getting in on someone else's in-joke kind of risks ruining it, but I wouldn't know anything about that. And there's a bunch of other iconic screams like this.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Like with Wilhelm, the source of these sounds are usually well documented. That scream comes from a popular sound effects library. And while we're ruining things, those sheep/goats screaming like a human videos you love so much? Yeah, they're all fake. That's just a sound that comes free with Apple software.
No!
You're welcome. But for over a decade, one sound's original source was unknown. This one. This is all over internet video nowadays, but where's it from? Most people under a certain age are yelling Roblox at the screen right now. Roblox is a free online game/platform people can make additional content and games for, and they can even monetize what they make for a pittance. According to YouTube journalists People Make Games, Roblox developers receive less than 25% of the money from sales of content they make. Damn. This has led to the Roblox Corporation attaining a net worth of roughly $7 quadrillion, and one of, if not the, most iconic things about this game is its death sound effect, also known.
Which game is that? What's that acronym? I've never seen that before.
As the Roblox oof.
Because I know he goes into where the sound actually came from.
Upon millions of views. It has its
so you
own
might be
separate
right.
existence as a meme
it's in
across
Game of
thousands
Thrones?
of videos, and one video claiming to be its origin has 117 million views. Shockingly close to the lifetime views of my entire channel. This sound effect is a phenomenon, but it's not from Roblox. And this child is a liar. Now, I haven't played Roblox. I play mature games for grown-ups, like Fortnite.
Hell yeah.
When I was the age Roblox would have definitely controlled my life, it was instead being controlled by stop-motion animation, and then later by Gary's Mod, a game which did not monetize its content in increasingly horrifying ways, transforming its community into a digital sweatshop, but I'm sure the new way is fine too. So no, I haven't played Roblox, but I have played Messiah.
What the fuck is this?
Messiah was released in the year 2000 and developed by Shiny Entertainment. They made Path of Neo, so they're insane and I love them. You play as a cute little cherub named Bob, who gets blasted down to Earth to help out. This is the best opening cutscene ever. Bob has no combat abilities whatsoever.
What the fuck?
Instead though, he can possess other people.
I'm a cop.
You know, in real life, a huge portion of the angels who come to Earth end up in the bodies of police officers. It's true, Google 40% cops. Bob can possess basically any living thing, including rats when the developers feel like making you save scum. The player is constantly switching bodies, using their different abilities, credentials, and weapons. The pacing is breakneck, because doing so doesn't slow you down. I played Messiah in the mid-2000s when I found it in a Christian charity shop.
Chicken
I
Run is
assume they
okay.
didn't see the
This
words
sounds...
sex,
You
religion,
got me.
possession, death on the cover, and then I threw it away. I bought this copy on eBay to use as a prop. I have to get this out for the rest of the video now. Then a decade passes, and in a random YouTube video, I hear a familiar sound. People tell me it's from Roblox, but I swear I've heard it somewhere else. Obviously, I immediately forgot about it and moved on with my life until 2019 when someone else figured it out. User Plasma Node on Reddit was watching the ending cinematic on YouTube for some reason and noticed a very familiar sound. He posted his discovery on Reddit along with a clip from the ending. Someone stole and reposted his clip on Twitter. A large Roblox YouTuber made a video about that tweet, and then journalists started picking up on it. Although the articles do credit the wrong person with the discovery because their one source is a video that got it wrong. Why did the sound get so popular anyway? Well, if TV has taught me anything, children being injured is just universally funny. Let's not think about what that says about us. Here's an interesting fact.
Children getting injured is funny.
Justifies me playing the entire game in preparation for this video. Everyone involved seems to think the sound effect is specifically in the ending, but it's actually all over the game. You can fly around and flap your little wings to float, and whenever you slam into a wall, Bob makes a noise, and that's one of the noises. It's also in the opening cutscene too. It's kind of funny it was discovered in the ending, the last possible place you would hear it if you played the game. Interestingly enough, there was proof in Roblox the sound was from Messiah all along, and no one thought to check. You see, sound files have this thing in them called metadata. It's extra information that comes with a file, you know, album art, list of the artists and people who worked on it, and so on. You know those pirated Weird Al Yankovic albums your friend gave you when you were 14? That's why the album art was in there. It was in the metadata. I think that anecdote might be a bit too specific. The oof sound in Roblox's game files, .wav, has metadata in it saying it was made in 1999 while Messiah was being made, with the engineer listed as Joey Kouros. Joey Kouros is an extremely prolific video game sound designer. He's worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, Gears of War, and even Fortnite. That clip I showed earlier, that wasn't just me showing off my sick skills, that was a clever setup for this bit. No, it wasn't actually. I wrote a Fortnite joke and then it turned out he'd worked on Fortnite, but still. And here's Joey on page XXXVI of Messiah's manual as one of the sound effects guys. See, look, see? I don't have a camera person this time, so I'll have to cut to a close-up that I shot later. Rachel stopped responding when she found out what the video was about. So there we go. We know where the sound effect was from. We even have a good idea who might have made it. Mystery solved. We can all go home to our families. Just kidding, there's more. That's only the beginning of the story, you worm. I can't say that. We haven't even talked about who owns the sound effect yet. It doesn't belong to Joey, it belongs to the company he was working for when it was made, Tommy Tallarico Studios, along with its owner, I don't need to say his name, he named his studio after himself. Are you ready? Yeah! Tommy Tallarico is a veritable video game industry icon, according to the first line of his biography on his website. I wouldn't personally go that far, but he was a fairly well-known musician and composer for video games in the 90s and 2000s. His most notable soundtracks include Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Advent Rising. His company was involved with the sound effects on lots of other games from this period too. That's why if you're my age or older, this is burned into your brain.
Tommy Tallarico Studios.
He was also on TV on the shows Electric Playground and Judgment Day, some of the earliest shows about video games, reviewing new releases and interviewing developers. If you were around for a certain era of game history, you remember Tommy from TV or played something his company worked on. He also co-founded Video Games Live, which produced symphony performances of popular video game soundtracks. VGL is universally recognized among gamers as a thing they think they remember hearing about that seems nice. Through royalties from his company's work over the years, Tommy's doing pretty well for himself, and he's spent his money on living in a very interesting house. It has themed rooms, a Spider-Man room full of all the original comics.
Probably have about $50,000 in your hands right there.
Giant statues of Lara.
Rich people need to stop, right? Like, the fact that this dude exists shouldn't be allowed. I'm not the only one that feels this way, right?
Croft and the Fifth Element lady, an ancient Egypt-themed dining room?
Like, why?
The list goes on.
The first thing I built in my house when I bought this was a 7-foot waterfall. But
he bought a waterfall!
Because at night sometimes I have to go to the bathroom.
And Tommy is proud of his insane mansion. That's why I've got so much footage of it.
That's the thing
He's
is, you're allowed to have one Lara Croft statue. You're not allowed to have a Lara Croft themed room inside of your house that also has an ancient Egyptian themed room, as well as a Spider-Man themed room and a 7-foot waterfall.
Tours of the place
Just
over
my
the
opinion.
years, and it was even on MTV's Cribs. He's so proud of that, he re-uploaded it to his own YouTube channel years later. He's very happy about the fact he was specifically on MTV's Cribs. He says it a lot in interviews, and that's what he calls the video he uploaded onto his own channel. And there's no way he would tell an obvious lie like that. Would he?
No. No.
Foreshadowing is a literary device in which he also re-uploaded an old UK show where the presenter clearly hates his house.
This is absolutely hideous. You've got to sort yourself out, Tommy. You've got too much money. This is silly. It's not right, Tommy.
When you say you want a giant Lara Croft figure,
And if
are we talking polygons or...
You're the sort of person who's impressed by Guinness World Records. Tommy has a huge stack of them.
Like,
leaning
the
up against
spikier
a
the
cabinet
better?
in the corner of his awards/Indiana Jones nook.
I think it's fine to be successful and make money. I'm saying this guy is an obnoxious piece of shit, and I want to make his lifestyle illegal. That's what I'm saying.
Worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
I actually have the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
He's such a big deal, he was handpicked by Shigeru Miyamoto to work on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. I worked with him for many years.
In that case,
He was
yes, I
also the
completely
first
agree.
American
Hell
to work
yeah.
on the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise.
I was the first American
Nah, screw this
ever
guy
hired,
in particular.
to work on the Sonic franchise.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
I'd probably
Do
buy
you
the
really
same thing.
believe that? Tommy's been kind of resting on his laurels doing video games live for a while now. He hasn't done much new music for games since the late 2000s. One of the last things he did was donate music to Super Tofu Boy, a game made by Peter. It's a really bad Super Meat Boy clone interspersed with quite good music and interesting meat facts. Listen, Peter, I've eaten a lot of tofu, but meat doesn't scream either. If it did, people would probably stop eating it. Tommy is a vocal Peter supporter, doing an interview for them in the Egyptian wing of his house about cruelty to animals, and put out a statement on Facebook responding to criticism of his involvement with Tofu Boy. It's the only press release I've ever read that has emoticons in it. We can't really talk about Tommy without talking about what he was doing while the OOF was being discovered. Tommy is most well known nowadays for what has become known as the Amico disaster. In 2018, Tommy acquired the rights to Intellivision, a game company from the 70s and 80s, and announced he was making a brand new console, the Intellivision Amico. Amico aimed to be a truly family-friendly games console, with low age ratings on its games, and the bonus selling point of, not having online play. Apparently to get people playing in the same room together?
That's a great
Together
idea.
Again. Oh, some people would tell you online play is one of the best features of modern gaming and a nice option for people who can't easily be physically next to each other.
Yeah.
And to that, Tommy's reply was no.
When I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, and even when I was working in the game industries in the 90s, you know, we didn't have the internet, right?
With this pitch in hand, how did the Amico do? It didn't. It was delayed, supposedly due to the global pandemic, but then it was delayed many more times, and it still isn't out 2 years after the intended launch. It seems less like unfortunate supply chain issues and more like management underestimated how hard it is to make a new
online
game
play is
console
just,
from
it's
scratch.
overrated
As
actually.
CEO, Tommy made
Everybody
the
needs to
decision
play video
open
games
two
in the same
company
room
offices
together.
in Irvine, California and Salt Lake City, Utah, two really expensive places to open offices in the middle of the pandemic. In his video tours, the large, expensive spaces are mostly empty and unused, with the money guy in the back looking like he's working overtime trying to keep this operation afloat without a finished product.
This is where the magic happens. Tommy wants
This is where the money laundering happens.
This box is where it all happens.
As the money started to run out, they turned to crowdfunding investment website Fig. Tommy produced a video in his Spider-Man room with other company
No, I agree.
leadership in his Egypt room and
Split screen is based as fuck, and the fact that split screen keeps getting removed from video games is obviously a travesty. But also, online is so important. I see physical friends face to face maybe once a month. Online is so important. Also, yes, her face. Let's just take a moment to really let Kara Acker, you know, let her say what she got to say.
Tomb Raider-themed movie theater room, claiming the console just needs a bit more money to get going and release is just around the corner.
The rocket ship has been built, we are on the launch pad, and we just need the fuel to take off. So strap your...
So why would you build a rocket ship, get it onto the launch pad, and not have the fuel? This analogy doesn't make sense. If NASA went through the trouble of building a rocket ship, getting it onto the launch pad, and they didn't have the fuel, you know how long it takes to get a shuttle to the launch destination? It takes hours on this like fucking tank thing. It's insane. You can't just, oh, but give me more money for fuel. That's not how it works.
yourself in because
We
it's
just
gonna
need
be
a few
one
million
hell of a
liters of
ride.
fuel.
They raised $7 million more and the Amico still didn't come out. So they tried again, turning to second crowdfunding investment website, Republic. They even used the same pitch video. Come on guys, the rocket ship just needs a couple more $1 million.
Strap yourself in.
They raised over $11.5 million more so they could continue to not release a console. They tried a third time on a weird shady investor website that pretends to be a live stream but is clearly pre-recorded.
The rocket ship is built, folks. We are on the launch pad.
Shut up
We
about
just
the
need
rocket
a little more
ship.
fuel.
And then they turned to yet another crowdfunding website for more and cancelled it partway through when it became
God.
clear there's no one left to invest. When
Damn.
internal documents leaked revealing the console's internal hardware was cheap, old, and rubbish, Tommy threatened people who reported on it with legal action, and when another journalist asked what the reporters had done wrong reporting publicly available information, he deleted all the tweets. The Amico's difficult,
my
non-launch,
God.
lethal tossing of investor
This
money
guy
into
is-
two large holes.
I'll
There's
say
not
he's
too many
based. He's
people
actually
here
crazy.
in the
He's so good at
office,
business.
yet.
And its CEO's increasingly aggressive behavior towards people trying to report what was happening netted the company and Tommy some criticisms.
I think a little
Tommy
bit of
did
both
the
is fair,
responsible
Rogue.
thing and started messaging people to call them names. He defended the Amico on internet forums, calling detractors morons, idiots, mentally unstable, narcissists, and cowards, comparing criticism of his business decisions to racism, eventually settling on calling his detractors gaming racists.
Stop. You guys are being really gaming racist right now. I need you to understand that gamers are actually really oppressed. You don't understand the struggles we go through as gamers. Bro, you can't say gaming racist. You can't. That's not real.
Funniest term I've ever heard.
But these elitists, they're racists. They're literally gaming racists.
He did this while following a
Literally.
bunch of actual racists, white supremacists, and
Oh,
far-right
no.
personalities on
Oh.
Twitter. This caused people to check for his other hot takes and discover his opinion on people who kneel for the national anthem. Apparently racism is bad, but protesting it is for douchebags.
Somebody just said, I sound like a social justice warrior. You couldn't be farther from the truth. And I'm the most unpolitically correct person on the planet.
People who act like that unironically, you understand you're cringe, right? Oh, actually, I'm owning the SJWs. Like, what? Come on, bro.
Call me an SJW? You have no idea how racist I am.
People are saying I got triggered. No, I'm just having fun and being passionate.
No, dude, you literally got triggered.
The folks in there that are
No, I'm not mad. You're mad.
Things just got worse from there. It hit the point where Tommy, the CEO of a family-friendly games console company in desperate need of investment, would only give interviews with an ever-dwindling group of die-hard fans who completely agreed with this behavior. The kind of normal person who
Page
wear a
Farmer guy
serial
is
killer
kind of
mask
Chad,
while they
indeed.
interview you.
My wife told me to cancel my Amico, and I still did not.
This is one of the last people Tommy was willing to speak to.
And then if you want to hear me,
Dude, who is this guy?
Pwn
Why
some
does he have a
nudes
Dr. Doom
and,
mask on?
And punch back at some haters, follow me on Twitter, Tommy Tellerico. And, I don't mind punching back to some of these losers.
What?
He has since stepped down as CEO, with his replacement announcing the company is entering a quiet
Mad Max
period, which is a hell of a
Mandalorian, yeah.
subtweet if I've ever seen one. The Amico still isn't out, and a lot of people want their money back.
I mean, yeah, that's hundreds
In the middle of all
or
this,
tens of millions of dollars that were, taken from investors with no product launched. There has to be something you can do legally, right? Or do they just protect themselves? Like you can't make like a class action lawsuit with other people and like try and do something from there. I don't know. The law is weird. I don't know how this shit works. That should be illegal, but whatever. Charge back on your credit card. It's been months at this point. I don't think that's possible, but yeah, I think that's the best you could do.
right before the first big delay, before things got super bad, back when
Dude,
Tommy
Soulja
had a
Boy
reputation
console?
to
Yo.
burn, the OOF discovery was made. Due to his contract with Shiny Entertainment, Tommy Tallarico Studios owns all
probably
the sound
illegal in
effects
Europe,
he and
true.
his
Very
employees
based
made
of you,
for the
Europe.
game. Shiny could use them in Messiah, but they belong to Tommy, and he can use them again or sell them if he wishes. And when Tommy found out a sound effect he owned was being used in Roblox, oh boy, did the butter begin to churn. Tommy stepped up to the plate and did a stream on YouTube called Talking About the Roblox Oof Sound and Controversy. It's hard going back to this stream because he spends a good chunk of it pitching a soon-to-be-released game console that still doesn't exist.
We're actually coming out with a brand new video game machine. It's called the Intellivision Amico. We
Can it play
actually don't
Roblox?
allow online play.
It's weirdly anxiety-inducing watching a man in January 2020, right before a global pandemic, pitching a console whose central feature is trapping people in a room together.
Everybody can kind of come together and play in the same room together.
Yes. Oh,
but when he wasn't pitching his scam-adjacent business venture,
remember
Tommy was
January of
demanding Roblox
2020?
give him
Oh, the times.
$100 million.
Bro, it's literally about to be 2023. What the fuck happened? Can someone explain time? How the fuck does time work? I don't get it. That should be illegal. All the time is just gone.
Tommy wants money.
Okay, for legal reasons, I'd like to specify that was a joke. He didn't ask for that much. Probably. He didn't say how much he wanted. Almost like he was embarrassed to. Tommy
that
made
is
it
wild,
clear he
subliminal.
didn't want Roblox to remove the sound. He wanted them to keep using it, but to pay him for it. And if they didn't, things were going to court.
They may think that, you know, I'm trying to get the sound taken out of the game. I'm not. They may think that I'm currently suing Roblox. I'm not currently. But it's also not fair to me that I don't get compensated for this.
This situation is, legally speaking, very funny. Allow me to pretend I understand it for a few minutes. The key point here is, at least as far as I can tell, so probably wrong, Tommy isn't owed any compensation. According to Roblox, the oof came on a CD of sound effects the original creators purchased when they were making the game in the mid-2000s. If this is true, they used the sound with the reasonable belief they had the right to do so at the time. Whoever took the sound out of Messiah and sold it on a CD could be in trouble, but the two guys who started Roblox in 2006 didn't do anything wrong, apart from create Roblox. Okay, I've spoken to a couple of lawyers after filming this bit, should have done beforehand really, and they clarified something I think I should add here about them not doing anything wrong. They did still technically do copyright infringement. If you use a sound effect you bought from someone and it turns out they stole it and lied to you, you're still guilty of copyright infringement. However, if this actually went to court, there is something called the innocent infringer defense. If an infringer can demonstrate they had no reason to believe they had committed copyright infringement, and it looks like Roblox might be able to do that, the court can reduce the statutory damages to as low as $200 per infringement. There are other types of damages, like actual damages, the losses suffered by the owner as a result of the infringement, but that's something that could only be answered in a courtroom. As you're about to see, however, Roblox directly told Tommy they don't think they owe him anything, so it sounds like they think they have a good defense if things go to court. In these tweets a few days before the stream, Tommy seems a bit annoyed that no one owes him money, although in his version, Roblox feel like they don't owe him anything, which is a strange way of describing a large corporation. I think what Tommy means is Roblox's lawyers know what the law is, but he still would like to have some money. All Roblox are required to do in this situation is remove the sound, and Tommy could send a cease and desist and trigger that happening whenever he wanted.
I could have sent a letter, very easy, cease and desist.
Hit him with the
stop using
Nintendo Classic,
sound.
yeah.
It's mine. You don't have permission to use it. Take it out of your game.
But Tommy isn't doing that.
That's just
he
called the
doesn't want
Nintendo.
it taken out.
Tommy wants money.
If he can get them to keep it in and pay him a license fee to use it, or just buy the sound off him outright, he could make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd rather them just pay me and them own the sound forever so that it stays in the game.
Tommy cannot stress enough how much he doesn't want Roblox to remove the sound, because that's how he makes money from this.
I never
makes a whole career by
Roblox
scamming
to
people for
remove
millions,
the
gets
sound.
mad when he gets
I don't
scammed.
want it
Yep.
to be removed. I haven't told them to take the sound out of the game. I want to keep the sound in the game. So
Roblox probably want to keep the immensely popular sound in their game. However, they are a business. Their ultimate goal is to keep as much of their money as possible. A majority of Roblox's income comes from underpaying the people who actually make the game's content. How much do you think they're willing to pay for 0.3 seconds of a child saying ow, especially when they could replace it for free?
Roblox could remove the sound tomorrow
You
if they
steal
wanted
men's
to.
souls and make them your slaves.
Thank you, Solid Kate. Appreciate you.
So when Tommy approached them asking for money, Roblox offered him less.
We approached Roblox. We said, hey, there's a
How about
situation,
$20 and a pack of
we're gonna ask
cigarettes and we
for
keep the
this
sound?
much. Roblox said, we think you should get this much. so, this much is what we think.
Just to put it in plain English, the purpose of this stream is for Tommy to complain that Roblox will not offer him enough money to buy a sound effect they don't need.
I think they're nuts and disrespectful to me.
This is an all-time classic Tallarico moment right here, complaining about respect while calling someone nuts and asking them for more money. It's just incredible.
I'm hoping that we can come together, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the middle, to make everyone happy.
One question really starts to stand out in this 90-minute stream. How much money does he want? He's very careful to never say how much he thinks the sound effect is worth, how much he asked for, or how much they offered him.
Royalties for stupid shit like this is ridiculous.
People are going to say, well, how much did you ask for? Look, you have to understand that it is not professional.
People want the money.
To go around stating how much money I'm asking and how much they are offering.
Just to be clear, unless there's some kind of non-disclosure agreement, which he probably would have said if there was, there isn't anything actually stopping Tommy from saying how much he wants for the sound effect. The Amico saga has proven irrefutably that Tommy does not care in the slightest about appearing professional. That excuse doesn't work. He's choosing not to say it, and getting increasingly defensive as viewers keep asking, and
he just sees money signs because the Roblox oof sound is huge, even though it's not from Roblox.
But yeah, for them to pay for the oof sound. Okay, well,
it's like trying to own a meme, which is something that happens. So this is what happens. Boomers and old people are like, wait a minute. The people on the internet are sharing this meme thing that we made for free. What if we try and make money from it? As soon as you try and make money off of this meme that everybody's sharing that's blowing up and going viral, everyone's like, ew, gross. I don't want to share this anymore. Every single time. I don't understand. The best thing you can do if something you make is blowing up and going viral, just let it happen. Just let it happen. No, NFTs were a scam to begin with. They were always a scam. But kind of. But yeah.
People
trying to sell the meme as an NFT. That's what you guys are saying.
Yeah, that's outside observer.
Because nobody gives a shit.
Whose questions he was dodging.
No one's going to pay money for memes.
Tommy just wanted a embarrassingly large amount of money for a single sound effect.
Part of the reason why memes are so successful and shareable is because they are free. Because there is zero entry to barrier to entry to consuming the content. The content is free. You just consume, and then you can share. That's why it goes viral. If you add any barriers like monetization to it, outside of maybe advertising, it's just over. And even then, advertisers are in a weird spot right now where like the biggest platforms are like struggling with advertising sometimes, like TikTok, for example. But still, yeah. Either way.
And knew that it would make him look really greedy if he said it.
People are
you
never
can't like
know,
try and charge people for a meme,
and there doesn't need
because
to
people
be,
will move on at that
knowledge.
point. Because it's like, okay, it's not worth paying money for a meme.
Not being able to say how much he wants, even though that's what the stream is about.
It would be unprofessional to talk about that, but I think I did describe that it's a lot more than what they were offering, which was barely anything at all.
I think it's worth asking how much barely anything is to a millionaire with a dedicated Spider-Man room and an indoor waterfall in his mansion.
Yep.
Everyone should have a 7-foot waterfall, I think, installed in your room. But the thing that's kind of bad about it is that at night...
He says everyone should have a 7-foot waterfall installed in their room. That just goes to show how fucking out of touch this guy is, right? It's not just me. You enjoy the content a lot. I spent most of my YouTube hours watching. Oh my goodness, thank you. That's so sweet. I'm glad you enjoy.
Right. I always have to go to the
Dark
bathroom.
mode enabled, no worries.
Wait a minute, didn't he already make that joke? Later in the stream,
That would be
he
hard to
started taking
clean.
questions.
There's no fucking way he cleans that shit, and it's probably full of mold, and it's probably slowly killing him. I'm gonna keep it 150 unless he pays somebody else to clean it. That shit is probably full of dangerous mold and killing him, or he subjects other people to the dangerous mold to clean it.
And someone asked him to give the ratio how different the counteroffer was.
Tommy, percentage-wise, how far is Roblox offer compared to what you ask for? At least 100 times less. So that, you know, if they offered me $1, I'm asking for $100. So, you know.
Wait, is that how math works? You're telling me 100 times. So if you ask for $1, get $100. Wow, thank you for explaining that to me, Tommy. Thank you.
They offered me $1,000. That means I'm asking for $100,000, right? So that's how far it is off.
I find it very curious that he will say how much he asked for, but only in the form of a riddle. Even more curiously, he uses very small amounts of money as examples. He chooses not to say, for example, if they offered me 50 grand, that means I asked for $5 million. Or if they offered me 100 grand, okay, I can see why he didn't.
And I hope they come to their senses. And I know they're probably watching. I don't know. Maybe
Math
not.
genius.
Saturday
How do you
morning.
do the math so
that was
fast
the
in his
situation
head?
in January 2020. Roblox were offering to buy the sound. Tommy wanted 100 times more money than they were offering, and if things didn't go his way, he was threatening to take things to court.
You know,
I got here late. Can you start over? Yeah, I got you, fam.
I have teams of attorneys.
You're only 10
I
hours
usually
late.
have
No big deal. Here, I'll restart the timer right now. Hold on. Let me just real quick. No, I'm not going to do that.
About 20 different lawyers.
I wish I knew of a way to
It's just
restart
a
the timer.
Difference of opinion on
As a joke,
whether or
but-
not I helped to bring millions of people to their game or not, and what that
I'm sorry,
is
wait,
worth.
what did you just say?
It's just a difference of opinion on whether or not I helped to bring millions of people to their game or not. And
No, you didn't. Millions of people are not playing Roblox because they heard fucking some random kid go, oh, like nobody fucking. I'm gonna punch this
what
fucker.
that is worth.
That last thing is, I think, why Tommy thinks he can ask for whatever massive amount of money he won't say.
I
In
can't
his
make
mind,
that sound.
this one sound effect single-handedly launched the Roblox
Roblox would be
franchise.
nothing
But
without
the idea
oof.
is that this is a sound that helped to create the franchise, right? Some may say even that the reason Roblox
Yeah, the death sound's the
is
only reason I
as
play so
popular
true.
as it is now may be because of the fact that so many people shared this oof sound. So
some may say, Tommy, you don't need to launder your arguments like that. You are the one saying that right now.
This is something that helped to create the franchise itself. It's made the game Roblox go supersonic. It was part of the reason. How many millions of people found out about the game Roblox because of a meme that used because of the sound, right? We think we're asking for something extremely fair considering what it has done for the franchise.
These claims are hilarious.
Am I going to be live during the
exaggerated,
night?
But most of all, wrong. Take
I'm
the
not
sound
going to.
effects
No,
from
this is
Minecraft that are really
24
popular.
hours straight. I'm not stopping the stream. At best, I might find a time to maybe take a nap. Probably not, though.
And people use a lot in videos too. They have a huge presence online as well, but they didn't make Minecraft popular. They're popular because they're in a game millions of children have played. The Roblox oof took off in mid-2017 when
Let me get
Roblox was
drunk-ish.
already a pretty
Sounds good.
mainstream thing. The cause and effect is completely backwards here. While it might not be entirely impossible for a single sound effect to make a game very
I'm
popular,
slowly sipping
I would
on some
like
coffee
to
right
remind
now.
everyone that this sound effect was already in a game, and that game was such a massive critical and commercial failure that no one noticed a sound effect had been stolen for 20 fucking years. Come on, bud. Roblox didn't become a multi-billion-dollar company because of a sound effect. They got there by being evil. Speaking of evil, Roblox eventually worked with Tommy to turn all of this into a whole new way of monetizing their empire of nightmares. Instead of paying Tommy for the sound, They're making the players pay for it. In
Wow,
November 2020,
that's
Roblox announced the oof sound was going to be removed, but they were updating their developer marketplace so players could purchase sounds to use in their games. And once this update was complete, the oof sound could be purchased and used through there. I assume Tommy would get a cut from this. Simultaneously, Tommy announced he had produced a sound effects pack for creators to use in their Roblox games, including the oof.
I have done a brand new sound design library.
I just hate the way that he speaks. I'm just being petty at this point, and I'm just making ad hominem attacks on his character. But this guy fucking sucks, right? Like, the way he speaks, it sounds like he's always trying to sell me something. Yeah, salesman speak, literally. Am I being a gamer racist right now? I'm sorry. It just feels like everything he's just trying to sell me something, and I don't like it.
Just for Roblox.
Sounds like the ShamWow guy. No, the ShamWow guy has way more charisma than this guy. It's like he's trying to be a salesman, but he has zero charisma.
Sound effects packs costing from $10 to $250, and use these in
It
the
sounds
games
like
they make.
it sounds like racist YouTuber intro. I started a gamer racist foundation.
Roblox and Tommy agreed to keep the sound in the game as is for a while, so the sound marketplace had time to get up and running, and no one had to go oofless in the meantime. But this functionality still hasn't been added a year and a half later. Eventually, in July this year, Roblox,
Was it
citing a
$250 to add the
licensing
oof?
removed the sound and replaced it with this one, which is rubbish, frankly. But it might be bad on purpose
Give me the
to
oof.
incentivize paying to replace it once they get the marketplace
Give
up.
me back the
So,
oof.
clever move, I guess. You bags of scum. Tommy also got to make some official oof merch, so that was nice for him, I suppose.
I've created an oof t-shirt.
He doesn't look like he got the massive payday he wanted, especially since the audio
I made an oof t-shirt to capitalize on the internet trend that has nothing to do with me.
marketplace hasn't manifested yet, but at least he got something out of it. So, there we go. Wasn't that an interesting story? That's the end of the video essay. Don't look at the runtime. Don't worry about it.
What? I'm sorry. We still have an hour and a half. The end. Normal people stop watching here.
About it. Don't worry about it. If you came here to find the origins of a sound effect, you can go. Subscribe on the way out if you'd like, but take care. Go play Roblox or something. And Tommy, I know you're watching. I've seen you arguing with people in the comments of videos with 100 views. You can go as well. Go do whatever it is you do in your fun house. I'm just chilling out. See ya.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I think they're gone.
Sweet mother of God.
This video is being filmed at an undisclosed location to avoid being traced. Also, Mum went on holiday and she locked the garage so I can't get to my set. And no, I have no idea why the back wall of this room is also green. The last guy who lived here had terrible taste. Anyway, I think he's gone. Okay, we need to talk about Tommy. This is where the video was supposed to finish. So I was writing up the script and doing a bit more research, and then I rewatched Tommy's E3.
This was supposed to be where the video finished, and yet we have another hour and a half? H-Bomber guy, what is wrong with you? Keep up the great work.
2021 pitch for the Amico, and I realized something. He takes credit for creating the oof in a very particular way.
I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox.
He made the sound for Roblox? I thought I misheard him, or maybe he misspoke, but no, that's how he says
Let
it.
him cook?
The
I'll
thing
let
that
him cook.
You might know me the most from
Hold on, guys. Let him cook.
is the guy who created the beloved oof sound for Roblox. That's right.
The sound wasn't made for Roblox, it was made for another game and reused by mistake. That's what this whole thing was about, Tommy. He said that one in the commercial for his sound design kits he's selling to put it back in the game. Why is he saying it like that? Well, obviously the idea he made it for Roblox.
I've been seeing this on my TikTok feed, like the bickering between this guy and Tommy.
More
Oh,
prestigious
nice.
than the truth, isn't it? So he's slightly altering the story to give himself a bit more credit. And that's fine, like whatever, who cares? But then I thought,
Is
you know,
one of the good
for
guys.
a sound with another guy's name on it, he seems pretty happy to say he personally made it. for Roblox. From an outsider's perspective, it looks a bit like Tommy is taking credit.
This is
for
master
something someone
class
who
of
worked for him
clickbait.
did
Honestly, yeah.
decades later. And yeah,
This
sure,
is turbo
my script was
clickbait.
almost done, but I couldn't let that
The fact that this is like, hey, this is a video about the Roblox oof sound. 30 minutes in, is everybody gone? All right. Actually, this fucking Tommy guy, we need to end him.
possibility sit unexplored. So I
based.
tried to figure out who actually made the sound, and what I discovered was interesting. And then a bunch more other shit happened, and now the video is this long. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's funny.
Yes, Joey's name is on the file, but that doesn't necessarily mean
You are
he
not
created
sorry,
it.
True.
If he did the final exporting of the sounds Tellurico Studios made for Messiah, his audio program
Cancel
would put
Tony.
his name on them regardless.
Cancel Tommy Toblerone or whatever. I think that's his name, is Tommy Toblerone. Yes, that is his legal name.
Regardless of who recorded,
I don't know why that's so
edited, or
funny to me.
mastered them. Instead,
Holy shit.
let's look at how Tommy talks about who made it. Let's rewind the clock a little. Back in 2019, Tommy quote tweeted that one video that was a repost of the thing Plasmanode put on Reddit. He indicates that his company created and owns the sounds used for Messiah, and that the sound effects was created by my lead sound designer Joey Kouros. Notice that he specifically doesn't say that he made it. He says his company created and owns it, and then specifically credits Joey, implying little
Thinking
to no
emoji.
direct personal involvement. I believe this version of Tommy's story is true. However, soon after writing this, to put it bluntly, it looks like Tommy realized how popular the sound was.
Honestly, if we can keep giving him a different last name every time, I'm so cool with that. Call him Tommy, call him Tony, call him whoever. Fucking Tony, goddamn. Oh my god. Tailgater, Toho Luna Nights. Fucking Tony the Tiger Ass. Oh my god. So funny.
Said in many places, including the live stream, that he didn't really know that much about Roblox until he found out one of his sounds was in it. So on a timeline, it looks like he wrote that tweet and then started looking at the sound's presence online. In his next tweet, he says he's surprised to discover the sound has tens of millions of views online, and then all of a sudden it's a sound we created. And then and he adds this in parenthesis, like he's trying to sneak it into the story at the last minute. And I myself recorded. This is a bit of a change, isn't it? It's also just a weird way of talking about something you created. Like, if you found out something you had made, you, was in a huge game.
Seriously, is that sure considered fashion, or did his house burn down? So, if you've watched other videos from H-Bomber Guy, he kind of has a reoccurring bit about the place that he records in, as well as what he wears when he records. So he's had like chocolate smeared on it. He's burnt it. He's like ripped holes in the wall. Like he has the really fucking famous clip of him breaking through the wall, saying that where will people move if their houses are flooding? Who are they going to sell the houses to? Aquaman or whatever. So it's just a bit from like reoccurring videos that he has made in the past. Also, it is sexy as fuck. Look at that, the drip.
I made that.
It's, you know, it's just
You wouldn't
fashion.
go, as you can see, my company created and owns that. It was made by someone who worked for me decades ago. Oh, wait, the sound's really popular. I mean, we made it, and I myself recorded it. And to his credit, I think Tommy noticed how this sounds too, because 30 minutes later,
vibes.
he tried again. He started a second thread where this time it's a sound he created, Joey edited, and he owns. Note that he specifically used the word created again. So he got his story straight in the end, at least. Good for him. But that does mean this first
Tommy
tweet is a bit
Transformer.
embarrassing, isn't it? Now, you tell me, what one thing would make Tommy look more like he was trying to rewrite the history after the fact here? Deleting the tweet, right? From my perspective, that would be a very stupid thing to do. But I must be missing something because he did delete it. It's gone. I am not accusing famous industry veteran Tommy Tellurico of lying about who made a sound here. I don't know for sure who did what on this sound.
Transdimensional Destroyer.
But Tommy should. And if he's telling the truth, why did the truth change when he was surprised by how popular the sound was? In a very short span of time, Tommy's version of history went from Joey created it, to we created it, to I created it, and then later an attempt to delete the fact he said Joey created it. I know how it sounds. It would be weird to assume someone just wants to brag about making this one sound effect.
Let's ask Joey. That's a good idea. We should do that.
But he does brag about it. He put it in his Twitter handle. It's part of his pitch for the Amico. It seems very important to Tommy that he doesn't just own the sound, that he personally created it. To most people younger than me, that sound effect could be the most well-known thing on his resume, which is a bit depressing, really. And when he tries to describe the process of creating the sound, things get even weirder. In the OOF livestream, Tommy's happy to say he made the sound, but then he tries to go into detail about how it was made.
I thought what first I would do is talk about how the OOF sound was created.
When he talks about the work that went into making the sound, he doesn't say he did anything. He says we.
Then what we did is we went through, all the different lines. We did a whole bunch of other stuff to it as well. So after we pitch shifted it down, and then
sometimes he accidentally says I and then corrects himself.
I wanted to let folks know how I created the sound, how we created the sound, myself and my sound designer, Joey Curris.
It just keeps going like this.
We start to tweak the sound, each individual sound. So again, in OOF, we might have spent, a half hour trying to figure out exactly which way we should have pitched it down and what thing we would have taken and this and that.
This is a strange way to describe something you did. Far from being a sound he created and Joey merely edited, whenever he has to describe any specifics, all of a sudden it was done by committee. Tommy isn't lying about who did what here. Quite the opposite, really. He's specifically avoiding lying by being as vague as possible about something it would be easy to talk about if he actually made the sound himself.
So I took this little girl's, we took the clip, right? And then what we did is we
wait. You're telling me you got a clip of somebody going oof, and then you took the clip and then you did what exactly to it? Yeah, it's a little over 1 million to get to 999.
Edited it, and we
edited it.
We kept the length of the
so
sound.
you didn't change the length.
He struggles to come up with anything he actually did. Like his knowledge helped.
And we'll say, I want to say this right. I mean, it took a lot of my knowledge of audio to create this sound and make it sound unique. Now that people know about me, they know about how I created the Roblox sound.
After seeing a guy specifically
1 million
avoid
blood
saying
heals.
I and say we dozens of times and then finish the story by saying, so that's how I made the sound? It just comes off really disingenuous. One quick indicator of what he could mean by we is, at one point he uses it to describe the act of exporting the sound out of the program.
Compressing it and making it all, EQing it and doing all these crazy things to it. Before we ended up saving it out. So
when he says we here, he just means Joey. It only takes one person to hit save on a file, and that's the one thing we know for sure Joey did. Like with the money situation, it's hard not to read into why Tommy is talking strangely. It starts to sound like Joey did most of the work.
No, they both had their hand on the mouse at the same time and they both clicked together. They both did it together. You don't understand, H-Bomber guy. They did it together.
But then
they
that would
made
mean
it
someone
together.
else deserves the credit
There's
for
a group
creating the
presentation,
sound.
yeah.
So all of a sudden, this 0.3 second sound effect becomes a team effort. That's Tommy's version of how the sound was made. He says
Homies press
we,
save together.
But sometimes when he says we, he just means Joey. So, what's Joey's version? Joey's been pretty quiet about all this, and good for him. His career's still going strong, unlike some people's, and I'm sure he has better things to do than litigate who made an ancient sound effect. Unlike me, who apparently has plenty of time for that shit. However, Curris does have a website where he maintains credits for every game he's worked on since 1993, and he's still updating it today. Next to Messiah, Joey puts design of all sound effects. After witnessing someone claim Joey did it,
Joey's got 3 waterfalls.
Story and then talk in very vague terms about who did what. Seeing someone just say, I designed all the sound effects is like a breath of fresh air. This is another reason why I find Tommy's first version of the story more believable. Not only is it untainted by his later discovery how popular the sound was, it's also what the other person who worked on the game said. But this really makes it look like Tommy's stealing credit from someone else who worked for him now. It was just a hunch before, but now I don't know. And here's when the fun, easy video about the Roblox oof I was trying to make ended, and the horror of my new life began. Because while I was on Joey's page, I
Tony
noticed
Pants on
something
fire.
else. Design of all sound effects for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Oh.
This was very confusing to read because Tommy spent the last several decades saying he worked on Pro Skater.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Tony
team. I was on the original Tony Hawk
Yo,
Pro
are you
Skater
Tommy
team.
Tony
I'm
Hawk?
not saying Tommy didn't work on it, it's just some places seem to
Tommy
disagree
Turncoat,
with him.
yep,
Places like the credits of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. According to them, someone else did the in-game sound effects. I'll give you 3 guesses. It was Joey. Although the company he was at is credited as well. It's like they're saying sound effects done by this guy from this company. But Tommy's acting like he personally did it again. I'm starting to feel a bit bad for Joey. Just
Tommy
to kind
Hawk
of add to
Pro
the mystery, he talks about how small the development team was at the time, to kind of add to the exclusivity of it, I guess.
You know, being a part of the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, you know, there's only about maybe 10 or 12 of us.
This means very few people exist who could possibly contradict him. How convenient. It does make it even weirder, though, for such a small team to leave his name out of the credits. I guess Tommy could say his name is in there, but only because his company is named Tommy Tallarico Studios. So, who is responsible for the sounds in Pro Skater? The guy credited for it, or his boss who says he did it now? In an older interview / house tour, Tommy got a bit more specific. He said he'd buy skateboards, we'd buy skateboards.
We buy skateboards.
And then Tommy would help this mysterious other person record the sounds. He says one of the pain sound effects, ironically also a kind of oof, is his actual voice.
The actual sound in Tony Hawk that you hear when the guy falls off the skateboard and cracks his head open. That's me falling off, cracking my head.
Is this slang for someone who aims for
So,
women
Tommy
who are
might
already
have
in a
helped with
relationship?
some of the
Wait,
sounds, or at least it's
you're telling me his last name is the Brazilian Portuguese slang for for cucking someone? Oh, somebody else was trying to explain that earlier, and I couldn't read it properly, and I don't know why. That's very funny. You're telling me his name is Tommy the Cucker? All right, cool. Good for him.
At some point, Joey
Good for you,
recorded him
bud.
falling off a skateboard. Strangely though, while he says he was on the Pro Skater team nowadays, at the time things were very different.
All right,
You
cuck
see,
man.
As I mentioned earlier, Tommy was on a TV show about games while Pro
You were trying to
Skater
explain
was
that?
being made. A thing about
I'm bad at reading, so sometimes, yeah, I'm glad we got there. Tommy the Cuck Tortellini. Tommy the Cuck Tortellini, bro.
about journalism is, it's usually frowned upon to cover or review a product you helped create without disclosing you worked
That's
on
pretty
it.
good. That's pretty
And to his credit, Tommy's very good at this. When he and co-host Victor cover games he was involved with, they make sure to say it. Take Advent Rising, a game he composed a ton of music for.
Advent Rising.
I'm not gonna comment on any of the music in the game because I am completely biased.
This is, and I mean this unironically, ethical gaming journalism. Also, you might have noticed, but Tommy kind of likes to brag about games he's worked on. One time they reviewed an Aladdin game, and they brought up that Tommy worked on a different Aladdin game's music 8 years before.
It was a great throwback to the 16-bit platformer days, and I know
There's a PlayStation Aladdin game? Oh wait, I'm gonna die. Hold on. There's a PlayStation Aladdin game? Should we play it?
you worked on the original Aladdin game.
Add that to the
so you
trap.
must have
Add it to the dumpster fire. I guess we'll play it with another fucking BizHawk shuffler eventually.
felt like you were coming.
No, add it to the shuffler.
Tommy not only understands disclosure, he loves doing it. If Tommy worked on a game, or a game similar to the one being reviewed,
Put
you'll
it in the
hear
dumpster.
about it on this show. So, what does it mean when Tommy doesn't say he worked on a game? While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was being made, it was featured on the show. Tommy
You have a physical
interviewed
copy?
one of
Nice.
the developers. Later, when it came out, Tommy and Victor reviewed it, and both gave it a 9.5 out of 10. If Tommy worked on this game's sound effects, he would have said so, wouldn't he? Well, he doesn't. At no point whatsoever in the coverage does Tommy disclose he worked on the game. Tommy behaves like a TV guy interviewing a game developer, which would be a bit weird if he was also on that development team, right?
What level am I? We're at 769.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
I think sky's the limit. 769, everybody. Let's go.
right? I can only think of a few reasons why Tommy wouldn't mention he worked on the game when he goes out of his way to do so normally. One is he randomly decided not to take credit for something, which seems out of character and pretty dishonest considering how hard he promoted the game, and he seems to know better than that. The alternative is, while he had helped Joey out a little, Tommy, at the time, didn't consider whatever input he gave big enough to justify telling people he was involved. Which is fascinating to me. There is potentially a past version of Tommy who, if he honestly thought about it, would choose not to say he worked on Pro Skater. Which is cool of him. However, then Pro Skater went on to be a really famous franchise, and it became very cool to say
it was kind of a big deal.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
And over the years, Tommy's story has grown a bit from helping with some of the sounds to, doing all of them.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
Yeah, we might
so I
not
did
hit
all
999.
those,
It's possible we
sounds,
miss it,
audio
but I'm trying my
director on
best
that.
here.
Wait, now he's saying he was the audio director? He's not even in the credit! Let's quickly look at who did what on games Tellurico Studios worked on. On the vast majority, Tommy is often credited for music, but he doesn't do sound effects
What the fuck is
much.
Duckman?
Sound effects, or sound design as it was later called, is usually done by Joey. A game Tellurico Studios worked on almost always has music by Tommy, sound effects by Joey in the credits. Basically, when Tommy and Joey work on games together, it's pretty clear who did what. In fact, in the early 2000s, Tellurico Studios put out a sound effects library you could buy and use in your own projects, with over 19,500 sound effects.
It was
in
South Park
Tommy's
before
the
South Park?
executive producer, so I'm sure he was involved in some capacity, but 3 other
No, I don't
recorders
remember
and editors
Duckman.
are
I'm like,
credited, along with the
how old do you guys think I am?
sound designer. I wonder who it could be. It's Joey. It's always Joey. Joey credits himself as the lead sound designer at Tellurico
I'm 40?
Studios
Yeah,
for
I'm
13
40.
years. The thing he did was sound effects. Even on Electric Playground, Tommy's show, Joey is credited for additional sound effects. So maybe Tommy didn't say he did the sound effects on Pro Skater because he knew Joey would see it. Given Tommy's tendency to take games his sound effects guy is credited for and say he did all the sounds, what does that sort of thing mean for his...
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
From one Central Floridian to another, condolences, Godspeed, and keep being based. Thank you, Cervante. Appreciate you. We have sound effects at home.
His later claims about Messiah and making the oof. Well, wouldn't it be funny if Tommy also reviewed Messiah on TV, and when he did, he again did not mention he worked on the game? Wouldn't that be very, very funny?
He didn't.
Yeah, it is funny. That is what happened. Even funnier, on that same episode, they also reviewed the Dreamcast version of Pro Skater, giving Tommy yet another opportunity to say he worked on it. Which he didn't. There's starting to be a precedent for Joey doing things, being the one credited for it, Tommy reviewing it and not mentioning he worked on it, and then years later deciding he did. Coming back to how he talks on the stream, we could mean
Tommy
we
strikes
both worked
again.
on this sound, but to be cynical, it can also mean Joey did it while working for me. Messiah is one of the 2 or so games I could find that
Who the fuck is this guy? Quick update. Roblox oof sound. That's the name of the video. This guy is claiming he made the Roblox oof sound. The first 30 minutes were explaining like, oh, so he's settling with Roblox to get some money about the oof sound or whatever. Cool. Great. Turns out he's a lying piece of shit who has lied about everything he has ever done outside of maybe making music.
Made where they are both credited for the sound effects at once, so potentially Tommy might have been more involved with the sound effects on this than normal. So our candidates are a guy who mostly
I am not
did
drinking
music
anything
and not
currently.
sound effects, reviewed the
Outside
game
of
on
water and
television
coffee.
chose not to say he worked on it, and when he later decided he did and he made this sound, carefully avoided taking credit for anything specific. Or the guy credited for sound effects on almost every other game, who says he did it, who Tommy said did it before he changed his mind the first time, and whose name is on the file. In conclusion, who knows? Could have been either of them. Maybe it was both. Art is really a collaborative process. Okay, that was written as a joke about how heavily the deck is stacked here, but let's be serious, I haven't found any definitive proof here. I think it's interesting just how much Joey is credited for sound effects everywhere else, and I think it's weird that Tommy didn't really have any specifics to say about what he did on the sound, and I think if he did work on the game that closely, he should have said so when he reviewed the game on television, but none of that is specific proof of who recorded or mastered a specific sound effect. However, given all of this additional context and information, I can say at least for myself that I have some trouble believing Tommy when he says he made the sound. But when you decide something a well-known industry figure like him has said is suspect, you start to ask, well, what else has he said? This guy's been around for decades and he's said a lot of things. I started investigating some of his other claims. I did it mostly to prove to myself I was just being silly so I could believe him when he said—
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Thank you, Yuppa, for the tier 1 sub. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Okay. I need to use the bathroom. I don't want to miss out on any of this video, but I will just have to hold that L. It's fine. I'll catch up. Don't worry, guys. I'll catch up. Enjoy this video. I'm going to be back in like 20 seconds after I use the bathroom.
That he made the sound. I wanted to be able to put this to bed and move on with my life. I just couldn't accept that the first American to ever work on Sonic would lie like that.
Oh god, he was not the first
Hey, wait
American.
a second.
Oh no! Okay, I'm gonna be back. Yo, thank you, Cold Mage.
You steal
Tommy
men's
has
souls
repeatedly said
and make
he's the
them your
first American
slaves.
to ever work on Sonic.
In fact, I was the very first American to ever be hired by the Sonic team back in the day.
Are you serious?
Very first American to be hired. One of the first Americans to ever be hired by Sega of Japan for the Sonic team. I was the first American to ever be hired to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog series.
But if you don't take Tommy's word for it and do your own research, by which I mean basically Google Sonic for 2 seconds, you start to see red flags. Sonic was being developed in America as early as 1992, when Sonic 2 was being made in California. Americans are all over Sonic's game development since almost the beginning. Which game did Tommy work on anyway?
Sonic, some of this, or one of the Sonic games, Black Knight, that might have been in the 2000s.
So Tommy was about 20 years late to the party of Americans working on Sonic. Okay, let's be charitable. Maybe he means first American to do music for the series? But if he thinks that, Tommy's been crushing too many 40s. That was terrible. I promise to live and learn from the— Oh, fuck. But this first American stuff gets even deeper. There are layers to this shit. One particular American musician, Michael Jackson, was rumored for decades to have worked on Sonic 3. This was seemingly confirmed by Yuji Naka earlier this year, actually. This would make Jackson the first American to do a Sonic soundtrack. Maybe there are some Americans who worked on one earlier. I'm not sure. I'm not deep into Sonic lore. I'm no Heriton Splimby. Now you could say, well, sure. Maybe that means Tommy is wrong about being the first American, but there's no way he could have known that. We only found out for sure recently. And yeah, to be fair, that would be true. Were it not for the fact Tommy has also been bragging about knowing back in the 90s that Jackson worked on Sonic.
So I was really close with the Sega folks back in the early 90s. I don't know if it was ever confirmed or not, but I can tell you that he did do the music for Sonic 3.
This was at a con in 2014, before he started saying he was the first American. So either he knew he was lying when he started saying that, or he made
You
this
steal
shit up
Joey's
too.
work
Which
and make
one
them
is the
your
lie?
sounds.
At this point, why not both? I don't trust this story about knowing about
Wait,
Jackson
he
either,
designed the
frankly.
Soden sounds?
I think he just made up a story to seem involved with
We gotta
another
check the
important
credits in
piece of
case
history. That seems to be his MO.
Tony
at this point.
Tortellini
This
is in
one
the credits.
example of what we could charitably call exaggeration, but realistically we call lies. The more I tried to check things Tommy said to prove to myself that any of it was true, the more
Tommy
it all
Tyler
came
hasn't tried to
apart.
sue H
Okay,
Bomber
so
guy.
what about
Maybe
the
he
Metroid
has.
Prime thing? He said in a bunch of places, including the OOF stream, that he worked on Metroid
Yeah, with
Prime.
Shigeru Miyamoto.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto.
Yeah, Mr.
Worked on
Miyamoto.
that for a couple of years.
The way
And I worked
Miyamoto
with him on
intended.
Metroid Prime, the first one, and we worked together for about, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years.
They work together hand in
Metroid
hand. They even
Prime, I
kissed
worked with
sometimes.
Shigeru Miyamoto for 5
They're
years.
good friends.
I worked with
He wouldn't lie
Shigeru
about that.
Miyamoto,
He was
the
a Murdoch.
creator of Mario and Zelda. Worked with him for 5 years on
5
Metroid
years?
Prime.
He doesn't just say he worked on it, actually. He says Shigeru Miyamoto was a personal huge fan of his work and always wanted to work on a game with him.
We always talked about working together. We're like, oh man, I really love all your Mario stuff. And he'd say, oh man, I love all your stuff that
I'm sorry, what now? Miyamoto came up to you speaking perfect English, saying, I love all this stuff you do. That does sound like Miyamoto, actually. I've met Miyamoto many a times, and he does say that a lot.
You do like
he's like, I love Tommy Cuccaroni. His work is just so fantastic. And I'm like, yeah, I agree, Miyamoto. I love Thomas the Cuck Engine. He's so great.
Oh, we got to work together sometime, you know?
I don't know if that part of the story is true, but Tallarico Studios was contracted to work on Prime. Not music, by the way. Prime already had a composer. They just did sound effects. That might turn out to be important later. But early in development, Retro cancelled all their other projects to focus on Prime, and suddenly didn't need outside help to get the audio done, and his contract wasn't renewed. Tommy will confirm this part of the story himself.
My contract was coming to an end was around the same time that Retro's projects were all getting canceled except for Metroid, and they had an internal audio department.
So he did work on it, briefly, but again with the exaggeration. For him to be dropped so easily,
this guy definitely has a coke problem for sure.
With Tommy, as he says, Tommy doesn't just.
Nobody
say
is that rich in that.
For a bit, and Miyamoto was a huge fan, though. His
okay.
story gets.
Nobody is this rich, this white, and has that hairstyle without having a coke problem. Guaranteed. If your hair looks like that and you have the money for it, you do cocaine. 100%.
It's way more exotic. He tells people Miyamoto didn't give him any
same thing happened with the fucking ShamWow guy.
Animations to make sound effects to. He told him to just make what he thought was cool, and the development team designed the weapons and animations around his sounds.
Give us a bunch of epic weapon sounds, and then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give those to my artists, and then they are gonna be inspired by the sounds that you make, and we're going to inspire the art and the thing.
I'm sorry. I have never made a video game. I have not been a part of a team that has ever made a video game. But if you told me, hey, I have an idea. Let's let this guy make the sound effects for the weapons we want to make in the game. And we'll use the sound effects to design the weapons. Seems legit. Honestly, he's a legend in the industry. I don't understand why more people don't believe him. Honestly, I stand with Tony. Hashtag stand with Tony. Cuck lives matter. I've been saying it this whole time, guys. Hashtag cuck. Okay, I'm joking. I'm done.
Wow, so cool.
This is an unprecedented amount of control for an external audio contractor to have over a project. Plus, it just doesn't mix
He made
very
the
well with
sound
the fact
effects.
he
I know.
left really early in development. Did Miyamoto change his mind? Why didn't he make Retro keep him on board if he had such an important job? It also doesn't mix with
That's
other
the last
stories
thing the
from
line of
Retro
Coke
Studios'
sees.
actual audio department. He did an interview for Shinesparkers where he told this story about Miyamoto letting him design the weapon sounds first. However,
He made the
Shinesparkers then
sounds first and then they designed Samus. So true. So true. Oh my god. The way that Samus goes, burr, 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 burr. I'm like, yes, I now will make her a robot.
went on to interview Clark Wen, Prime's audio lead, who came on board after the other games were cancelled and Tommy
Everything
was gone.
comes from the
Wen
random
is well
sounds
respected
played.
in the
Yeah,
game
that's actually
audio
how video
industry.
games are
He's
made.
worked on a bunch of stuff, including Tony Hawk.
It's like making a game based off of like an AI prompt, but the AI prompt is just make a video game based off these sounds, right? Like that sounds like a stupid like thing that a YouTuber would do. Like, I made AI create a video game based off sound effects?
Games, interestingly enough. According to him, they did sound effects the normal way, basing their work off the art and animations.
Wait, what?
There's something amazing about reading an interview with Tommy where Miyamoto blessed the project with a radical new technique where the sound designer had massive creative control over the game, and then going to the interview with Wen where they say, we interviewed Tommy and he said you did this, and he goes, that sounds cool, but no. Wen says 1 or 2 weapon sound effects were done when he got there, and he left them mostly untouched. So, a few
The oof
of the
sound
sounds
brought
in the
millions
game
of players
are
to
done by
Roblox, that is
Tallarico
true.
Studios, videos, and they might have been done the way Tommy said, but his overall involvement with the game was very small. How small? He left so early in development, they forgot he had worked on it by the time the game was done, and forgot to put his name in the credits. A bunch of
Bro, your name's not even in the credits, and you said you made out with Miyamoto every day at work. Bro.
Other audio contractors made it in, though. They must have kept contracting people after he left and not got him back. Weird, I wonder why. After seeing Tommy repeatedly take credit for the work of people under him,
Certified
it's kind of
oof
cathartic
moment.
seeing a bunch of other people get credited and for him to be forgotten. However, he's not the only one.
They just
Someone's
forgot to
missing
put him
from
in the
Tommy's
credits.
version of the story again.
It's very common.
Can you guess? In a now deleted page on his website, accessible via the Internet Archive, Tommy wrote about leaving early in development, although he still claims he did a lot of the main sound design somehow. Funnily enough, he doesn't say I too much. He says we. I wonder who the other it's Joey! It's always Joey! He shared a recent email from Retro's new audio manager to prove he worked on it, and he compliments the work Tellurico Studios did, but he says it like this. My hat is off to you, Tommy. And Joey? It's always Joey! What makes the story even funnier is how, you know, Tommy was on a TV show that reviewed games when Prime came out. Tommy didn't mention he worked on it, which makes sense, he was barely involved. But one fascinating thing that hasn't come up yet is Tommy just has terrible taste.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? The characters are incredibly stupid.
He complained about Prime's backtracking and scanning system,
Bruh.
stuff people love about the game, and absolutely refused to let Victor get a word in edgewise.
I had to scan every little
There's
thing.
a great
in every
story in there
room,
as well.
And that's a problem for me. But
I
the
enjoyed
worst,
all of that.
The worst problem about this game is the...
He gave it a 7.5, which according to Metacritic
I
would be
love
the absolute lowest.
I love reviewing things with other people where I totally talk over them the entire time and not let them say anything. That's
Or any remotely professional critic gave it at the time. Even less than the 8 the guy who wrote the text reviews for EP gave it. Tommy was not the biggest fan of this game, but now it's universally recognized as a masterpiece, he can't wait to tell you he was a huge part of it. It's kind of fascinating how these two supposed industry professionals each talk about their work. Joey doesn't mention Prime at all on his site. Presumably, he
I hate
doesn't
everything
consider
about
his
this.
work a large
7.5.
enough part of the finished game to go on a resume. Meanwhile, Tommy talks like he worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime. Oh, come on, H1, be reasonable. He doesn't say it like that. No, he says it like that.
I worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
But he said on his own website he left early. He left
Tommy's
so
the
early
Kanye
they
video
forgot to
game
put him in the
reviews.
credits. He knows he's not telling the truth when he says this. Okay, look. Maybe I'm just a gaming racist, but is it okay at this point to call this an obvious lie? It must be very difficult to
Sometimes-
work hand in hand with someone.
It's okay. It's not your fault. Systemically, gaming racism is real, and it's more of a systemic issue. It's built into the society we live in. So you just have to understand the preconceived levels of gaming racism that's just, you know, inherent to you in your position in society. You know what I mean, guys? It's in
on
your
a game
DNA.
they famously did not work on very much. Retro Studios is based in Texas. Miyamoto was a distant producer who occasionally gave notes. Several former Retro employees have even suggested he gave Metroid to a new company in America that hadn't made any games yet because he didn't
Tony,
like
it's how it
Metroid that
gets.
much. Some insinuating he didn't really get Metroid's type of gameplay. Miyamoto pawned off IPs like this repeatedly, actually. He visited Rare one day and made them turn a game they were making into a Star Fox game because he had no idea what else to do with Star Fox, and we all know how that turned out. It's actually pretty good. People are just mean. Prime is great, but it happened because Miyamoto
Aw, that's
outsourced an
sweet.
IP he didn't like to a bunch of Americans so he didn't have to think about it, which gives very different implications to Miyamoto asking Tommy to do the sound effects. So now almost every game he's bragged about working on has turned out to be a gross exaggeration. The only other games he talks about are Earthworm Jim and Aladdin. I guess there's one more, Guitar Hero.
Guitar Hero franchise. Did some work on...
Let me guess. He wrote all the songs for Guitar Hero. That's my guess. Oh, you know Through the Fire and Flames? Actually, I went to Dragon Force and said, hey guys, what if you did something like this?
Some of the first 3 Guitar Hero games. You know, like some of the games I've worked on. Disney's Aladdin.
You worked closely with all the bands.
Guitar Hero.
Am I a
Any of his
gaming
songs on the
racist if I
soundtrack?
ever picked Argonian and Elder Scrolls? Dude, Argonians are so cool, though.
No. Did he do sound effects? It doesn't look.
Wait, hold on one more time.
Hero.
Any of his songs on the soundtrack? No. Did he do sound effects? It doesn't look like it. Is he credited on any of the games? On one of them, yeah. According to a Joystick interview, rest in peace, comrade, he helped them get an Aerosmith song on too because his cousin is Steven Tyler of Aerosmith. He's in the credits of Guitar Hero 2.
Is he your content person, J.K. Law? What does that mean?
In the industry thanks section. His involvement seems, I don't know, kinda small. It's mostly people who championed the first Guitar Hero when it came out. You know, game journalists and celebrities. And Will Wheaton. Interestingly, alongside Brad Shoemaker, Ryan Davis, and of course Jeff Gershman, also in these credits is Patrick Klepek, who 15 years later would go on to make him delete a legal threat by asking him a basic question. This is the total extent I can find of Tommy's involvement with the Guitar Hero games. But I must be missing something. The way he brings it up, you'd think he was massively involved.
I worked on the Guitar Hero games.
Oh, you're saying this guy tells me how to make my videos? Yeah, actually.
The third one was Guitar Hero Aerosmith.
The executive producer of the Dragon Blitz stream is Tony Tennis Balls, yes. Tommy Toblerone over here, he actually is the executive producer of the Dragon Blitz stream.
Now you know why.
I want to assume Tommy was joking there, but at this point, I don't know.
That's why we don't stand for gaming racism in this stream. I will say it. Yep, gaming racism is not allowed. Because Tony does not stand, he does not allow it, okay?
Oh, the more you look at
You mean
Tommy's
Joey? No,
weird
Joey has no
exaggerations,
involvement except for all the sound
overstatements of
effects he made
credit,
for the stream.
His use of we to mean Joey, the more you see it. It starts to
How is
take
this
over
video
your
only
mind.
halfway done?
You
I
start
don't
to
know,
ask
dude.
yourself if even the stuff
I need
he
to stop
couldn't
pausing.
possibly be lying about is a lie. Like, okay, are those Guinness World Records real? I assumed even if everything else was fake, they would be real at least. There's no way anyone could get away with such an obvious lie. It would be too easy to check. But it turns out if something is easy to check, no one actually does.
No, dude. How is there still more to... How did he lie about
Let's
even
start
more
with the big
stuff?
one. The person who has worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
Is my voice
That's
actually...
what he calls it, at least.
I hold the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their life. My mother's very proud.
The person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud. For the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime. So that was pretty cool. My mother's very proud. For the person who's worked on the most...
The plot twist is actually H-Bomber Guy and Joey are the same person? Oh my god.
Most video games in their lifetime.
And they're all
kind of crazy, kind of a cool honor. My mother's very proud. The person who's worked on the most...
And they all have world record in the Hobbit speedrun was the joke I was going to make.
Most video games in their life. Yeah, my mother is very proud.
There's several problems with this one.
His mom
Let's
actually
start
did
with
all
how
the sound
number of
effects,
games
true.
he's worked on keeps expanding, and not in the sexy way. By the time of his first Guinness World Record in 2008, he'd worked on the production of 272 games. Around this time, he stopped
to
doing
get more
music for
exposure,
games
true.
and started focusing on video games
I
live.
bet his mom isn't even that proud.
Takes up such a huge part of your time and your career. So, have you ever considered going back to like full-time video game composing?
No.
There was this period in the early 2010s where the last game he'd officially worked on outside of Super Tofu Boy was Sonic and the Black Knight.
The last game I composed for was actually a Sonic game, and that was a couple years ago, but yeah.
But somehow, 2 years later, he had a record with over 300 games on it. In October 2017, he said he'd worked on over 300 games.
In fact, I have a Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime, over 300 games.
But by the time of the OOF stream in January 2020, just over 2 years later, it was over 350.
And I've worked on over 350 video games.
He had a busy couple of years there.
I read today 300 video games you've had your hands in. That can't be a real number.
Yeah, that's actually 350. Yeah, it's up to 350 now. That I know a lot of people in the industry. I've worked on 350 games in my career.
Okay, Tommy seems a little confused himself how many he's done. So, you know, just for his sake, we should probably double check how many. So, Is there a list somewhere? His Wikipedia page lists far less games than he says he's worked on.
But that's just
Fewer.
Wikipedia.
God damn it. I used Wikipedia for that visual earlier, showing the games he'd worked on in the early 2010s. Let's show everything else he did afterwards. Nothing. He cameoed in Retro City Rampage, and that's it, according
No,
to
actually,
Wikipedia.
it's like a million
His
billion
IMDb
games,
splits
actually.
his credits into a dozen different categories, but not games, television, and movies because it's a horrible website. And the composer and sound department credits have a bunch of games repeated in both.
It's 350 Sotens, yep.
Wow, he's credited for some of them 3 times. Even Messiah's in there twice. Earthworm Jim 2's in there 4 times? But even adding literally all the video game credits together, including all the duplicates, you get less than half the number he said he'd done 15 years ago. What the fuck is happening? His Moby Games page lists about 100. It's 613.
I figured it out. He's making games, but not releasing them. Obviously, he's making his own video games. He's just not releasing them.
AM right now, and my eyes went a bit blurry while I was counting. It could be like 98. Either way, it's a lot less than 350, and I'm not recounting this shit. And that's counting a bunch he's just in the thanks.
RPG Maker. Oh my god. He's just making games in RPG Maker. It makes sense.
For like Guitar Hero 2. It doesn't list Pro Skater because he's not in the credits for that,
Oops,
even though Moby
wrong button.
Games appear to have copy-pasted the official biography from his website, which claims he did. They somehow managed
Ask
to
his
get
mom,
Pro
she'll
Skater
confirm.
to link to the correct game page, but not to get the spelling right. Okay, none of these websites can be trusted. Thankfully, Tommy has taken it upon himself to make his own list of games on his website.
Nice.
This list is larger, and I mean a lot larger than the others, and since Tommy wrote it, there's some dubious names on here. Pro Skater and Guitar Hero are on there, and
Wait,
so
the
is Metroid.
N-Gage?
There's some dubious.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater for the Nokia N-Gage. There's no fucking way that you're getting credited for that.
Names on here. Pro Skater and Guitar Hero are on there, and so is Metroid Prime. Obviously, he personally held hands with the
Pro
development
Scatter,
team while they made
skibbity
it,
boo
but
bop
so is
bop.
Prime 2, a game I've never seen any mention of him touching anyone's hands on. Did they reuse some sounds him/Joe?
Oh, did it say Pro Scatter? Oh no, it says Skater.
Dubious names on here. Pro Skater and Guitar Hero are on there, and so is Metroid Prime. Obviously, he personally held hands with the development team while they made it, but so is Prime 2, a game I've never seen any mention of him touching anyone's hands on. Did they reuse some sounds him/Joey made, so that counts as working on both?
And I guess I can now add Roblox to that list of games.
If Tommy thinks he can put Roblox
The
on
other
the list
page
of
said
games
Pro
he has
Scatter. Nice.
worked on,
I'll say it. I want to see Tony Hawk's Pro Scatter, where he gets into scat battles, where he has to go skibbity doo bop bop, pow wow, doo bop bow wow. It's like rap battles, but you just make sound effects. And it has nothing to do with poop. Please and thank you. What word got auto-modded for? Did you say EPSXE? Because that is an auto-mod word.
justifications other games are on this list for. One of
Yeah,
Tommy's
pro
actually
shit.
interesting contributions to game history is early PlayStation 1 models came with a demo disc to show what the console could do.
His
and
shirt
some
got
of his
pooped,
music
true.
is in the menus and titles. The first sounds ever made by some early PlayStations would be music made by Tommy. This is kind of neat and cool. And it's also
Tommy
weird
Hawk.
seeing PlayStation demo disc in a list of games composed for. In general, this list has quite a bit of what we call padding. Tallarico Studios did additional music for the first Blood Rain, so that's one game worked on, right? Well, it's on Tommy's list 5 times as each console version along with PC and Mac. I'm not sure why you'd want to give Blood Rain such a strong presence on your resume, but each to their own. He also did the music for Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. An Earthworm Jim game is on his list 18 times!
Jesus.
Super Tofu Boy, a free Flash game Peter made he donated music to, is on here twice. You can run Flash games on the Mac too? Wow, that's an extra game worked on. Fuck you, Tommy. But even counting all of this, all the games he wasn't credited for but still puts on his list, the multiple times the same game is counted across many different consoles or computers or demo discs as specific games worked on, it's still a lot less than the number he says.
That's me
If you decide
extending
to
my
be a bit
essay with
mean and remove
filler
all the
words,
repeat
true.
games, you get around 175, almost 100 less than his first Guinness World Record said 15 years ago. So either he stopped updating his website, and IMDb, Moby Games, Wikipedia, and everywhere else also stopped
that makes
tracking
sense.
the games he worked on, Or, Bob, forgive me, the first American to ever work on Sonic is exaggerating again. In an interview in 2010, he said he worked on 280 video games, which is a Guinness World Record, actually inside the Guinness book as the person who worked on the most video games in their life. This
He's not in
sentence
the book,
almost
right?
made me cut my fucking head off.
He's not in the
Isn't
book?
Actually inside the Guinness Book of World Records.
He's not in the book?
Talking about here. Trust me, I checked.
What?
He is, however, inside that year's Guinness Book of World Records Gamers Edition. The Gamers Edition.
Hey, if you're saying the Gamers Edition isn't as valid as the real edition, then you're a gaming racist.
Is full of more game-centric records. Notice that it's also much smaller and the print quality is much worse. And
Wow, that's
generally
gaming
it's a lot less
racism.
prestigious than being in the actual book. My producer, Kat, left a comment on that line in the script saying, it's a bit like saying you gave a TED talk when really you just gave a TEDx talk. Not realizing how fucking funny she was being, because Tommy has done a TEDx talk.
My mother's very proud.
When his biography on his website calls it a TED talk. He
No.
is exactly that guy. She is so cool. I love her. Tommy is at least featured in the Gamers
Come
Edition.
on.
It's a 2-page interview about his career.
Back when
and
we were
video
truly
games life.
oppressed.
At the beginning of the interview, the author claims
Dude, this
Tommy
video
has
is so
worked on
fucking
more
good.
game soundtracks than anyone else.
This
They
video
don't
is
say
so
how they
good.
verified this or provide the list of games. It seems a bit like Tommy
This
just
video
told
is a
the
gift,
interviewer
I
this
know.
in the interview, and they repeated it
This-
as a
this video
factoid,
is my
assuming it
Christmas
was
gift to
true,
myself.
Because why would someone tell such an obvious lie? Whatever evidence he has backing up his claim is becoming difficult to find. Luckily, this wasn't too expensive on eBay. Supplies are quite low, but the demand... It's just me, basically. I mentioned how surprisingly cheap these were to Mandalore Gaming, and he started bulk buying them to leave in Airbnbs he stays in, like a sort of gamer-dian Bible. So if they seem more expensive now, it's because he's artificially
That's so
inflated the
funny.
price. Speaking of artificial
Hold on.
inflation...
You can just do that. You can just buy things and then leave them places, and then other people have to... Oh my God.
Even if the amount of games Tommy says
The
he's
Gamer
worked
Bible,
on was
dude.
completely true, there are still people who've worked on way more games. The record is just wrong. Even Guinness at some point recognized this. They actually changed the wording of the record at some point after he first got it. It's not person who has worked on the most games in a lifetime anymore, it's most prolific composer of game soundtracks. The Guinness website says that now, and the updated versions of Tommy's plaques say that too. So Guinness have done their best to correct this mistake. Tommy, however, has continued using the original name anyway for over a decade.
In fact, I own the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud.
Another one of those sweet little lies we've become accustomed to Tommy using. Although I can kind of understand this one, because the new name is even more obviously a lie. I know for a fact Tommy has not made 280 video game soundtracks. We need to acknowledge just how bonkers this clip is. He's saying most video games in a lifetime while showing footage of the new record with a different name. Bonus points for the fact the record says more than 300 games, but then it cuts to a list he wrote with less than 300 games on it. And just in case it needs to be said, no, Guinness are not a real record-keeping organization. They're a novelty book company. It's already a pretty common
Most prolific
joke that
composer
most
is
of
not
their
an achievement that you
records are
should
just
try to
silly
eclipse
stuff
with lies.
someone
True.
made up so they can have a record. Like, most baseball bats broken in 1 minute. That's a silly one I just made up now. Just kidding, it's real. I don't really mind if Guinness track a bunch of silly records. It's just a bit of fun, really. But they are an utterly for-profit organization, not just in terms of
Aw.
sales of books, but also sales of records.
And
Guinness
beer,
has an
don't forget the
entire
beer.
subsection on their website dedicated to business marketing solutions, promising they can help with PR and marketing campaigns, complete with a case studies section showing over
You
a
can actually
dozen
just buy
pages of
records? Yeah,
companies
he's
they
getting
got
to that point,
attention
I'm pretty
for
sure.
by helping them come up with a new record to break, like Canon with its longest digitally printed photograph. If you have the money, you can pay them to help you break a record.
Yep.
I have my suspicions a lot of the silly record holders are independently wealthy people. You know, some people just want a record to call their own to give their empty lives.
I don't understand. If they want a record, why don't they simply pick up a video game, start speedrunning, and just get the world record? That's what I did.
a sense of meaning. Guinness aren't purposefully keeping track of who's broken the most bats or wasted the most money on a Pokemon card.
Just get
Having
good.
a Guinness adjudicator on site to verify and give out the award on the day is super expensive, at minimum $10,000 plus transport and hotel costs. This stuff gets expensive fast. They aren't a neutral party tracking human achievements, they are a paid service, and many of their record holders are basically just customers. You'll notice that when it became clear someone else should have the record for most games made in a lifetime, they didn't give someone else the record, they changed it to one Tommy was more likely to have. I'm curious how much they charge for this service. Guinness's record search function claims
can make your
Tommy's
own silly
involved with two
categories.
more.
Exactly.
These are for Video Games Live. What great marketing these must have been. They are most video game concerts performed and largest audience for a live video
No,
game
Guinness
music
does not.
concert.
Guinness doesn't do speedrunning records anymore, I don't think. Maybe they did at one point. I don't remember, but there's zero shot my shit's in Guinness because I'm not reaching out to them, and I just don't care. Yeah, I think they used to, but not anymore. I think speedrunning is way too big of a hobby for them to try and keep track of it all. Punchy was in one? Yo, shout out to Punchy.
Quickly appreciate how
Most times
sneaky
playing so, and
these
that's me.
records are. VGL
Actually, that's
haven't
probably
come
not even
close to
true.
performing
Romscout
the
might still
most
have that record.
concerts,
He
but
played this
most
game a
video
lot.
game concerts. Now that's a record. And it's highly specific, so no one can challenge it. In fact, you literally can't challenge it. The Guinness website says these records are not accepting active submissions.
Damn.
This is a special record only Tommy can get. And wouldn't you believe it? At his 357th concert, one of those prohibitively expensive adjudicators turned up to hand him the latest version of these two records.
Remember a TV show where
But
they
let's
had
look
people come in and
closer
try
at largest
stuff?
audience
Remember
for a live
bouncing
video
dryer
game
machines?
music
Wait,
concert
what?
for a second.
The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Over 752,000 people watching us live in Beijing, China.
I know a lot about live streaming. In order to get 752,000 live viewers, Dream would need to reveal his cock and balls. Not just his face. Dream would have to do a cock and ball reveal. And you're telling me your shitty concert got that many views? Not buying it.
This would be pretty impressive. Would you be shocked if I told you Tommy's story is inaccurate? Not all of those 752,000
Cock and
people
ball
were
run
watching
when?
in
Tomorrow,
person
actually.
in Beijing. Some of them were watching it digitally on a live stream on a Chinese video website.
Biggest symphony show ever seen.
How many
live,
hours in?
752,000
13 minus
people
24, so
watching me live on stage.
10 and a half
I was in
hours.
Beijing.
It's a bit deceptive to say they were watching you live on stage when they were nowhere near the stage. How many people were actually there?
The famous Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium. We played there, 130,000 people inside.
Concerts do get more views than
600,000
most other
people
forms of
outside.
media.
I love that he says
That's
outside
fair.
when he means we're watching.
But I guess it
a
depends
live
on the
stream.
concert,
Like,
right?
Is he trying to imply hundreds of thousands of people stood outside just to hear his show? But 100k people attending a concert is still a lot. Still a lie, though. You know, I couldn't help but overhear what venue he said this took
Honestly,
place at.
if you told me Metallica was doing a fucking live stream concert on Twitch or on YouTube, I don't think I would watch. I don't think that breaks 500K. And that's fucking Metallica. If you tell, maybe like, who is the biggest pop artist right now? If they did a live stream of a concert, do they break 700,000? Maybe. Taylor Swift, maybe. BTS is popular, but also I feel like Korean or K-pop is somewhat niche. Kanye, yeah, I think Kanye's banned, bro. But still, like, I don't know, maybe.
Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium.
That's something I would like to
Bird's Nest
see.
is a beautiful stadium, and it must be amazing to play in
Kanye
front
on
of
Nico
130,000 people there. In case you're not familiar with the Bird's Nest, allow me to read you the beginning of its Wikipedia.
Okay, K-pop isn't niche, but it's also not like. Actually, I don't know anything about K-pop. I'm gonna shut the fuck up and sit my white ass down and listen. You're right. K-pop is the biggest music genre of all time.
Wikipedia page. You're an hour deep into a video about the Roblox oof. You don't have anything better to do. The National Stadium, also known as
Damn.
the Bird's Nest,
I got
is
owned.
an 80,000 capacity stadium in Beijing. I think I might
It's
have
a larger
noticed
industry than it is a
very
country.
small
Ow.
discrepancy. During the 2008 Olympics, it hit its record attendance of
Maybe I'm thinking of how
89,000
K-pop
people.
used to be
Tommy
when
is
I found
claiming
out
he
about
got
it like
better
10 years
attendance
ago.
than the Olympics and can fold space. But because it's Tommy, there are layers of mistruth happening here. You see, Tommy has the name of the venue wrong. Guinness has an article about this record, and they say it was set at the Beijing Exhibition Theatre, which is a different place. At first I thought this was just a one-off mistake. VGL have played both venues, but the thing is though, he always says it's the Bird's Nest.
There was the Bird's Nest in China, Beijing National Olympic Stadium, 750,000
Nickelback would have a huge audience.
Maybe he just has the names really mixed
the
up in his head.
2000s.
They
I
are
think
both
they've
in
pretty
Beijing
much
after
fallen
all,
off now.
Although it is a bit weird to forget where you set your Guinness World Record, but whatever. But is there maybe a reason he says the name of this theatre while claiming he played to hundreds of thousands of people? Well, there's one. It would be even more impossible
I have to hate
play
video
to
games live now.
130,000
No, you
people
don't
at a
have to.
theatre with only 2,700 seats. The Guinness article also happens to mention the actual number of people physically at the concert, 2,086 people. So even when Guinness has the numbers, he still makes shit up. Tommy, anyone can check this. What are you doing? I don't trust that many people were watching the live stream either. There's no easily obtainable record of the live viewership from the Chinese streaming platform this appeared on, so we, and apparently also Guinness, just have to take Tommy's word for it that almost exactly 750,000 people watched this live. And considering we just caught him lying about this exact thing, I have my doubts. Even though he has a record with a specific number written on it, the number keeps changing. In an interview in the 2017 Guinness Book of World Records, the Gamers edition, of course, he directly
Gamers, rise
claims
up!
over 1 million people saw that show live. I cannot stress this enough. He is literally lying to Guinness about a record Guinness just gave him. I can't fucking believe it.
Guinness is like, here's your record for this specific number. Let's interview you about the record. Actually, it was bigger. No, but we gave you the record and it says 700. No, it was actually 1 million. Okay, sure.
I can't fucking believe it.
It was
That's
actually
all
Infinity
three
plus
of the
one,
records
yeah.
Guinness appears to have on file for Tommy Tallarico. Tommy seems to know better, though. His list of awards on his website says he has 4, the 4th one being most video game concerts in a year, a record I cannot find anywhere other than his list of awards and other interviews with Tommy. So I don't know, maybe he has 4. Well, his biography says he currently holds 5, so I don't know, the numbers just keep going up. Can he at least get the record straight?
This is a
on
train
the
wreck I can't look
number
away
of
from.
records?
True.
Okay, to be fair, he has recently updated it. Lately, he started saying he has 7.
I have seven Guinness World Records for.
Guinness? I'm sorry, one more time for me, Tony.
7.
I have seven Guinness
Guinness.
World Records for different things.
So what are all the others? You know, for a guy who...
If his live stream got over 1 million people, let's say this live stream right now has over 1 million people in it right now. That's probably true, right?
Let's be frank. Fucking
Right,
loves
guys?
bragging about all
Can
the...
you guys all make 100,000 fucking fake accounts and watch me, please, so I can get 1 million views, so that way we can beat Tommy Toblerone over here? Gummies.
shit he's done.
I've worked with everybody. I was the first American.
Tommy is uncharacteristically modest about saying
I've
what
worked
these
with
other
every
4
human on the
records
planet.
are. In a Reddit AMA a few years back, he said he has 7, but just to avoid wasting people's time, he only listed 3 of them. Would you like to guess which 3? When someone directly asks him to list the records, he sheepishly adds most game concerts in a year, but that's it. The others are like ghosts.
Tommy, how many Guinness World Records?
Because I am a mother. Fair enough.
So I have 7. One of the ones I have is the most symphony shows in a single year. But I would say there's 3 big ones. The 3 big ones are most shows.
It's a world record. Why are only 3 of them big? If you had more world records, you would probably be willing to,
biggest live show ever seen, and then the most video games. So I have a total of 7, but there's 3 big ones.
He doesn't even have a riddle prepared for this one. He just refuses to tell people. He's so shy. all of a sudden. Luckily for us, in Tommy's investor videos for the Amico, we can see at least 5 of them. So let's just take a look and find out for ourselves. In the center we have most prolific composer of soundtracks. Okay, can't verify he's done that many games, but we at least know that one. The 2 either side say most video game concerts and largest audience. Those are the 3 we know he has. Now for the mystery ones. To the right we have the record for the most video game concerts This is the same record. This is the previous version. This one's from 2014 with 293 shows. What about the one on the left? The longest video games live, which has performed 260. These are the same 3 records. It's starting to look like there's a good reason the other 4 records.
See, when I got the Symphony of the Night world record, I just copy and pasted it. So now I have 1 million. Guys, you want to see how many world records I have actually? Hold on. Hold on. So these are my world records, right? All these that say first, but actually, holy shit, I got it. Sheesh. Wait, why do I got so many? Hold on. Ooh. Damn, that's a lot. Wait, hold on. Is this guy good at Soden or something? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Oh shit. Damn. Ooh, sheesh. No, guys, look, I even have more leaderboards records, because if I go to show obsoleted runs, I had this world record, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and this was world record too, and then this one, and this one, and this one, and this was a world record when it was, and this was also a world record, and this was also a world record, and this was also a world record at the time. That's basically what Tony Toblerone is doing. That's like me saying I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 any % world records at the same time. Let's not even get started on all bosses. Glitchless even? Look at all those. Yo, Jupiter, nice. Put it in my bio. I have 69 Symphony of the Night world records. Yeah, pretty much.
Don't get mentioned much. In one house tour he gave in 2017, he has them all laid out on the floor, where they appear to have sat for 5 years now. Look, I'm not going to
tag Tony Toblerone.
7 different Guinness World Records.
There's 7 of them.
Mr. Cuccaroni and me have no reason to discuss anything.
I'm not sure how these can be 7 different records if when you pause the video and look, several of them are the same. And I think when people get too up close and personal
7 times, 12 times, any % world record. It might even be more than 12 times, but you know, that's also cool.
And then this weird cut happens.
That was the first one. That was the first one. Yep. And then for the shows, and then the... Where's he?
Be jealous.
I didn't edit that in, I swear.
Nice
I'd
cut.
love to know what happened between these 2 clips. Here's yet another fun fact. Guinness charges separately for the award certificate and the plaque it comes in. They have a unique design they don't change very often, and they're pretty expensive. When Tommy got these 2 in 2014, it looks like he just bought 2 picture frames from a store. I guess when you have so many versions of the same record already, you get sick of paying full price for them. I'm not just bringing this up to make fun of him, although I am, but it's actually really useful data. You know how I mentioned Guinness renamed his most games record? In this one tour with the super awkward edit, another funny thing happens. Tommy reads out that record, right?
This is the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
But because he got a shitty frame for this one, we can check and see the record he's reading from says something else.
For the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
Tommy refuses to acknowledge the new title and pretends it has the old wrong name because it's a bit more prestigious. He's lying about the text of a record he is literally holding in his hands and pretending to read from. This guy's a fucking genius. How has he never been caught? I feel like I'm going crazy. You know how the concert records say video game concerts? If you've been paying attention, you'll notice Tommy always says it's for symphony concerts or symphonic concerts.
Biggest symphony show
Can
ever
we get
seen
that
live.
point?
The most symphony shows ever done. The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Biggest symphony show ever seen live.
Tommy knows his video game concert record is extremely stupid, and out of embarrassment he calls it something else. Oh, maybe it's not deliberate, maybe he just got the name wrong. No, I can prove it. Here's a time he does that while pointing at it and pretending to read it.
Here's one.
Largest audience.
Largest audience ever to see a symphonic concert live. 752,000 people.
people.
We can see what the record says in the previous shot, Tommy. Okay, let's wrap this up. How
Those are
many
my
records
symphonies of
does
the
Tommy
night.
have? Through a list of games that cannot be found but keeps exploding, and by making up new definitions of concert, it looks like Tommy has about 3. But he owns 7 plaques of them, so he tells people he has 7 different Guinness World Records. And maybe he does have a most video game concerts in a year one, and it's just never visible in shots of his records. Guinness only has 3 records in their search, though. Well, had. I was going to move on from Guinness at this point, but then there was a new development in the search for Tommy's list of games.
No.
After looking everywhere for the list of
How does this video keep
350+
going?
games Tommy's supposedly worked on, or I guess composed for now, we realized there was one place that would definitely have one. Guinness themselves. So we emailed them. And by we, I mean Kat did it for me, she did all the work. That's what people mean when they say we. They mean someone else did it for me. We worked on the oof sound. Yeah, right, I know this trick, Tommy. We, Kat, asked them what evidence was provided for the record and how it was verified. Guinness were really polite and got back to us very quickly. Here was their response. The record title in question is one of our consultant records.
What do we have
which
for
are not open
damage?
to standard applications. They are
775.
confirmed by specialist consultants that we approve. Our expert external consultants that we use for records of this kind often have professional links to the field in question, i.e. video games. These titles are research-based rather than evidence-based. Thanks. First off, this email provides me the incredible quote that the record is not evidence-based, which is just fantastic. Thank you very much for that. This is one of the situations where if you did the research, you would have the evidence. This doesn't require specialist consultation. It's a list of games. On top of that, this implies Guinness have never seen a list either. The record was verified by a consultant, so someone, somewhere, says Tommy has worked on this many games, and Guinness believes them. But then, something even stranger happened. Previously, when you typed Tommy's name into Guinness's record search, that record came up. One of the other VGL records came up because he's mentioned by name on that record, the other one doesn't. So those are the ones
Those
that
are
came
games
up.
that are in fact
This is a
games.
screenshot I took in early September. Anyway, after we emailed them asking how they verified it, I realized I needed to take another screenshot because I'd scribbled all over one of them, so I went back, and the record didn't come up. Just the other one did. Right after we emailed them asking them where their evidence was, and they said they
deleted the
didn't have
record.
it, the record disappeared. Did we just get one of Tommy's records deleted? Oh no! I didn't mean to do this. I just wanted to see a list of games.
Wait.
Tommy, if you're watching this, it wasn't me, it was Kat. Please don't.
You can just make them delete records? Hold up.
So now the brakes have come off and this video is spiraling out of my control. I've lost all hope of figuring out what Tommy is doing or why. Doing the early research before this all happened, it got kind of nostalgic going back and rewatching ancient episodes of Electric Playground and Reviews on the Run, and watching Tommy do his wacky boobery and yell at Victor when he says normal things like Metroid Prime is fun. I was trying to remember if I ever found Tommy funny or if I was always just laughing at him, you know?
You know what I gotta say to you? I don't care what you think.
Even doing that level of research, I fell back into an ancient drama I saw unfold as a kid and completely forgot about. Tommy's awful opinions used to be a running joke on forums discussing his show's reviews. People would bring up he gave Smash Bros. Melee, one of the most beloved games in human history, a 2.5 out of 10. It was a
I'm sorry, what now? Super Smash Brothers Melee at 2. All of those other things, Tommy, I was willing to forgive you. All of the stealing, all the lies, but this is unforgivable.
huge.
He couldn't wave dash. He's literally the guy that's like, you're cheating. That's wave cheating, bro. Stop wave cheating. We still have 33 minutes left. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm done pausing. I'm done pausing.
Fan as a
No pausing for the rest of the video.
They shot some videos at his house and even did an episode of their podcast there. I remember watching this on my iPod Nano on the bus.
He's gonna literally, he's gonna be convicted of murder by the end of this
Smash
video.
Brothers Brawl had come out, and the gang made fun of his old review as well.
Smash Brothers is now released. That's right. Tom has gone on record saying his favorite game series of all time.
There's this awful rumor on the internet, as there always is, that I gave Smash Brothers like a 2.5 or something. And so the reality is that we never actually reviewed Smash Brothers ever on
Really?
G4.
Never.
So people on the internet who say that I gave Smash Brothers a low score.
Never happened.
Tommy is pointing to the giant model dinosaur he has in his garden. Anyway, it's clear this rumor really gets to him. In an IGN
Roll
thread
the
about
clip.
his Mario Galaxy review, this comes up, and Tommy T shows up to defend himself because he Googles his name and has nothing better to do. He claims it's not true, but refuses to say what the real score was because he thinks it's fun watching people spout nonsense. So Tommy never gave Melee a 2.5. That's just a rumor. Leave him alone. Here's Tommy's review of Smash Bros. Melee.
What do you think about Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube?
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, it's another GameCube letdown, another GameCube disappointment in my book.
3 out of 10.
I give it a 2.5.
He said this on TV. People saw him. The footage exists. This
I'm mad at Tommy, but who the fuck is this other guy saying it's a 3?
isn't speculation. When Tommy does something people criticize him for, even something dumb that doesn't need defending, like a video game opinion.
Guys, it was actually, that's not real. That video is a deep fake.
Why would you lie about something so stupid and easy to check?
Fuck you,
I'm
Victor.
reaching the point where if Tommy says something, it's easier to assume he made it up. His website used to have a page of famous people seen wearing Tallarico Studios t-shirts, which is a weird thing to document in the first place. But the thing is, though, every single picture on it is photoshopped.
Of course.
Like, what was his goal
God
here?
damn
What is he even
He got
trying
deepfaked
to
in the
do?
year 2000,
Tommy's
yes.
stratospheric levels of clout chasing have hit a point where I literally can't tell if he's joking. He has a gallery page with pictures of him performing
He's
in
smoking
magazines and so on, and there's a celebrities section showing off
Tommy
all the cool
actually,
people he's
created the
stood next
Mandela
to.
effect.
Wow, he's really proud of some of them because he keeps reposting them. This Jamie
This
Lee
keeps getting
Curtis
sadder,
picture
I
pops up
know,
on his
dude.
Twitter when she's in the news or it's her birthday.
This is the
She's a
saddest
wonderful,
human of all
kind,
time.
and talented human being and a fan of my video games live show. But one of the pictures on here is really strange. This one is of the Dalai Lama, apparently. Before the Amico situation deteriorated to the point he stepped down, he used to post on the Atari Age forums, and people were discussing the Amico's Karma gaming engine, a feature Tommy later admitted he made up, by the way.
Karma
During the
gaming
conversation
engine?
about Karma, someone referenced the Dalai Lama, so of course, he reposted that picture and said he met him in London and he liked his music. The issue here is this later turned out to be a wax statue of the Dalai Lama from the Madame Tussauds in London. This is an example of what I've decided to call the Tallarico event horizon. Tommy has lied so much about so many things.
Bro, he invented the
I can't even
Mandela
tell
effect.
if this is meant to be a joke. Is he doing a bit? Is Tommy Tallarico a CIA experiment to see how far you can get in the liberal games industry by just making shit up? Is Tommy Tallarico just a shadow on the wall of a cave? I started making this video because I thought a sound effect was funny. I
This is
can't
the
tell
best
if he's
video of all
joking or if
time.
he genuinely wants to convince people he met the Dalai Lama. Like I said, this was in a conversation about an Amico feature it turned out he made up.
We have something
Does that guy have
called
poo on his
a
shirt? Yes.
Karma gaming engine.
Don't worry, that's
And
normal.
What that means is that everybody, no matter what your skill level,
Most
can
lies on the
feel
internet.
Like you have
I think
a
that's
chance
still,
and that you're in the game.
I'm interested in the fact that you're using the Karma gaming engine. Where did that come from?
Okay, so the Karma gaming engine is just some shit we made up.
This is a video about the Roblox oof sound by H-Bomber guy. And the Roblox oof sound, we haven't heard from it about it in the last 30 minutes. This video is amazing.
Like he literally made it up to get people to invest and admitted it later. Everywhere you look, Tommy is trying to build more prestige.
I just made
in
that
ways
shit up,
that
bro.
Make no sense. Once Tommy had fled the Atari Age forums after calling everyone a gaming racist and stepping down, people
did
started
say gaming
posting about
racist.
how
That
weird he was
did
being.
happen.
And a guy told a story there about how he ran a display at the Houston Arcade Expo in 2018 showing off old Intellivision
Sorry, did I say 30
stuff
minutes? I meant
right
an
when
hour.
the Amico had just been announced. So he asked Tommy if he wanted him to put out some business cards advertising the Amico, which he did. His display won an award at the show, and when he mentioned this to Tommy, he allegedly asked him to mail him the award. If this story is true, Tommy just assumed that this award belonged to him. This is just an allegation. Normally I wouldn't bother putting this in the video,
up, Bildo?
but the problem is it tracks so well with a lifetime of taking credit for things he didn't do and making up awards. I find this story too believable not to mention. Still, this doesn't mean Tommy hasn't done good work in the industry or had any legitimate achievements. To properly recognize the good work he's done, we ought to talk about GANG. The Game Audio Network Guild is a group of industry professionals dedicated to improving the craft, helping people network, and recognizing people's achievements with awards. Tommy has won a lot of awards from the guild over the years, at least 16 by my count, and
Is
he's
the Mega Man
clearly very proud of
X6
them
song
because
in
he
the
puts them
background?
all up next to his Guinness World Records.
No, it's not.
Tommy Tallarico is also the founder of Gang.
Recently, I founded a nonprofit organization called the Game Audio Network Guild, or GANG.
It's really funny seeing Tommy give tours of his house in his Gang t-shirt and of his office with his Gang desktop background, and then going to his website and seeing 16 awards
Real life
from the
George
group he founded
Costanza?
and was
No,
on the
dude.
board of directors of.
George
at the
is
time.
way
Tommy
better than this
Tallarico,
guy.
composer and sound designer for video games, also the president of the Game Audio Network Guild, also known as GANG.
Gang even gave an award for Best Sound Library to that sound pack he made, with Joey's help. They've only given out that award 4 times in their 20-year existence, by the way.
And again, these are award-winning sound effects.
At least we know the sounds in the Roblox kit really are award-winning. Like, at this point, research for a video that was supposed to be about the Roblox oof has gone so far off course that I needed, like, something that was baseline obviously true to hang on to so I could return to sanity. So I asked myself what I thought would be the most obvious question. Was Tommy even on Cribs?
On YouTube, like I said, there's videos of your house and your
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
What?
You did it MTV Cribs?
Yeah. Yeah, they tour my house.
Didn't you have an episode of MTV Cribs back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, he tells people it was Cribs. He uploaded a video to his YouTube channel saying it was Cribs.
No.
So was it?
No.
No! Cribs is, you know, a TV show. It has lists of episodes. You can just check. It was obviously a lie the entire time. I don't know how no one called him on it. Do gamers just not know what Cribs is? Cribs went to the home of massively successful musicians like Snoop Dogg and Maroon 5, or other really big celebrities like Tony fucking Hawk. They did not go to the home of the guy who
Tony Hawk, the guy who made his soundtrack, the sound effects for his video game?
might have made some of the skateboard sounds for his game.
No,
Absolutely no normal
everybody knows
person
Tommy
watching
Tolentino.
MTV in the mid-2000s
It's Tommy
is gonna
Hawk.
know who Thomas the Tallarico Engine even is. He did the soundtrack to Earthworm Jim. He's not a celebrity. Nobody gives a shit about his fucking fountain.
The waterfall here.
Everybody needs 7 waterfalls in their house.
At night, oddly enough.
My mother's very proud. Cribs had very specific motion graphics, and they always showed the same
pro
factoids at the
scatter,
beginning
yeah.
every time, using the same visual. This video just has a wall of text. MTV had a very specific vibe with its backing tracks. This thing uses easily identifiable stock music. So identifiable, YouTube flagged it. But if it wasn't Cribs, then what was it? Someone in the comments says they saw this on a disc that came with a gaming magazine back in the day, but I think they're thinking of the other times he did that. Because Tommy's a massive narcissist, his website has a video section with a meticulous collection of his appearances, and links to them on YouTube, some of which he uploaded himself. He links this one and calls it MTV Cribs here too, along with 2 of his PlayStation Magazine appearances. But here's the thing, Tommy's website is ancient and has several much older versions preserved on the Internet Archive. On the version from 2004, before YouTube was a thing, he would just put the videos on his own site. Many of the videos on the old site
I will never
ended
be
up
as bad
links
as him,
to YouTube
true.
videos on the new one. The PlayStation Magazine house tour.
This is
and
the
interviews
saddest
are here,
human to
along
ever
with this
exist, I
around
feel
the
like.
world in 80 games thing. There doesn't seem to be a Cribs video on the old version of the site, which is a bit of a red flag. Additionally, there's one house tour that didn't seem to make it to the new one, done by Gamer TV. The video itself on Tommy's site wasn't archived, but Gamer.tv was a show from the UK about gaming hosted by Sam Delaney. One episode had a feature on ways to make money in the game industry.
Donkey Kong guy is
professional
also
gamers,
very
voice
sad.
actors,
They're both
and, of
pretty-
course,
they're both
a
up
certain
there.
composer.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer for video games.
Hey, wait a second.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer for video games.
So this episode is using a cut down version of the footage we saw in Tommy's video. So now we know who really shot this footage. Gamer.tv used to have a website, Gamer.tv. Oh, that's clever. It's down now, but in archives it's clear the site used to have a video section with extra stuff. One of the extra videos appears to be about a gamer with a Ferrari and a luxury
At
home.
least I'm not
I
Tommy,
think
yeah.
Gamer.tv met Tommy and toured his house, used clips from this in their show, and uploaded the entire house tour as a bonus feature to their website. The video linked here is sadly not archived either, at least not directly. It was preserved if, say, Tommy downloaded it and put it on his own website, and then later moved his video archive to YouTube.
The video is still
This
going,
is a kind
yes.
of cool
Tommy
act
has
of
not
video
stopped
preservation,
Tobleroning.
except for the part where it somehow ended up being called MTV Cribs. How did that happen? I mean, the file on his website was named correctly. This would be a difficult thing to get wrong unless he did it on purpose.
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
Is Tommy just like a pathological liar? Does he have to lie to
Honestly?
sound more interesting no
Yeah.
matter what? Like how he went from saying he did some sounds for Prime to saying he worked on it with Miyamoto for 5 years?
Yeah.
Or how he went from being one of the voices in Pro Skater to the audio director? Or how he went from doing 3 songs for Sonic and the Black Knight in 2009 to being the first American to ever get to kiss Sonic on his little mouth? Every time something comes up again,
Dude,
the
I wish
lie
I
has
was the
get
first American
bigger.
to kiss
In that
Sonic.
newer house tour I showed, the guy asks Tommy about if it was featured on Cribs, and he says it was on there more than once.
Tommy Tellerica.
This guy loves to lie. It's great.
MTV
Good for him.
Crib, which this has been on the MTV Cribs, right?
A couple times.
Yeah.
Why is he like this? Why are you like this?
I left for a bit.
know
I
you're
thought the
still
player was
watching,
continuing
Tommy.
from where I left off.
Explain
No, this video
yourself.
just takes
what
forever,
are you doing?
dude.
What are you fucking doing?
Crime time. Uh-oh. Wait, I was joking earlier when I said this video ends with him killing a person.
So, yeah, maybe every single thing Tommy has ever said is a lie. Maybe some of it is true, but bear in mind that even if Tommy has lied, that isn't like a crime. You can just lie to people. Watch, I am a trained helicopter pilot. See, you can just say things. No one can stop you. However, there are times when lying does become a crime. And Tommy would know this intimately because it cost him $100,000. In 2009, after putting on a video games live event in Brazil, Tommy returned to America with over $100,000 in cash on his person. When you enter America with more than $10,000, you have to declare it for money laundering and trafficking reasons. Tommy knew he had to do this, but for some reason he didn't. His business associate, who was also
For some
his
reason,
brother,
it's called
filed
money
a customs
laundering.
declaration on their common behalf, denying they were bringing that much money into the country. Tommy knew this was false. When he was caught
like
at a
tax
TSA
evasion or
checkpoint
something,
with a
right?
bag with $100 grand in it, there were some serious questions. He quickly made up a story to explain himself. He told them he didn't need to declare the money because he had distributed it among his band members during the flight in amounts less than $10,000, and then took the money back once they were through customs, so no one needed to declare anything. Tommy thought
That's
he
a
was
crime.
being clever, but he had just accidentally confessed to the crime of structuring, where you deliberately avoid
Yeah, that's a
regulations
crime.
by pulling stunts like this. Structuring is a federal felony, with huge fines and up to 5 years in prison attached to it. Later, he came clean and told investigators he lied and made up that story, and actually he just took the money over the border himself. So when I call Tommy a liar, that's not just my opinion. There is also a legal document signed by him admitting to it. Looking deeper into United States v. Tallarico, that's its name, Tommy pled guilty, was placed on probation for a year, forfeited the $102,000 seized by customs, and had to pay a $1,000 fine, plus a $25 assessment fee. America. There's a really interesting lesson here. In the game industry, you can just lie about what games you worked on, what sounds
This
you
is
made,
an
and whether you
assassination,
worked
yeah.
on Cribs, and the only real repercussion
This is a video
people finding
assassination.
you unpleasant. But if you try that with the TSA while carrying a large, unexplained bag of money, there can be consequences. There are other ways lying can be a crime too. For example, if you lie to potential investors to get their money. During one of Tommy's many attempts to
I
find
was saying
investors
earlier
for
this
the
was a
Rico,
crime.
He told the
I was
exact
right.
kind of Tommy-esque tall tales you would expect from him, but in a situation where doing so can get you in serious trouble.
should have given
In
it back to
February
Brazil, true.
2021, he recorded this video for potential investors and lists the team of so-called Avengers working at Intellivision, one of whom was Kara Acker, a former marketing manager at Mattel on Disney Princesses and especially Frozen, which would be a great find for the company, and thinking she was on board might well have helped convince investors to part with their money. If we scroll slightly higher on her LinkedIn though, we can see she actually left Intellivision in 2020.
Oh,
but here's Tommy telling people in 2021, after she was gone, he has her on board, so you should definitely invest.
Our VP of global marketing used to work at Mattel as one of the global brand managers over there, right? And she was in charge of the Disney brand within Mattel, so that's a double bonus there.
Is there a word for lying to people? For money? If this convinced people to invest, they have grounds to say they were lied
Also,
to
we're doing
about the status of the
777
company.
damage. Let's go.
You can't just pretend
Pog
people
champ.
still work for you. On their Republic crowdfunding campaign, which raised $11.5 million, the
Scam.
pitch video for these investors featured Acker heavily in Tommy's disgusting Egypt room as VP of Global Marketing. She was front and
See,
center
I like
as
a
one of
good
the
scam or
intended
two, but
draws
this
to
guy took it
investors.
too
She
far.
was basically the company's pharaoh. She's also still shown on the list of team members, including, ironically, a link to her LinkedIn LinkedIn, which will tell you she's actually gone. This crowdfunding campaign ended in 2021. There was a period of 4 months minimum where people were investing based on a video and information which was not accurate at the time and never corrected. The Intellivision website listed Acker as VP of Global Marketing as late as July 2021, according to the Internet Archive. Did the guy who ran the website quit too? Investors using this website as a source of information would have a hard time confirming who was actually at the company.
Investors don't give you millions of dollars unless you have hard, cold facts.
I certainly hope there's some facts I missed here. People gave this company millions of dollars. Like seriously, I hope for Intellivision's sake, Acker just put the wrong date on her LinkedIn, or there's going to be some questions. In fact,
this is
if
a
you
good
click
stream.
the
I'm enjoying
invest
this.
button on the Intellivision website, it takes you to the same video with Acker still in it.
You know the Avengers, right? Marvel Avengers, you know, they're the super team of superheroes ready to save the world.
Also on Tommy's list
I've never heard of the
was Jay
Avengers,
Allard,
Tommy.
the co-founder of the Xbox and Xbox Live. This would make the company look like it was on the right track and had some really good minds attached to it.
I was running the
However,
company.
Allard decided he wasn't a good fit and left the company. In 2020.
Here's another one. How about the guy who co-founded and co-created the Xbox, right?
When Tommy was saying Allard was on the team in this footage, to get people's money, Allard was already gone. He was gone to such an extent, he didn't just change his LinkedIn to say he wasn't at the company anymore, he removed it from his page completely. Allard unworked at Intellivision. And after this happened, Tommy was shooting a new video telling people he was in the Amico Avengers.
I mean, this guy doesn't even need to work anymore, but he loves our idea and concept so much that he joined the team and has been making huge contributions.
This particular comment is incredible, because on another investment platform,
This guy just
remember
doesn't
Fig,
stop.
Tommy had previously bragged about Allard's involvement in that investor video too. He was actually at the company when this one was made at least, and Intellivision's share offering documents on Fig also claimed Allard was involved and that he was the global managing director. A while after Allard had left, the SEC noticed Intellivision's Fig was still advertising he was there. Investors were technically being deceived. Also, a major member of staff, like the global managing director, leaving could be causing problems with making the product they were promising to investors, you know? So they asked Fig what was going on. Orally, someone at a government agency physically asked someone at Fig what the hell was happening at Intellivision. Fig asked Intellivision to clarify. Intellivision panicked and said they would change the documents, and product development was unaffected by his leaving because, to quote Fig quoting Intellivision, he has not played a material role in product development considering his contributions.
He joined the team and has been making huge contributions.
This is footage of a CEO right before his company tells a major government agency Allard is gone and hadn't made meaningful contributions, telling people he's on the team and has been making huge contributions to get their money. I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a helicopter pilot, but I don't think it gets worse than this.
You know, this is the kind of thing that's like, really, I mean, talk about a slam dunk.
The people working at the company
Somebody's
are the main
getting
pitch
dunked.
for the Amico. Invest in me, I don't lose, I have the best team.
I've been a winner in this industry my whole career.
And then the product
don't
never came out
lose.
after
And
millions
what
of
I've done
dollars
is
of
packed
investment.
our team with other
What's up,
people
Zazamel?
who are winners.
Several of his key team members weren't working there anymore when he
You steal
recorded
money
this.
and make them your
One of them
fools.
had even scrubbed it from his LinkedIn. I don't think this is giving potential investors an accurate impression of what they're buying into. This is the exact kind of thing Tommy normally does, but in this context, it's really bad. And this brings us to the real question at the center of all this. The big thing we've been avoiding for the last hour while we circle the drain. But we can't avoid it anymore. Did Tommy make the funny baby sound effect? Remember when that was the point of the video? When we
Oh my
look at the sum
God.
collective of all of his claims, the Tallarico totality, if you will, and we put it in context with reality, when Tommy says he created the oof, this might just be me, but I don't believe him. Although at this point, if Tommy confessed to a murder, I would assume he was just trying to be cool. I'm sure if I was a more reasonable person, I could say the evidence is all inconclusive and Tommy could have worked on the sound, maybe, but right now, all I know is Tommy is a huge liar, and I hate him, and he made me forget what this video is about.
Honestly, me too. Holy shit.
I promise you, when I started making this video, my goal was to make something short for once. Take a break from my longer projects to make a quick video, quickly, so people knew I was alive. I did not expect, while I was doing research, for a rabbit hole to open beneath my feet and to fall Wile E. Coyote style into an abyss of lies and
I went to
madness,
Tommy
and
Law
seemingly
School of
getting one of
Law.
his Guinness World Records sent to the
Nice.
fucking Shadow Realm. I didn't choose this. This happened to me, and I'm not happy about it. I wanted this to be a story about how
He got
in
hit
our
with the
modern
Tommy
age, we
brainworms.
don't take ownership of artists' work seriously enough, through the lens of a sound effect that had been reused without credit for over a decade. But the people not being
This video has
credited in this
had
story are the
almost 4
hardworking
million
folks
views.
under
It probably got
Tommy
a couple
who he has
$1,000.
taken credit from over the years, and the original.
You can estimate you probably make, and this is a long ass video, so he probably made like probably over 10K from this video, probably way more than 10K actually. This video is probably close to 15K if I had to guess. That's just a guess though. But yeah, he probably made decent money off this video.
Original voice actor, none of whom will see any of the money Tommy makes from selling their sound today.
I've
It
never
is
finished a
incredibly
Castlevania
easy
game,
for hard
true.
work to be exploited by corporations, and
He
one
also
of
does
those
have a big
corporations
Patreon, that is
happens
true.
to be called Tommy Tallarico Studios Incorporated. But that's really a structural problem, and we already all know capitalism is bad. Statistically, your most formative memories are of a global financial crisis. You don't need that lecture from me. I think the unique lesson of
Ouch.
this story is
That
about,
hits close to
well,
home, dude.
records in multiple senses of the word. What's really at stake here is history, how these events and people will be remembered. Tommy has cultivated such a reputation that when I asked about the origins of a famous punch sound effect on Twitter, someone independently brought him up and said they assume he must have done it. He seems to have done everything. At least he says he has. The man has successfully inserted himself into conversations about sound effects he didn't even make.
This
while
is
the
a
people
Giga
who
documentary,
did the work
true.
attributed to him evaporate into namelessness. No one knows who Joey Kuras is, and he made the sound effects people think Tommy did. He worked on fucking Fortnite. I've heard his sound effects as they blast my Silver Surfer into dust. It's not right for him and people like him to be forgotten. Games have always had problems crediting authors correctly. Early games were seen as products first and creative works second, so credit wasn't taken seriously. Creators used to not be allowed to put their name on the game and had to hide them in Easter eggs. Mark Cerny, ironically another good candidate for first American to work on Sonic, wasn't allowed to keep any of his work or design documents when he was
Damn.
working at Atari, and his games were considered Atari creations, not
That's
his.
fucked.
His source code, notes, and documentation were only preserved because someone got them out of a dumpster when Atari closed the office and threw it all out. This problem
Damn.
has especially contributed to the perception of women working in games. Yoko Shimomura, one of the most well-known video game music composers today, a veritable
She to
industry
go.
icon,
She
one
to
might
go.
say, composed all but 3 of the tracks on the original arcade version of Street Fighter II. But due to Capcom's crediting policy at the time, she was credited via a pseudonym. For her music's appearance on console releases
We
and
are
updated
at
versions of
781.
the game, she was not credited for her compositions at all. All credit was given to the people who translated them to the new formats. Her contributions to game music history are
No, I
only
feel bad for a
recognized
different reason,
properly
I know.
decades afterwards, because her early career was rendered invisible, music she wrote often being credited to someone else. This was widespread at the company. The Capcom sound team throughout the 80s and early 90s was almost entirely women. Just think about that for a second. An extremely influential group of female early game composers, all credited through pseudonyms, or sometimes not at all, and with the ports
Damn.
of music they composed credited to someone else. Maybe one of the reasons game development is perceived as a male-dominated industry is because all the women who've always been here keep getting left out of the history they wrote. If you're interested in the topic, I recommend The Street
Damn.
Fighter Lady and Female Credit by Andy Lemon and Hillegonda Rietveld. I've linked them in the description and plagiarized them heavily in this section of the video. But even when people
Hell yeah,
are credited,
plagiarism.
the recognition can easily be
Let's
minimized.
go.
Joey did some of the music for the Terminator Sega CD game, but as you can imagine, this information has been rendered obscure thanks to a much larger musician making sure his name is remembered first. The official CD release of the soundtrack has Tommy V. Tallarico stamped on the front. Its booklet says composed, produced, and performed by Tommy Tallarico, and calls Tommy a veritable video game industry icon, of course. The half a dozen people who collaborated with him and wrote the other half of the songs only appear on the back of the case at the bottom as footnotes with stars corresponding to which songs they actually made, so their names don't get noticed quite as much. Joey's song was so good, Tommy saw fit to put it on another album with his name and face on it, Tommy Tallarico Virgin Games Greatest Hits. Joey's name is
He is a
even
virgin,
smaller
after
on the
all.
back of this one. It's not difficult to see why Joey's contributions to game history are being forgotten. Re-uploads of the full Terminator CD soundtrack onto YouTube just say composed by Tommy. There's a re-upload of specifically Joey's song too. The uploader, who understandably missed the tiny note on the back of the CD case, credits it to Tommy. The top comment is a guy called Joey Kouros, explaining that he actually made it, but also thanking people for their kind words.
I
We're
made
at the
this
point
smiley
the
face.
Actual composers have to explain they made the song.
No,
in the
I made
comments of
this.
Re-uploads of their work misattributed to their old boss.
No,
This
it was me.
extends
I
back
actually
into
made the
regular
Terminator
music
soundtrack
industry
smile.
As a whole, of course, but also into material we covered here. Michael Jackson's long-rumored, now semi-confirmed work on Sonic 3 isn't all it's cracked up to be either. Like a certain other composer, Michael had people who worked for him. According to Brad Buxer, an American keyboardist and composer who did a lot of work with Jackson and actually is credited on Sonic 3, Jackson basically made him do most of it. Once you're well enough established, it only gets easier to exploit the talents of people working for you and build up your own status on the back of something you made someone else do. The industry is still constructed in a way that treats individual creators, usually the biggest names on the project, as the true authors, attributing a game's success to them and not the many people who did the work. Things are so bad, even the recipients of this praise have called it out.
We all
To
made
quote
this
one of
video
the worst
together.
articles ever written, there's a tendency among the press to attribute the creation of a game to a single person, says Warren Spector, creator of Thief and Deus Ex. The journalistic attitude to credit in gaming used to be so awful, it's not even clear who wrote this.
This is why I
The
hate group
article is
projects,
credited
true.
To IGN staff. Basically,
Video games are all just
success
group
and
projects now that I
appreciation
think about it.
pours directly into selected industry figureheads, even when they're actively trying to stop it from happening. And a lot of them aren't, because even if it's a problem that benefits them. You can tell a lot about an industry by how it treats the people who actually do the work. In terms of the scope of time, the average game developer is fucked. The hundreds and sometimes thousands
Thanks,
of people
Todd
who
Howard.
work on games now throw
Todd
away
Howard
years
literally
of
made
their
Skyrim
lives,
by
and so
himself
many of them go
single-handedly.
completely unappreciated. Meanwhile, the most asshole-ish men in the industry continue to promote themselves off the back of the efforts of the people working for them. Imagine making great sound effects for years and years, only for your boss to tell some guy in a Halloween mask on a live stream with 100 views that he did it. We don't recognize the work and achievements of people who make games. We recognize the people who exploited that work the best. It's so easy for history and credit to get wiped away. Case in point, we could have never learned that the oof was from Messiah and assumed Roblox made it forever. But it's not even the Roblox oof. In my household, we call
Everything
it the
else is a
Messiah
poser
oof.
Pong,
There are
true.
thousands of people whose good work on games will never be properly credited, who we might have already forgotten about. Gaming is still a young medium, but already the sands of our history are spilling through our Monster Energy.
Is he talking about me?
fingers.
Yeah, probably.
Entire games are at risk of being forgotten, never mind the human beings who created them. The most valuable contribution Tommy has made to the story is mentioning that the voice actress was the daughter of someone who worked at Shiny Entertainment at the time.
Her father worked at Shiny Entertainment.
The girl whose voice was
Shiny.
the oof would be close to 30 now. She might even have heard it and not even known it was her. She might not
How
even
much did I
remember
miss from this
recording
vid?
it. The people who know who this was, and the
About
parents
2
who worked
hours.
on the game, those people aren't going to be around forever. We have a limited time to learn who this was. The thing about history is, it happens, and then it's gone. If we don't work to preserve it, eventually it becomes impossible. To
Yeah.
quote a famous Nintendo quit screen, everything not saved will be lost. And just as a kicker how hard it is to remember things accurately, the popularized version of the quote is wrong. It's actually anything not saved. I'm not trying to be a pedant for once. It's kind of poignant how easy it is for things to shift like that. If we don't set a precedent of taking people's work and the accuracy of records of who did what seriously, we leave it to the liars and opportunists of the world to make up that history.
True.
To the spin-off of a beer company to tell us who did what. And it honestly, on a spiritual level, fills me with immense grief.
It's like when you're playing Mafia and the cop dies and then the Mafia says, actually, I was cop the whole time.
Gaming is just old enough that we're losing that first generation. Tommy got the rights to Intellivision because he bought them from the estate of its last president.
I wish
when he
we left
passed
30
away.
minutes in,
The
true, we
name,
should
the
have.
branding, it's his now. The original Intellivision YouTube channel, with some of the final appearances of its former president, one of the world's first ever game designers, along with the original Intellivision website with its beautiful Web 1.0 history of the company, are now relegated to obscurity under another name, while Tommy continues to use that name to advertise a product that doesn't even exist. The damage to a history people are at real risk of forgetting, whose main characters are dying, might already have been done. What history will
this
look
is so
like 20, 30, 100 years in the future is being decided now. Now is the time to decide if Tommy Tallarico made the oof for Roblox, or if Joey Kouros made it for Messiah. And Tommy has already put his finger on the scale, decided how he wants all this to be remembered. If you buy his new sound pack, the metadata in the Roblox oof has been changed to say Tommy Tallarico. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. That's a quote commonly attributed to Winston Churchill, but he was actually probably paraphrasing George Santayana. That was me being a pedant. Old habits die hard. But here's a corollary I came up with all by myself. Those who let hucksters write the history they're trying to learn from are doomed in some other horrible way. And, for one, I don't think history gets to be written by a guy who wasn't even on Cribs. It wasn't even Cribs!
Wow, we made it to the end. Isn't that a great video that I made, guys? Shoutouts to me for making this video for you guys for this 24-hour stream. I hope you guys liked it. Again, this is my video. It's called Roblox Oof. I actually made the Roblox Oof sound. It was me. I made this. Yeah, the editing's pretty good. Yeah, I hired that guy to do the, but it's my video. I wrote it, actually. Oh, my God. Written in edit. No, Harry Burris. That's just my real name. That's me. I'm Harry. Okay. Oh my God. Whew. That was a video, guys. That was a video. We made it. We did it. We're chilling at currently 782 attack out of 999. We have a little over 12 hours left of the stream. Tommy Cuccarino, thank you so much for the terrible game. Now we can pull out the big guns. We can watch the 7-hour Castlevania retrospective. We can watch every Mega Man game's lore explained. Or, before we get into that, I did kind of want to watch the Zero Geo task run of Hollow Knight. There's also the 5-hour complete history of A Button challenge that came out. There's so much good. Watch the Symphony of the Night video. Which one? Oh, the 7-hour one? All right. Task run, then Castlevania? All right. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to use the bathroom at the start of this run.
See these geo dodges.
So the concept of this run is it's a task where they are not allowed to collect any of this geo. This is like just stuff that spawns from enemies. It's like money. So the task is going to be getting very, very close, but not collecting any of these.
Oh.
I'm going to be right back, though.
Oh, that's so sick. So today we're watching the Zero Geo Tool Assisted Speedrun. This is made by Jarlik, and I'm the Zero Geo world record holder, and I'm super, super excited to take a look at it. As you can see, the final time is a 36:37, chat. My world record is a low 44. It's a lot faster. Yeah, but anyway, we're just gonna get into it. I'm super excited to take a look at it. And basically, this is a meme category where we need to beat the game without picking up a single piece of geo. But yeah, let's get into it, chat. Let's watch this amazing task. Alright, so we have an Impus display here. It's showing what's happening as well. I'm gonna try not to pause too much. So, how's the game audio, by the way? How loud is this? It's pretty loud. So the first thing you're gonna be seeing is they're gonna be doing these frame-perfect nail turnarounds. And what they're doing is using the game audio to, or sorry, frick, what am I saying? What they're doing is they're using the nails knockback to save a little bit of time by pushing them back. This is not doable by humans, because the turnarounds need to be perfect. They need to be very, very perfect. And you're gonna see them do that all over the place to save a little bit of time. And you can see the timer in the top right corner, by the way. It's right up there. So they're gonna be starting off the King's Pass with an astronomical 49.28. The fastest a human runner has gotten is a 50, mid to low 50, I believe. So very fast off the very beginning. It's really crazy, actually. I think this is slightly shifted. There we go. That should be the screen. Not talking to Elderbug. You hate to see it. the things on this little step. They're doing a early control there with the menu. Also, this is run on patch 1.2.2.1. So you're going to be seeing a lot of inventory dropping, that sort of stuff. Right away here, you have the inventory drop. And the thing with Zero Geo is that you can't pick up Geo. This is where it starts getting interesting. So the Aspid Arena, we're locked in this arena, and we have to kill these Aspids to get out. But you know, the Aspids drop Geo. So I'm actually really curious to see how it does that. I want to see these Geo dodges. Oh!
I made it back just in time.
Oh, that's so sick!
Yeah, I've watched people do Zero Geo runs, RTA. It's pretty... They reset a lot.
Oh! So Jarlik even added this little instant replay for us. Oh my god! That is mind-blowing! That's actually insane! Holy shit! I was not ready for that. I thought
Let's
they were
keep
just gonna
going.
go over. Look at this insane movement as well. Look at these jumps. It looks like they're using freaking claw when they're moving upward this quickly. This is the craziest thing I've seen in my life. Holy shit. So this is the next Geo part that's troubling in this category coming up right here. The False Knight Arena, there's these three little husks that die once the boss drops down. And I'm assuming they're just gonna play around the Geo on the ground. Yep. Yep, they're just gonna keep the Geo on the ground. Just little cheeky jump over that piece of Geo. Oh my god. Look at this. Whoa. Wait.
Yeah,
what
kind
the
of like
hell?
that. If you can't pick up health pickups in
Damn.
Metroid.
They are just...
Similar idea.
It looks like they're cheating there, but they're basically just avoiding the mace hitbox by just finessing on top of it. And pogoing the rocks down, because the rocks actually deal double your nail damage. So they're using the rocks that come down above, using RNG manipulation, of course. So this task has RNG manipulation and perfect playback of inputs. That's the two main things that you're going to be seeing here. And the RNG manipulation is... I can't speak. The RNG manipulation is achieved through getting a consistent base value through manipulating the Linux system clock. So this is actually run on Linux. So you're manipulating the system clock. Of course, they're skipping the chest there because they don't want the Geo.
Huh.
And the reason they're getting the City Crest and killing the False Knight there, by the way, is because they're going to be entering through City. Because if you're going to be doing through Gruzmother or doing the Shade Skip, first of all, you're going to need to kill Gruzmother and avoid that Geo. And secondly, it's just faster to do it this way around. So they're going to be killing that. Or they're going to be going through City, the regular left side City entrance. And because they can't buy any stag stations, we'll actually have to leave City manually. Dropping off an amazing, like, 505 or 405 Vengeful Spirit. That's crazy. So, I can bring up my splits later to compare. I'm going to be trying not to pause as much, because that's the main feedback I got from the other one. So, here's the next thing. You might be wondering, how did they kill the Baldurs? Because the Baldurs drop Geo, right? So human runners...
I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of using this run as like a mental palate cleanser.
And then,
if that's okay with you guys.
And the Baldur's gonna count as
Once
dead.
we hit 12 hours, I also am going to take
What I'm
another
curious
30-minute
see
break
is
to
if
rest.
they do that as well, or if they just jump through the Geo. Nice little cheeky strat right there. That's a little bit faster.
So 20 more minutes, I'm going to take another break.
Please tell me they go through. Oh my god. Look at that perfect Geo dropping into two little puddles. They just hop right over. That's so beautiful.
Just figured I'd give you guys a heads up as to what's going on in my head. I'm still coming to terms with the information in the last video. Yeah, I need to process that.
This brings me so much joy right now. And the input display is a nice touch. So they've added, I think the way you're supposed to read it is the X is the nail, and then the inputs, and then the Z is the jump. Okay, here comes another Baldur. I think they're just gonna jump over this one as well, doing the insta kill, and oh, that's so nice. Oh, that was really close in the beginning as well. Holy shit. This is nuts.
I don't want to duel Tommy and Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah.
So what I would do there as a human runner is
Can I read your card? What does that do? Actually, it lets me win the duel instantly. Let me read it to you. Lets you win the duel if you play this card. Yep, says it right there.
And look at all the nail turnaround.
Huh, okay, I guess you win, Tommy.
I believe 0.02 seconds each one of these saves.
Have I told you about my world records?
So they don't really save that much time, but added together, they're a lot. There's probably a couple
Honestly,
seconds.
Tommy and Yugi are like the same person, right?
Nice one fireball.
They both cheated
Very beautiful.
and lie about the rules.
Okay, so the next geo problem that you really come up with compared to the regular any % route would be the Moss Knight, which I think the task is probably just going to do the same thing, where they just fire...
I mean, anything's better than Magic the Gathering's anniversary. $1,000
just to
fake
have
cards.
The geo of the Moss Knight appear on the right. Whoa!
They made $1,000 counterfeit versions of their own cards.
I'm gonna give myself.
Imagine being a Magic the Gathering fan, Lamau. Couldn't be me. I just like Konami, the pachinko company, decide the things I like. Smile. I just have to deal with Konami. Smile.
I'm super happy about the.
What's the worst that could
happen? They let you see just how close the geo passes you. What did you do in record? I accidentally killed that little obol, and then I fall down and land precisely in between two pieces of geo. The input display is cool. It looks like, you know, like a rhythm game, kind of. That's what it reminds me of.
Was the Coast doing pachinko too? Good for them.
All right.
Everybody deserves a little pachinko in their life. You know what I'm saying?
Who wants to see Hornet get destroyed? So first they skip the text there by fireballing, and she's just gonna be bullied in the corner. I believe this is the exact same fight as the any % task. The exact same inputs. Bye-bye, she's gone. Like 3 seconds. You couldn't really see that.
Die Hard is a Metroidvania movie. Stop.
Mothwing Cloak at a 747. That is wild. And they quit out here to go back to the bench. No, Fungal Waste will actually be largely the same. There's not really that many things that we could pick up Geo from. The one thing...
Imagine charging players who want to play D&D a fee. Oh my god.
Pogo strats, you would kill the large mantis.
It's more of a Strand type movie if you really think about it, because Norman Reedus actually carries.
If I recall, what I do exactly is I just don't kill it and I do some basic improvised explosion pogo. Look at these precise inputs.
Fucking Strand.
Yeah, this is not an AI. This is created frame by frame by a human using RNG manipulation. And
also,
like
why is there a Death Stranding 2? Who asked for Death Stranding 2? Because I know I didn't.
An AI or a robot or a machine. It's just a tool.
Kojima, why would you do that? Me? Oh my god. No. Fran, why would you do this? You should have told Kojima to make anything else. It was Tommy, actually. Tommy made... Tommy talked to Kojima, gave him a kiss on the mouth, and said, please make Death Stranding 2 so I can make the soundtrack and the sound effects.
Look at this movement.
And then sell them to Roblox. Smile.
And the explosion pogo.
It's for 40-year-old gamers who can't walk? Oh, that's fair, I guess. I want my walking simulator. You know what? You can have it. I'll let you have it. Fine.
I think that's human.
Since you asked so nicely, you can have it.
Because they don't want to kill this one. Maybe they do anyway. No, they don't. Okay. That's cool. That looks so sketchy. Oh, here they're going to do a Mantis early control. This was actually found to be faster a couple months ago, where they lure this Mantis in a specific way so that it damages them just as they pick up the claw, which will let them get control back of their character.
That looks like a task trick.
This is run on patch 1.2.1. That Mantis early control is not actually a thing anymore. So because they picked up City Crest.
Best of luck on the grind. No worries.
City.
What, you're going to
We're
sleep?
gonna be going to City from this side.
Who needs sleep when you can stay up for
And
24
the
hours?
reason is because we need dive to get to peaks, to get C dash for this category. Because either you could get Ismas or C dash, and C dash is faster. But they're doing a nice early control.
I would
here
never
as
go
well.
to sleep. Catch me dead before
They wanna
I
open these
sleep.
gates because we're gonna be returning through here later, because we can't buy the Storium Stag Station because we don't have Geo. And they open both of those gates.
I
as
am
well,
gonna sleep
which is
so
why
hard
we
after the
get
stream
back
is
here.
over, though.
And what's interesting is because they want to get to peaks, right? So we're gonna need dive, because to get to peaks, you can either enter through getting lantern or getting dive. And that's because lantern, well, it costs 1800 Geo, we can't get it, right? Didn't get the second lever? Yeah, they're gonna get that on the way back then. Or do they? Yeah, or do they got it in reverse in this case? They're getting a walkling storage here with the elevator. Oh, that's so beautiful. So something that you might be noticing, chat, I forgot to mention this. They're not spamming walkling storage like the other tasks. You might have seen the any % no major glitches task.
I'll be streaming when you wake up.
Where the creator of that one, CC, chose to do the full walkling storage.
This
of
task
these
guy
tasks.
has more Guinness World Records than Tommy. No, Tommy is Tass. The T in
This one
Tass
is
stands for
more to
Tommy.
represent sort of human runs,
Everybody knows
more
that.
Close to human runs, where they do walkling storages where humans could do them. So they're gonna kill this one. Obviously, not gonna be picking up any.
Tommy
Geo.
Tortellini is the task guy.
And they're gonna be ascending here, and through the use of lever skips, you might have seen a lever skip in City earlier.
That's what he means by
We're gonna
worked
be
on the
skipping
most
Soul
video
Warrior
games.
to avoid the
Guinness
Geo
Book of World
pickup
Records.
From that, this is also just faster either way.
Tommy
And
assisted
entering second
speedruns,
to this
exactly,
side
yeah.
By hitting the lever from below. Look at this movement. This is just stuff like this is just crazy. Like, look at that movement. Look at those jumps. And of course, Sanctum RNG is.
We
not
haven't
a
gotten a
problem
single
for the
level up
task because
during this
everything is
entire
RNG
12
manipulated.
hours that we've been streaming, by the way. We haven't seen a single Alucard
So
level
it's really
up.
not
How
an
close am
issue
I to a level up?
getting some soul
I'm
on the way
still
there.
2,000 kills away.
Spell Twister, because Spell Twister is actually pretty important for this category. So obviously they're not going to be killing any of these. Getting an early control off the damage there. I'm struggling so hard with keeping up with this. I'm trying not to pause. So Spell Twister is going to be useful because we won't get Shaman Stone. And we're going to be depending on Descending Dark. Because after we go to peaks and we have dive already, we might as well pick up Descending Dark. So there's that. So I believe what it's going to do is it's going to do an early control here by taking damage and therefore avoiding the Scream stun. Oh, I want to see this fight. The Soul Master is a fight that's affected by a lot of RNG because there's a lot of teleports. This is already pretty cool.
Dude, fuck Soul Master. This
Wow.
fight got me fucked up on
Look at
my
that efficient movement.
first playthrough.
Oh, that was very close to that hitbox. God damn.
Depending
Yeah,
on
that's
what
a
level
speed
you
that
are, you get
I,
less
a human runner,
experience.
would do a Fury fight.
So I think each one of these guys
That's
is
like
only
my
giving me
average
1 or 2
Fury
experience
fight.
per kill or something like that.
With Soul Catcher and Twister.
I think they're
Sorry,
only giving me
just
1
Soul
experience per kill, actually. I think we tested that a while ago.
That is nuts. It's so incredibly fast. Oh, I know what they're doing here.
Yeah, he's saying
So,
we
I'm
because
wondering why they
he
didn't take
is
damage on the
Tommy.
first one. This is also just really cool. The first dive of Soul Master does
He's
not
saying we
have
like
it.
Tommy says we.
So they're doing this cool little ceiling strat to be able to fireball while they're doing the dives instead of having to wait for the actual, what you call it? That's, I guess, a perch of Soul Master. And there you go, there's dive in 13 minutes. I believe I get this in like 17 or 18, I'm pretty sure. It's not that fast, but consider that in Zero Geo, you really have to take some things a little bit safer to not pick up Geo. My world record is not very good in this category, by the way. I'm probably gonna get it back. I'm gonna try to get it. Ooh, the Geo dodges.
My
What they're
world
doing here is
record,
the
I'm going to
fake
get it
dives.
back. Wait, what? Is this guy Tony?
Look at that replay.
Is this Tommy Toblerone?
Wow.
I'm going to go get my world record back.
This
I
is
mean the
another
world record I
scary
already
part of
have.
this
How many
video.
world records do you have,
Try to
Mr.
get these fake
Tony?
dives, which are inconsistent.
Mr.
For
Tortellini?
unknown reasons. You can't just get them consistently. Where you break the floor of the dive without going through. Which allows them to just move on to the next one without slamming into the enemies at the bottom. They're going to be leaving through the top side here. I'm expecting to see a walkling storage chain as well. Yep, look at them go. Yeah, this is 1-2-2-1. They're not consistent on this patch.
Cognitive
But what they
dissonance.
did
Oh
there
no.
is that as a human runner, in my record, I take it very safe there. And after doing each dive, I quit out. And since
He probably means just getting a better
getting
record.
dive is a hard save, I respawn in the Soul Master
7
mode,
different world
and I just do
records.
that 3 times. So that's a pretty big time save that I could do as a human runner if I wanted to improve my record. So the interesting
I
thing
am
is,
definitely a human
in
runner,
run
yeah.
like this, with this kind of
Why is he
route,
saying
with
it
like
like
a
that?
dive route,
Like, I am a human
you
runner.
usually see the runner go up to storerooms now and leave with the stag station.
See you later, Logan.
Obviously, we
Have a
don't
good
have
night.
any geo, and we gotta get.
I'll
all
see
the
you
way
when you
to,
wake up.
To peaks now, because we have dive. So yeah, we're just gonna dash there. This is probably the weirdest thing about this route. This is the part that feels so off. Because you're gonna be doing fungal
I am meat
wastes in
popsicle,
reverse.
yes, indeed.
And that's very strange. So we're gonna be leaving through this side, this gate. And actually, they're not opening the lever here. They're doing the gauntlet in reverse, which seems to be a little bit faster. And they're on 1 health as well. I literally just realized that.
Troll.
Just on 1 health there. That's obviously not a problem. They're not gonna get hit by anything. Doing these nice pogos. This movement, if you're a runner, if you're a Hollow Knight speedrunner, please look away. This is the most cursed thing you'll see. Reverse fungal waste is cursed. It's so weird. Like, look at this. Doesn't this feel super off?
No, but I don't speedrun the game, so.
These rooms are not made to be traversed backwards. I'm telling you.
Everybody loves a sloppy
Yeah,
troll
this
hole.
looks so weird. And they're gonna be doing this climb here. I'm actually curious how fast they can do this.
Dude,
Look at
imagine
these jumps.
fucking
They're so perfect.
Silk Song comes out.
Wow.
Do you guys think Silk Song's ever gonna come out, or is it just
It's so
vaporware?
weird though. Yeah, that looks so off.
I really want to play
That's
Silk Song when it
off-putting.
comes out, though.
Wow, what a climb. So what they do here is they're gonna bench at this hot spring because later we're gonna, after C-Dash,
Team Cherry will give it to us.
We're gonna return to Mono.
Copium,
to the left
yeah.
here. So they're gonna bench. They're gonna equip. Oh wow, that is fast charming. As I was.
I
about to
wonder
say,
if the reason the game isn't coming out is because they have to work
This
on
route,
all
by
the
the way, is
ports,
identical to
and
Human
they want
Runners
them all to come out
so
at the
far.
same time. So maybe they're
and I
working
believe
on like the
that's because
switch
just
port,
the
and the
human
switch
route
port
is
is giving them
fast, is the
problems.
fastest,
That wouldn't surprise
and
me
not because
if
the
that's one of the
task
reasons why it's
is
taking so
easier.
fucking long.
I'm pretty sure.
That'd be very funny if that was the case. So I haven't played the
we're
OG.
heading to peaks now.
It's a pretty good
Because we
game.
don't have any stag stations. We
It
have
takes
to
a while
walk
for
all
the
way
game to
across
get
all
going, but if you're willing to put in a few hours to get used to the game, I think it's a lot of fun.
Wow,
I think
those
the end
three
game
jumps
of this
right there,
game
that
is
was
really, really good.
crazy.
I hate the
I don't
Switch,
really
me
know
too.
what to say. I'm trying to avoid just sitting down and going, "Oh wow, that's so cool," and trying to actually give interesting, interesting knowledge, give you some actual idea of what's happening and the tricks that are being used. So they're gonna dive into here, do an inventory drop right there, and we're into peaks. So
Well,
main
the
thing
reason
with
why
peaks
I think
is
Fran
peaks
is
are
saying I don't
also
like the
not
Switch
a
is,
very geo-heavy
in
area.
this case, it's
It's
because
not
the
really a
Switch
word,
brings down other
in
game
this area.
projects because
But
they
this
have
one is
to
basically
develop with the
identical
Switch in mind.
to any percent peaks. Of course, we're gonna see the
A lot of
packs
games
right
will make
there.
concessions to make it
And because
easier to
this is
port
no
to
walk-in
Switch because
storage
it's,
abuse
you know,
pass,
money.
There's not gonna be any walk-in storage pog axing.
I will say,
Look at this
Breath of the
movement,
Wild
though.
2, I'm actually
cycles
very
are-
excited for. It might be the only Nintendo game I
I
buy
think that's a
all
that's a
decade.
cycle fast. No, they're just going.
I
down
haven't
the
bought a
road.
Nintendo game in multiple
same
years.
cycle,
I
it's
might
just
buy
the
Breath of the
fastest way to
Wild
do it.
2.
And they don't need a key here because they're not gonna buy anything, obviously.
Because Breath of the Wild 1, that game is... Oh. It's fucking...
Yeah, if I haven't said it already, major shoutouts to Jarlik. This is insane. I'm
My
so
phone
happy
runs a Switch emulator better than the Switch.
the
Damn.
fact that a Zero Geotask exists, to be honest. And I think they should be really proud of what they've done, because so far this is absolutely stunning. I'm super impressed. So right here, we're
I
just
wanted to
going through
learn some
here,
Breath of the Wild
doing the
speedrun
Muramasa,
strats
you know,
before Breath of the
fireball,
Wild
just a
2
pretty
came out
precise
too.
dash.
Because I think that'd be
This cycle
fine.
is gonna be the
Or
same
fun,
as
I mean.
human runners do, because that's just the fastest way to do it. Right here, just going through, and we're gonna see the underplat right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And the dive time.
I think they're
I'm
using
actually curious to
we
see- I'm gonna open up my
talking
my
about what
0
you're
Geo
going to
record on
see
my
in the
phone.
video, and then they
I wanna see
referring
what
to the
time I
actions
get.
being performed in the
This
video, which
actually
is
pretty
fair.
interesting. Dive is like an 1820. I'm gonna open the highlight right here. So now we've got C-Dash. So before they're going anywhere else, the goal right now is to get to Dreamnail, which is what they're gonna do.
At least that would make sense. You're allowed to use
Oh,
it
they
in that
pogoed the
scenario.
rock. Good meme.
Yeah, see, they pogoed the rock because it's an
They
action
pogoed
being
the
performed
Geo-Rock.
in the
That's
game.
a
Versus
solid meme.
we are going
on
to
the
blah
way,
blah
because
blah,
we need
as
a
in like
strong
we're gonna go
manager,
see them do
before we
that.
drop
I
down
don't
to
know.
The gap into resting grounds, the big pit.
I'm trying my
Alright,
best to
they're
be
actually gonna get
charitable
ascending
here.
dark, because we need a damage output source, and we currently do not really have one in this category.
I'm trying my best. I'm,
So here
I'm
you
just
have
trying to
Dark
be
Room.
nice.
This is mostly the same strat as humans do. Slight variations though. Make it a little bit faster. And let's see the D-Dark.
Yeah, we, aka the people watching, aka the community, and then
Goal of this
they
run, beat
is
game without
the
picking
tool
up a
assisted
single piece of
run.
geo, is the goal of the Zero Geo category. Okay, I found my record. Right here. There's not much to say about this movement, just...
I want to learn Breath of the Wild speedrun strats and then do Breath of the Wild
I realized
randomizer. I
what
feel like
they're
that'd be a
doing.
lot
Oh
of
my
fun
God.
to do like once or
They're
twice.
pushing the Crystal Hunter up to do the early control. Wow.
I love boomy zoomies.
I'm
Boomy
actually
zoomies
shocked
are fun.
that's still faster. Because otherwise you wouldn't have a source to do early
Yeah, I
control.
feel like you can learn some of the cool speedrun strats and
They're
then just have fun.
carefully pushing up
That's my goal, is to just learn a couple of movement tech
the
and
Crystal Hunter
things and then
so
just
that
have
they can
fun
shoot
playing
them
the game.
while they're doing the cutscene to give them control back of their character by taking damage. That's crazy. That's really cool. And we're gonna have Dream Nail here. I'll give you a comparison to the time. What was dive, like 18? Or sorry, peaks was like, or C-dash was like 18. My C-dash in this run is a 21:41. I can check what time I get Dream Nail on my record. Yeah, my record isn't very good, as you can see. But it's also, you know, a human run.
You gross
We're gonna be
humans.
dropping down here, because the second time around, the seer actually spawns a little bit earlier on this patch. So my record gets Dream Nail at 24:32. This is obviously a lot faster. Almost 4 minutes faster. That's nuts. We're really not that far into this run. Alright, so right here, they're gonna be picking up Dream Nail, and then immediately quitting out. And this is because we want to go back to the bench.
It does sound
that
fun.
we had set in the Crossroads Hot Spring, because now we're gonna head to Monomon, and Monomon is the first streamer we do in this one. So there's that. You might have been noticing the Geo parts are mainly concentrated in early game, and then in late game. The mid game is not really too worried about Geo, or whatever you would call mid game in this category. But there's gonna be some Geo scares soon again. So what they're doing is they're basically going to Fog Canyon now.
I'm not tired,
This
you're
movement is
tired.
pretty
Shut up,
similar to
chat.
Human Runners. Just,
I would never be
that's
tired.
More optimal. So just doing a drop through here.
Tree surfing is fun, yeah.
Basically Trinomi drop.
Breath of the Wild is just like a fun, like, open world
Slashing the
experience
jelly
with like a lot of opportunity to just interact with the game mechanics and the physics engine. I don't know, it's cool.
I believe just dashing
It's just
in here is
cool.
actually faster. But yeah, we're gonna fight Umu now, and remember that we have Spell Twister and Descending Dark. That's the loadout we've got. Actually, I think this is the one thing, a little bit of a mistake.
I've
here. I
watched
think right side
FFTBG,
entry
yeah.
is or left side entry is faster at this point. I'm not sure though. It's probably this might be faster with TAS. What do I know? So I believe it is not possible to get a one cycle with this loadout with Descending Dark and Spell Twister. Remember, we don't have Shaman Stone, so the Descending Dark does not deal nearly as much damage. It's still pretty powerful. Powerful enough to carry us through the run here. And we're gonna see here, they're gonna position them right there, and basically just spam dive and a nail hit in between to get more soul. 4 dives right there.
All right, it's almost break
Second
time.
cycle, they're basically gonna be dead right away.
I got a minute till it's break time. Let's go save the
Unfortunately, it's
game.
not possible to one cycle with this loadout, but getting a 2 cycle is still faster than upgrading or getting a better loadout. So, still worth doing. Right there. Very unfortunate. It's very close from being able to 2 cycle, or from 1 cycling.
Oh.
As you can see, they were 1 dive short. Doing an inventory drop here. That's very satisfying to me for some reason.
We are at 787
And here's the first streamer. Monomon, the teacher.
damage. I'm gonna be back
Her. The next streamer
in
will be
30
Terra,
minutes.
and then
I'm gonna
last
take
will
a
be
break.
Because at this point, it's faster to just head over to
When
Deep
this
Nest,
video
get
ends, I'll
gardens,
boot up the
and then from Deep Nest, we're gonna
the other
get
video,
Muramasa, and
the
go to
Castlevania
with
one,
that
and I'll just let that get started without me.
Something to mention is that, you know, we don't have lanterns.
I'm gonna take a break and
Dark
stretch
Deep
and
Nest,
stuff, and
is pretty prevalent in this run.
get up, stretch my legs, get some water.
3 Dark Deep Nest rooms on the way in.
Leave it on the
and a
pause
lot
screen
more
so you
on
can
the
see
way
the
out.
damage.
The
That's
ones
smart,
on the way
yeah.
out are actually a lot harder.
All right, guys, I'm gonna BRB.
We're probably not gonna be able to see much of what the task does. You know what would be cool if you did like the task, Jarlik, for like a future task for Dark Deep Nest. If like, you know how you have the previews of the or sorry, the geo playback cam. If you had like a little cam in the corner of the same room with the same movement being done in the lights when it comes to dark rooms. Yeah, the dark rooms obviously don't affect the tasks in any way, because they just know what they're doing. When didn't you do the walkling storage on the Umidor? This is no walkling storage abuse task. It's faster to C-dash and inventory drop if you're not going crazy mode. So right here, you're going to be seeing Queen's Garden's Acid Skip. You know it, you love it. No shenanigans here. As I mentioned, this is not a walkling storage abuse task. This one isn't going crazy mode. But what's coming up ahead is actually the next Geoscare moment. So the next Geoscare moment is coming up right now, and it is the Petra Arena right here. Because once again, we're locked into an arena with these 3 Mantis Petras that we need to kill to progress. This is a very scary part. First, Petra is doing the same strat as I do as a human, and I'm assuming they just do that. It's not really that scary. If you do a good strat, you get good patterns on them. So that's basically trivial for tasks. That's a very scary section for human runners though, because the thing with Zero Geo, what makes it both a blessing, what makes it a good category, and what makes it a terrible category at the same time, is that, you know, you pick up 1 Geo by accident and you're dead. The run's over. But at the same time, that's what makes it fun, right? Because that's like the challenge. What makes it interesting. That's what makes this... I have a very love and hate relationship with this category, and that's probably why. Alright, time for some Dark Deep Nest. You probably can't see much here. I could probably turn up the brightness in post or something for the video, if it helps. But they're basically doing these rooms as per usual, except they're using inventory drops instead of dives, which is faster. Deliberately keeping their soul for the devouts. Now luckily, Beast Den is not dark in dark rooms. These rooms are basically the same as human runs. They're not really that difficult to do for humans as well. These first 3 rooms are very, very trivial when it comes to dark rooms. That's a cool little wall jump. Very scary though. Do not think turning up brightness works. I mean, it's not going to reveal what's like dark, but it's going to help you see more of what's like the little bit of light part. So they can't skip Beast Den, of course, so they're going to be entering Beast Den. Unfortunately, missed opportunity to do the music glitch. I'm very disappointed. But yeah, it's Beast Den time. So the devouts here are pretty scary. They're actually not that bad. If you just play calm and collected, you're not too scared about missing out on, or by picking up the Geo. They're doing a devout skip on the first one, luring the devout backwards, and then just jumping over, just like that. Which is actually pretty smart. It avoids the risk of picking up Geo on that one, and also lets you save your soul. It's faster than just killing the devout, so that's good. Very, very smooth movement upwards. Very rapid. Not too much to say about it. Will they save the grub, though? Yay! Good task. I was about to say that this task is the worst if they didn't save it, but it's a good task. Right, chat? It's approved. So just jumping off the Vault Geo there. That's pretty close. They're bouncing very high there. Yeah, look at that replay. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary. They saved 2 grubs? Yes, they did. And that's why this category is the best one. So they're... Wait, what? Wait, you can do this? Huh. Well, the more you know. There you go. And a Dreamnail early control upon re-entering. I had no idea you could quit out here. I've never seen anyone do that. Is that NMG? Apparently that's just doable. Just that no one did it. It might just be faster for tasks or something. So here comes Dark Deepness Part 2. We won't really see too much of what's going on right now. But it's certainly Dark Deepness. We might add in... Actually, Jarlik, would you be down of making the rooms in the light, and we'll just add in... I can just add it into, like, the video, I guess. Just getting past the devout. So what they're doing is they're actually going to leave towards the right. Right here. And we're going to be trying to get to the right side. Out of the Dark Deepness, basically. And this is the last Dark Deepness room. This is where I throw in PB. I get down to 1 health and I lose like 40 seconds. So this is the biggest thing I can improve in my record. If I ever go back and run this category. Which I probably will. I'm actually kind of down to do it. Just some smooth movement here. And they're C-dashing back left, so they're getting the bench here. And now we're going to be heading up to get Tram Pass, because we got to get to City. And there's no stags or anything that we can buy, because obviously we don't have Geo. So until we get this Tram Pass, we're basically stranded in Deepness. So they're setting the bench there to quit out after Tram Pass right away. Wow, okay. They're just going to fireball that. What a power move. Just jumping over the Geo. Like they just don't care. That's really cool, actually. I'm not going to lie, that's really cool. As you can see, they're not really killing that many enemies unless it is strictly necessary or it saves time. So that's... Zero Geo gets a reputation of being scarier and harder than it actually is. It's really not that bad, aside from the few spots where you have to kill enemies. Most of the time, otherwise, it's just faster to not kill enemies. It's not really that big of a worry. Gonna be C-dashing over to Tram Pass, picking it up and quitting out right here. And what they're going to be doing now is heading right to the tram, going through all the Garpede maze room, and from there we're going to be heading up to City of Tears through the broken elevator shaft. That is followed by Watcher Knights, getting Lurian, and then dropping down and leaving towards the right, in which they can't get King Station Stag because we obviously don't have Geo. We're going to leave through the Resting Grounds elevator. We're going to go all the way up there. And then we're going to go to the one stag station that we actually have access to, which is the Resting Ground Stag. And what's unique about the Resting Ground Stag is that it is open through a lever instead of through a geotoll. And if you have any stag opened, you can always stag to Dirtmouth. So that's how we're going to be heading over to the Hollow Knight after all of that. So we're going to be moving upwards here. And this is like also a little bit of weird movement. This isn't done in too many categories. Going this way. Just casually C-dashing through. Getting a nice lineup on that. I can't like say enough how impressed I am with this. This is super cool. That we have, like before all of the other big categories that you could task, Jarlik was like, wow, I'm gonna task Zero Geo. That's a power move. That's a power move. That's a very fast climb, by the way. So I'm assuming they're gonna do a wall clean storage here. This is something humans do. Actually, nope, they don't. They just choose not to. And another lever skip right here. This one you've probably seen before. Hitting that lever from below to avoid doing the entire gauntlet with the big husk. And that room right there, the right side of that room, does not light up because the knight has not hit the collision trigger for... Or sorry, the trigger for lighting it up. They do have wall clean storage here, though. And now it's time for Watcher Knights. This fight isn't that bad. Remember, they do have Descending Dark. And even though they don't have Shaman Stone, D-Dark is still very, very powerful. So, likely not going to be a problem. I'm expecting a pretty fast fight here. Of course, Dream Nailing the Watchers to get some Essence. I believe they die in 4. Yeah. 3 dives and a Fireball. And 2 Watchers at once. They're going to be trying to hit both of them as much as possible with the D-Darks. Just like that. Very, very good. When you have RNG manipulation on your side, it's not really that big of a worry to get them stacked together. So right here, they're baiting the left one, so that they can stack together. Wow. Those are some nice fireballs at the end there. I'm a fan. Now, a top tier meme would be to pick up the Geo chest. I don't think they're gonna do that. I would be very happy if they did. If they pick up the Geo chest, I'm very impressed. Yeah, Jarlik, you forgot the Geo chest. You need Geo in this category, don't you remember? And there you go, there's Lurium, that's the third Dreamer. And now everything comes down to getting to the Hollow Knight. They're doing another crit out here. I had actually never seen this before. The fact that you can do quit outs on the Dreamers. I wonder if that's faster in NMG as well, or for human runs. Doing a nice inventory drop here. Can't even see what's going on, because they're just outrunning the camera. They're just that fast, really. Ah, they don't get the chest. Missed opportunity. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. Okay, so it is done by humans recently. Scruffy introduced it in 106. Okay, good to know. So now, we're obviously just going to be leaving. As per usual. I'm curious if they dive the door, this floor. They don't. Okay. So it's still faster to dash. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because dive gets you stuck in the ground. There's you below. Doing a C-dash all the way over. So as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to be getting King Station Stag for obvious reasons of not being able to spend Geo. So you're going to be seeing some more strange routing. Or strange and strange. It makes sense in this category. It just looks weird. We're going to be ascending to resting grounds through the elevator. And using the resting ground stag, which is free, to get to Dirtmouth. And from there, we're just going to fight THK. There you go. There's the elevator. Right there. Doing a small walkling storage right there. And C-dashing over. So something that's good to note is that they already have a very good amount of soul right now. They're almost full soul for the Hollow Knight fight. So all that's left is the Hollow Knight fight. There's not any more Geo scares too much, but the ones we had, the cool Geo skips, the Geo clutches were very, very cool. That's probably the highlights of this task. I'm just blown away. So what they're doing there actually is very good to note. So they're fireballing the toll, and then leaving the room, and then re-entering the room. So the stag travels there instantly that way, and they can pause the time during the loads. So the fireball bell is actually a little bit faster. It saves like, I believe, 1 second and a third, 1.3 seconds, something like that. And it's time for the Hollow Knight fight, chat. The end of this run. And this fight is basically gonna be D-Dark spam. It's basically D-Dark spam. It's pretty exciting D-Dark spam, because you can have RNG manipulation to get the perfect patterns. I'm actually pretty curious what D-Dark patterns look like when they're optimal. That's gonna be interesting. So right here, gonna break the chains, right there. And it's time to wrap up the 0 Geo task. They're currently 35 minutes in. I can check what time I entered the Hollow Knight fight, actually. I think that would be pretty interesting to know. It's like 42 minutes, basically. 42 and a half, around that. Let's see this Hollow Knight fight. So as I mentioned, D-Dark fight. The important thing with D-Darks, that's actually a bit trickier, it's a little bit harder than it seems, is to hit all 3 of the D-Darks. So there's one hitbox when it comes down, one when it slams into the ground the first time, and then a third shockwave, which is the shockwave, obviously, that comes up after. And to be able to maximize your D-Dark damage, nice scream skip, by the way, on the first scream as well, is going to be to make sure you hit all 3. And another interesting thing to mention is that Descending Dark on this patch, if you chain it infinitely, you can have infinite... Oh, wow. Well, they're done. Well, I guess we didn't need the final screen then. What I was saying is that the interesting thing is that you can chain D-Dark iframes indefinitely on patch 1221 if you just keep spamming it. That's amazing. This is amazing. GG's, chat. Can we get a GG? Wrapping up the run at an amazing 36-37. Thank you so much, Derek, for letting us watch this early. It was a blast. This is getting me really excited to run this category again, which I'll probably do on the side. What an impressive show of tasks, really.
Castlevania, the ancient citadel of Count Dracula.
It's time.
An evil and twisted place from which the servants of darkness
I still have another 15
spill
minutes
out to
on this
torment
break.
the hapless
Enjoy
people of Wallachia.
this.
Pray that you never set eyes upon its cold facade, and may God have mercy upon the souls of those who do. This evil castle is the iconic symbol of a series that spans 33 different games across almost 20 consoles, all released over 4 decades. It's a name synonymous with not just Gothic-inspired action platforming, but the very industry itself. A sprawling spider's web of a franchise with longevity that most series can only dream of. And yet, it currently lies dormant, without a major release in almost 10 years, and not even the faintest whisper of revival for its fans to hold on to. Despite the series selling millions of copies, spawning entire genres, and giving us some of the greatest games ever made, Castlevania, much like the Count who inspired its creation, has slipped into the world of myth. It's a situation which is particularly perplexing as the franchise is currently more popular than ever. With incredible art direction, sumptuous animation, and voice acting that rivals the very best of Hollywood, Castlevania has been reborn as a Netflix animation, and has experienced a boom in popularity that few would have ever predicted. It consistently ranks in the top 10 most watched original series on the platform, and currently spans 5 seasons, an unprecedented success in the cutthroat world of streaming media. So, where are the video games? Where's the resurrection of the castle and count that should surely follow an explosion of interest in the series? Well, to understand that, we need to unpick the vast and tragic history of the Castlevania franchise, because the roots of this sad story reach all the way from its origins to its final entry. It's a story that will take us to all the corners of the world, from soaring heights to crushing lows, and leave no doubt about just how longevity and influence can be married with commercial failure and corporate mismanagement. This is a lengthy Castlevania retrospective, and it's time to discover just what a man really is. As ever, we'll set out a few ground rules and disclaimers before we dive into the retrospective. Firstly, I won't be covering any of the arcade games, and will stick to home releases only. This is mainly because capturing footage and actually playing these poses a lot more effort than it rewards. It's only 2 games, Haunted Castle, which is hardly even a Castlevania game, and Castlevania the Arcade, which is notable for using a whip as a light gun and very little else. The biggest point to consider is how we'll be discussing the series' music. Unfortunately, the copyright situation on YouTube as it currently stands doesn't really allow you to highlight tracks without risking demonetization, which is obviously something that I want to avoid. We'll still discuss the music, but it'll be in a more general sense, usually at important junctures like a change of console or a new series composer, and we won't be diving into specific songs or spend a lot of time discussing the musicality of each soundtrack. As I'm not a musician, I don't think this is any great loss, but as it's something which the series is particularly famed for, I wanted to explain its lack of attention within the video. Finally, and obviously, there will be spoilers for the entire franchise, so that's every main series game and every spin-off. So if you're desperate to experience the saga of the Belmont clan for yourself, consider this your first and last warning. Now hear that bell chime, hear that wolf howl, and feel the cold down your spine. Castlevania rises on the horizon, and we are beckoned in to explore its dark mysteries. As with so many of the greatest horror tales, our story begins in relatively humble circumstances. It is 1986 in Toyonaka, Osaka, and we find ourselves in a small back office of an arcade game manufacturer called Konami. Our hero is a young, ambitious developer called Hitoshi Akamatsu, who dreams of creating cinematic video games that draw on his two great loves, pulp horror and western action films. He doesn't know it yet, but he is about to father this entire franchise. Konami had been in the video game industry for quite some time. Originally formed as a jukebox repair company in 1967, they'd quickly transitioned across to building their own coin-operated game boxes, and had had so much success that they began exporting them across the Pacific to the United States. They had a string of hits with Frogger, Space Cobra and Rock and Rope in the early 80s, and it meant that when the home computer boom started just a few years later, Konami were more than ready. They almost immediately became one of the biggest third-party developers in the world, and seemed to just churn out monster hit after monster hit. On the NES they had Gradius, Contra and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and on the MSX home computer, a young and talented Hideo Kojima put together the very first Metal Gear game. They'd quickly become one of the biggest video game developers in the world, and this meant they were able to give their younger team a lot of freedom to explore ideas and experiment with new concepts. Which brings us back to that little backroom office and Hitoshi Akamatsu. After proving himself a reliable developer on Konami's arcade products, he'd been given permission to put together a small team and pursue an idea that he'd been long trying to get budget for. An adventure game unlike anything else in the market, equal parts action platformer and gothic horror title. In Japan, it would be known as Akamajo Dracula, which roughly translates as Dracula's Satanic Castle, a title which horrified Konami of America Vice President Emil Heidkamp. He would only give the go-ahead if its name could be changed in Europe and America, and out of this, Castlevania was born. The premise is beautifully simple. We play as Simon Belmont, vampire killer, who stands outside the gates of Count Dracula's castle, the aforementioned Castlevania. And by pressing start, we enter the Citadel with a single mission: to reach the pinnacle of the structure and slay the vampire that resides there. As this is not the first video about the series, its reputation likely
It's
precedes
7
it.
minutes in and they
And for the
just
most
started
part, that revolves around its
Castlevania
incredible
2?
gameplay mechanics.
Wait, Castlevania 1?
But before we
Castlevania 2?
dive
Which one are
into
we
that,
on?
I want to talk about Castlevania's less recognised strength, which is its groundbreaking aesthetic design.
Huh?
You got to remember that at the time, there wasn't really a horror genre.
No, it's
Castlevania
Castlevania.
represents the first
What
time
was
a
the
console
first
developer
part of it? Was it just
tried to
intro?
lean into darkness and morbid imagery and putting
Huh.
together a game's
Arturo,
look.
stop. He's
We're not
on my
fighting
controller. Hold on.
cartoony-looking enemies like in Mega Man or Mario, and instead do battle with an evil horde, bloodthirsty monster bands,
He's, like, trying to lay on my
horrifying
controller. Hold
fishmen, and merciless dark knights. It's miles from the fantasy adventure feeling of something like Zelda, and its gothic horror castle
I'm warming
set
up some food right
gives the
now.
whole
I'm gonna
game
be
an
right back,
atmosphere
guys.
of
I just wanted to check in.
relentlessness that even darker titles like Metroid and Ninja Gaiden
talked about Konami?
don't get
Okay, cool.
remotely close to. What's particularly impressive is that it achieves this oppressive atmosphere with familiar imagery, as despite having its own lore, Castlevania is really a collage of ideas taken from other properties. Simon Belmont's design is clearly a mixture of Conan the Barbarian and Indiana Jones, and almost every single boss is taken from some sort of classic monster movie. We find interpretations of Boris Karloff's Imhotep the Mummy and Frankenstein's monster, along with Ray Harryhausen's Queen Medusa, and every single enemy is in some way influenced by the aesthetics of these films. What stops the whole experience turning into a parody is that amazingly Akamatsu and his team were able to weave all of these disparate influences into something that feels very cohesive, and the way the game's structured is a huge part of why this works. Unlike in other titles like Contra or Super Mario, where it's not completely clear how the levels actually link together, Castlevania uses brief screens to illustrate our journey through the castle, and then has each level themed around a different location, with unique enemies, backgrounds and challenges. We begin in the castle grounds before passing through the entranceway and into the main hall. We see the chapel and catacombs before rising up through the clock tower to face Dracula right at the very summit. Seems like such a simple idea, but this gives everything we do a real sense of forward momentum that so many other games from 1987 lack. It's not just a progression of increasingly difficult levels, but a journey through the halls of Castlevania. By the time we finally ascend the final staircase against a backdrop of a crescent moon, It feels like you really are stepping into an outcropping high in the night sky, with the game's conquered levels spread out beneath you in the citadel below. Considering that most games of this era hardly even had backgrounds, this degree of environmental storytelling is astoundingly ahead of its time, and really something that the game doesn't get enough credit for. Now, as good as the graphical design might be, the main reason that people are still playing Castlevania today is its extremely unique take on action platforming, which might be the perfect expression of hard but fair. It is a notoriously difficult game, asking you to get to grips with its mechanics before you can make any progress whatsoever, and specifically punishing those who charge ahead without stopping to think. A huge part of this challenge is driven by how deliberate almost everything you do needs to be. Simon's jump has a set height, which unlike Samus, Mega Man or Mario, can't be adjusted depending on how long you hold the button, and also can't have its trajectory changed once you've committed. This also applies to attacking, which requires a short backswing and means you can't rely on quick reactions to deal with enemies and platforms, needing to take things at a considered and careful pace. The punishment for not doing so is Castlevania's infamous knockback, which pushes Simon backwards by a few blocks if he takes damage. It certainly takes some getting used to and can feel really brutal at times, leading to getting stun locked between enemies or, worst of all, being knocked off of platforms and into instant death pits. It's a fearsome mixture of mechanics, and it's made all the harder by the game's enemies, which can often feel like they've invaded our cartridge from another series altogether. While Simon has very deliberate and set movements, enemies will fly in from all sorts of angles, coming at you on diagonals or through walls and refusing to move in predictable and reliable ways. It's at its most difficult when facing Castlevania's infamous Medusa heads, which float up and down across the screen in an endlessly respawning, hard to predict pattern. They've become an utterly reviled talisman for the series, and when paired with the tricky platforming or other enemies that you can't ignore, it can almost feel like Akimatsu had designed this game specifically to torture hapless players. Luckily, we're not completely helpless in the face of the undead horde, and Simon has a toolset that more than balances the game's punishing challenge. Our primary attack is his legendary whip, the Vampire Killer, and it is an amazingly satisfying weapon to use. Often in 2D side-scrollers, melee weaponry is pretty hard to implement, which is why the vast majority of games in this style use guns or simple jumps as your main method of defeating enemies. Castlevania manages to find a brilliant sweet spot where your weapon can be used at range, but still has that visceral feel of close quarters combat. While you can increase its length and damage with upgrades, it never feels overpowered. In fact, because of those unpredictable enemy patterns, you really have to be quite precise with the whip, timing your attacks and your jumps in a way that takes real skill. Outside of the Vampire Killer, Simon can pick up an arsenal of sub-weapons, which are fueled by collecting hearts, which act as ammo, and are found in the game's candlesticks and candelabra, which you can destroy while travelling through the levels. The point of the sub-weapons is really to add an element of strategy into the gameplay. Before the very first boss, the Vampire Bat, you'll find the axe, which is clearly the optimal way to take on the beast, but for almost every other boss, it's not quite as clear. You'll often have a spread of sub-weapons available throughout the level, and it's left completely up to you to decide how you want to tackle the game's villains. Do you keep that axe to provide an attack on a diagonal and help with the game's many airborne enemies? Maybe the clock to freeze time and give you some breathing space, or the dagger to have an attack with a much greater range. The holy water can stun and the cross does the most damage, so they all have benefits and drawbacks depending on the level or the boss fight, and it's up to you to work all this out. It's the part of Castlevania that Akamatsu felt most proud of, and he spent a huge amount of time agonising over the placement and balancing of the weapons so they could provide modular difficulty. There's of course optimal strategies, but there's nothing stopping you from sticking to the sub-weapon that you feel the most comfortable with. And for the truly skilled, there's always the option of tackling the game with only your whip. Castlevania is a finely tuned dance of difficulty and player skill, but things really tip over the edge in the final few moments, which might be some of the hardest I've played in any game. The second last boss is the Grim Reaper, known in the Castlevania universe as Death, and it's one of those old school bullshit hard battles that I seriously have no idea how I actually beat. He throws out sickles that seemingly travel in random directions, and his own movements feel completely patternless. I must have died 50 times before I somehow made it back to him with full health, a fully upgraded whip, and the triple holy cross, and even then, I only made it through thanks to sheer luck. Things don't get any easier after that, as the Count himself might be the hardest NES boss of all time. He teleports randomly around the room and fires a wave of fireballs that you have to time your jump perfectly to avoid. Thing is, avoidance isn't enough, as your only opening to damage him is at the apex of this jump, meaning you also have to position yourself exactly right in order to land a blow. I can't understate just how hard this is to time, and it must have taken me 3 or 4 hours of non-stop attempts before I finally got that perfect run and managed to nail the 16 hits required to down our undead nemesis. Now, in an act that I can only attribute to pure developmental malice, once he's defeated, Dracula will transform into his true form, a horrible deformed beast, and you'll have to go another round where again you can only damage him via his head. If the heavens are smiling on you, you'll land that final blow, banishing the bane of humanity and destroying the evil castle that holds him. Dracula might be insanely difficult, bordering on impossible at times, but it's a suitably epic climax.
Oh no,
really
I'm
does
30
feel like
seconds
Simon's
late.
conquering otherworldly powers beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. These are devils from beyond the veil of human life, and the challenge of beating them makes seeing the castle crumble into dust all the more satisfying. Upon release, Castlevania was a huge success in both Japan and America, and Akamatsu's little passion project was quickly plastering the cover of Nintendo Power, praised as a brilliant combination of the mature world of horror storytelling and the sort of tight action gameplay that you'd expect from Nintendo themselves. These days, it's available on pretty much every single platform, and is so easily emulated that you can even play it in a browser. And this makes it easy to recommend, as despite that punishing difficulty, you'll be hard pushed to find a more tightly designed and supremely satisfying action platforming experience. One that rewards you for really getting to know it inside and out.
Nah,
While
Castlevania 1
kept
sucks.
selling copies and quickly became a household
It's a
name
bad
around
video
the
game
globe,
that wouldn't
sadly for
survive
Akamatsu,
today's scrutiny.
Japanese developmental culture robbed him of the recognition that he deserved outside of the Konami office.
Oh, I've been.
In the 1980s,
I've had like
developers and
3 or
producers would
4
often
of
credit
this
themselves
64-ounce
on
water
joke
bottle
games,
already,
and this sadly
and I
went
just
for a
had some
very long
leftover
time.
rice and beans, so I'm feeling
Nobody
good.
really knew who had made Castlevania. In fact, the only reason we actually know anything about the series' creation is
Feeling
because
really good.
ex-Konami staff
That's
have
nearly
recently
every
taken to
NES game.
talking about
Shh,
its
don't tell them.
development on Twitter, which led people to rediscover the work of Hitoshi.
There's only one genuinely good, still holds up to this day good NES game. There's only one. Can you guess which one it is? Shit, I kind of forgot about Zelda 2. It's Karnov, yes, no. Zelda 2's fine. It's Super Mario Bros. 3. It's Mario Bros. 3. It's the best game on the console, and it's still a good game to this day. RPGs don't count, because RPGs is literally just text boxes. Earthbound still holds up? I'm not going to entertain that. It's just text boxes, bro. It's not a real video game. You're just pressing text boxes. Contra, I've never played it, so I don't care. Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. I'm saying NES, not Super Nintendo.
Akamatsu.
All right, let's get back to the grind.
Who's been seemingly lost in the haze of history.
RPGs
mystery
are not
about what
games, but
happened
books
to
with
the series'
choices?
creator,
True.
Why he was forgotten by
They're
the
books with
industry,
extra
is
steps.
Something we'll get to later. As first, we need to take a detour into the strange world of 1980s franchise building.
Next, you're going to say
where
FF7 is just a
sequels,
text box game
spin-offs
too?
are rarely what fans
Nobody tell
expect.
him. Cheetah Men is where it's at. Nice. Vampire Killer. Oh, I got here just in time to look at Vampire Killer. Everybody's favorite Castlevania game. Also, let me get rid of the BRB.
As Castlevania was really a gamble by Konami, who hadn't expected the game to sell remotely as well as it did, they wanted to make sure that they got a good return on their investment, and this involved a little trick they'd been pulling.
Hold
all
on, the
throughout
cats are fighting.
80s. You see, the home video game market in Japan wasn't just occupied by Nintendo, and in millions of homes, gaming was done on an MSX home computer. Series like Metal Gear, Wonder Boy and Bomberman all got their starts on the MSX, and with an install base of 7 million units, it was a market that no serious Japanese developer could ignore. The problem was that not every development team had Hideo Kojima leading it, which meant that often Konami's MSX games involved cutting a few corners and reusing elements of existing games. This was their master plan to make sure that Castlevania was profitable. While Akamatsu's team worked
Normally
on
at
the
this
NES
time, I'm
version,
like
a separate
able to
small
spend
team
time with them and
led
play
by
with them.
Akihito Nagata
So they're being all
repurposed
weird
the
because they're like,
assets
why isn't
into
he loving
Vampire
me?
Killer, a game that disguises a very different direction under a very familiar surface. At first glance, everything looks almost identical. We start with Simon approaching the castle before entering into Castlevania via the main gate. It's not only the exact same premise, but the very same soundtrack, sprites,
What the
and even
fuck?
gameplay, with whip-driven action platforming.
Why is it being recorded at 2 FPS? Is the game just at 2 FPS?
Vampire Killer's structure, which
Is
takes
that just the
Simon's
normal
assault
game
on
for
the
Vampire
castle
Killer?
and turns it into a much slower-paced, exploratory experience. Each level is a spread of interlocking screens, which you can move freely between, including up and down, and in which the purpose is to find the stage exit.
Oh
It's not quite as simple
no.
as it sounds though, as each door needs to be unlocked
Just
with a
find the
stage's
exit.
skeleton key. And as boss fights now only take place every 3 levels, this cycle of finding the key and then finding the exit.
Have I ever
forms the
played
majority
Galaga?
of the
Yes, I
game.
have.
If this sounds markedly less interesting than the thrills of Castlevania on the NES,
Galaga's
you're
fun.
absolutely not wrong, and this system becomes incredibly grating after just a few levels. Compared to Castlevania's meticulous design, it just never brings the same level of excitement. And
Just
any
let me be
satisfaction that the
inflammatory with my
puzzle
NES
exploration
hot
can
takes
deliver
because I
is
wasn't old enough to
dampened by
own one, so I can be a
key design
zoomer and say whatever the fuck I want about the
For starters,
console because I
almost
never
all
owned
the
one.
keys are hidden in secret locations, which means you have to attack almost every block in the stage in order to find one, rather than having them just
We're
occur
critting with
naturally.
800s.
As most
We
of the
might
levels
hit
move around
999 with a
themselves,
crit
once you've
today,
reached the
maybe.
edge of a
That would be
stage,
sick.
It's extremely easy to become disorientated, and for some reason, you only have access to a map if you find it in a chest, and then only have limited
That's a
uses
hot
for it.
take saying that
And while
it's
all that
only
sounds
good
very
because it was the
negative,
first
Nagata
3D
did
FF.
actually come up with some interesting
I don't think
ideas,
that's
some of which
necessarily
would
true.
eventually work their way into the main
Question:
series.
if I
While
do
looking for skeleton
this
keys,
out
you
of
sometimes
curiosity,
uncover
what
merchants
happens?
who will sell you items in
Do I not have
exchange
any
for parts.
Vardas?
There's actually quite a spread of different
Aw.
equipment to buy.
I kind of
ranging
want
from
to. We
limited
should
time
grind for
power-ups
Vardas
to shields that block projectiles and completely different.
because I kind of want 2 Vardas
It's
to
not
put
exactly an
on
RPG,
later.
But it certainly does add in a sense of progression. It makes it feel like you're
Because I might be able to hit
developing a version of
999
Simon
with
that
additional
reflects your
stat
playstyle.
boosts.
Annoyingly though, all of your equipment resets after you beat a boss, which is a pretty massive handicap considering the lack of.
I guess we'd have to do the
Final thing to note is the game's Dracula fight,
calculations.
which is a very strange remix of the iconic NES battle. Instead of that insanely tricky jump attack, this time we can simply duck under his fireballs. Which
No,
makes
I'm
the
not
whole
trying to
thing
skip anything. I'm just trying to see if
substantially
there's a world where I
There
can
is a
hit
second
999
phase, but in a
today.
strange
Because I
twist,
don't
this
think we're going to
makeover
hit
of the Vampire
999
Killer
naturally.
Actually serves up an original asset.
I don't think there's enough
We do
time.
battle against a huge living portrait of the Count. As we'll discover in the rest of the series, strange Dracula second forms would become something of a tradition.
FF8 sucks.
So by
But
that
the
metric,
card
and
game,
that metric
though.
alone, will allow Vampire Killer into the clan. Although that's despite all of its other odd takes on the vampire slaying formula.
I do kind of want to play. The card game is better in 14, true. I'm like, I kind of want to play FF8 just to play the card game. Is that weird? I never even got a chance to play FF8 much. My brother played a lot more than I ever did. He was older, so he was able to read before I could, so he ended up playing all the RPGs, while I never touched any of them. As you can tell by my taste in video games, because I'd never play any fucking JRPGs. Meanwhile, my older brother loves them.
Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, which was released in 1987 and attempted to take their action platforming.
Simon's Quest? Oh boy! I love this video game. It's the first Metroidvania.
Simon's Quest is a strange game to talk about because, despite it being 35 years old, its reputation wasn't really set in stone until 2004.
Reading is hard. I'm still bad at it.
Angry video game nerd put out one of his first ever videos, and in what would become his classic style, tore the game to pieces. As the video game industry had exploded in size since the game's original release, and YouTube was on the crest of doing exactly the same, this review was the first time many people
What a terrible
had
night to have a
ever heard
curse.
of Simon's Quest, and it was not a
Oh, is it being quiet? I'm sorry. I'll turn the volume up. I got you.
good first impression. The review itself is pretty damn funny, but it focuses entirely on the game's negatives, using them as fuel for the nerd's ever-increasing anger, all culminating in him declaring that Castlevania 2 is the biggest fuck-up in video game history.
Okay, calm
Now,
down.
obviously, the angry video game nerd is not trying
He's
to
never
provide
played
objective
Karnov, dude.
analysis, but such was the booming popularity of the character that the damage was done. Castlevania 2 was now worse than a warm bottle of Rolling Rock. nothing was going to claw back its reputation. And to be honest, it kind of deserves it.
Damn.
Simon's Quest has some ridiculous design choices and can often be a hilariously obtuse experience. But that is not the whole story. We're going to take a much more holistic look at the game, as there's a lot more to like here than our angry friend originally let on.
Having your levels mean nothing because
We
the
once
enemies
again
level
play
with
the
you is
role of
stupid.
Simon
That's like
Belmont,
a lot
who,
of
despite
RPGs
defeating the
do
evil
scaling
count at the
levels.
top Castlevania in the last game, hasn't been able to move on and live a life of peace. Thanks to Dracula's unholy nature, injuries that Simon sustained during their battle have never truly healed, and this curse is slowly destroying his soul. One day he has a vision of a beautiful maiden telling him that the only way to save himself is to gather 5 artifacts of the Count and burn them in the ruins of his castle. This takes us to the very first screen of the game, with Simon beginning his quest in the town.
I regret
of
opening
Joe,
this can of worms.
setting out to find
You
the
made this
pieces of
bed, you're gonna
Dracula
sleep in it.
and his salvation.
Wait,
As
5
a premise
Vlad
for a
relics.
sequel to a pretty story-like game, I think this is an interesting direction to head in. As rather than a rematch,
That's a
with
Soden
Dracula,
reference.
We've got Simon dealing with the aftermath of his victory and a much more open-ended objective. This is not just a battle to the top of a castle, but a quest across the land. And that difference is really the foundation for all of the huge changes in gameplay. Unlike in Castlevania 1, which is a linear series of highly designed individual levels, Simon's Quest gives you a huge world to explore.
See, that's the thing is, anytime I want to explore Final Fantasy games, I just play Kingdom Hearts and call it a day. Because it gives me that heaping spoonful of bullshit
finding the pieces of
lore
Dracula is dependent
and
on
story,
your
but with better
navigation skills
gameplay.
and nose for
So I'm happy.
exploration. This in of itself deserves some credit because NES games that didn't follow a regimented level structure were fairly rare, and those that did were often considered extremely high quality. Titles like Metroid, Zelda, and Final Fantasy all attempted to create more cohesive and immersive worlds, and Simon's Quest is absolutely attempting to do something similar. Transylvania is a coherent setting, with townspeople and shops, places of protection against the undead, and a wilderness full of danger thanks to hundreds of years of vampiric domination. That immersion and sense of place are also elevated because, just like its predecessor, Castlevania 2 is a great looking game. Every environment that you travel through has unique backgrounds and distinct
I just don't play
titles, which
RPGs for
sounds
that
like
reason. I'm
faint
not a
praise,
fan of them.
But really wasn't all that common at the time, especially for larger, sprawling titles like this. It all helps.
Would you
create a
attempt
real
bad
sense
fighting
of
games for
atmosphere.
fun? And
When
what the fuck
overground
is
areas flow
that moment?
seamlessly
Wait,
into
what?
underground areas, or you discover unique rooms with disturbing backgrounds, that exploration feels rewarded. Rewards also come in the form of some very rudimentary RPG mechanics, which add some purpose to all of the combat. Simon can now level up, which gives you more total health, and instead of finding sub-weapons hidden in candelabra, you now purchase them from vendors with the hearts that you collect. Compared to the depths of RPG complexity that the series will go on to reach, it's extremely simplistic, but it can't be understated how having a form of progression helps alleviate the tedium of constant combat. Now, the most notorious mechanic in Castlevania 2 is
I wouldn't
its
be opposed,
day and night
Pew Pew.
cycle, which falls into the category of ambitious but poorly executed. Every 5 minutes, a text box will appear stating, "What a horrible night to have a curse."
What a
And then the game
horrible
will
night
switch into
to
its
have
night
a
mode,
curse.
where enemies are more numerous, do more damage, and have more health points. The idea behind this, that there's actual risk to Simon having the curse, is a cool idea, and having nightfall when you're in a precarious spot genuinely does create moments of tension, but it's just not executed well enough to repeatedly have that effect. The whole transition just takes way too long, and having it happen every 5 minutes, instead of say 15, means it becomes an all too frequent roadblock to your progress. During these
The kitties
nights,
are getting
all the
really,
shops are closed and NPCs go into
unsettled.
hiding, which makes sense, but leaves you simply waiting around for this sequence to end. Even if you can get into the game's frustrating pace, its whole structure
Tonight is a
also
horrible night to
really
have a curse.
spoiled
A
by
curse
how
of 24
badly it
hours of
relies
streaming.
on highly obtuse puzzles, which feel like they were designed to be played alongside a copy of Nintendo Power. Many of the game's dungeons are gated behind key items, which usually have to be purchased from certain vendors. This is where the NPCs come in, as you're supposed to speak to them, take the clues they give you, and use them to work out which items are supposed to be used where.
Guys,
in theory, this makes complete sense.
If you're going to argue about Final Fantasy games, just shut up and play the best Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy Tactics, and just be happy because it's a perfect video game with no flaws.
As you're on a journey across the world,
It's the
gathering
only perfect
clues
video
about
game to ever
your quest,
exist.
but it simply
Smile.
doesn't translate well because of a few fatal flaws. The biggest is easily the game's translation, which is so bad that it ruins some of the clues, giving completely wrong information and hiding progress behind mechanics that seem impossible to work out.
Weegriff
The most
cough.
notorious
Weegriff's
is the
fine.
red
He's not that
crystal,
bad.
which you're supposed to hold at Deborah Cliff, causing a
Just
magic
don't get
tornado
soft-locked
to
at
take you
Weegriff,
off to a
Smile.
dungeon. Now in Japanese,
Just
the
make sure
villager tells
Ramza
you
isn't
to
like
press the red
a
crystal
fucking
against
healer.
Deborah Cliff, kneel, and the wind will take you. Well, in English, this has been somehow translated to wait for a soul with the red crystal at Deborah Cliff.
Deborah
which makes it sound like
Cliff?
you're supposed to wait for someone to give you the red crystal, rather than looking for it to access the next dungeon. The very same issue confuses how you're meant to get past the cursed swamp. The clue in Japanese
FFT never
is
had to be
a person
remade?
without a living laurel will die in the cursed swamp. But in English, the clue is simply the curse has killed the laurel tree, which is just nonsense and makes the whole game so much harder to navigate than it should be. Another area of Simon's Quest that takes a lot of criticism is its dungeons, or mansions as they're referred to in
Mansions.
You'd imagine that these would represent the perfect opportunity to include a slice of that highly designed linear Castlevania 1 gameplay. But oddly, these sections are rather more influenced by Vampire Killer than Akamatsu's
Go
last
watch
title.
a plot play
The
of
aim each
14 for
mansion is
200
to get
hours.
the
No
red
thanks.
orb, which contains a piece of Dracula. But finding it alone isn't enough. First, you need to locate a vendor.
If
who
I start
sells you
playing
a
Final
token
Fantasy
steak,
14, the rest of my
which
life
then
is
has to be
ruined. You
used
guys
on
know
the
that,
board
right?
In order to break it open.
I'm not allowed
Just
to
like
play that
most of the
game.
mechanics in Simon's
MMOs
Quest,
are
it's
just
more exploratory than it is
signing
action-packed.
away your life for the rest
In
of
another
your life.
strange twist, only 2 of these 5 mansions
Let's talk
actually
about
have
Kelvin
bosses,
again.
which
Man,
seems
fuck
absurd
Kelvin.
for a sequel to a game renowned for its end-level
The
fights.
Catacombs?
Including Dracula, you fight against Death and a flying face called Camilla, and all 3 are ludicrously easy.
That's Carmilla? Is
They
a
can be
flying
stun-locked
face?
and really struggle to actually do any damage to you, which feels
Is
a
it
million
Carmilla
miles
or
from the punishing
Camilla?
versions we fought in Castlevania 1. Along with bosses that don't pose a modicum of challenge, the final dungeon of the whole game, that fateful return to Castlevania, doesn't contain a
Yeah,
single
FFT has
enemy.
scaling for
You
random
just
battles,
wander
but
through
you see
empty
new
halls
enemies as you
towards your
scale
final
upwards, so
battle.
it's worth it.
It's another
So,
decision that took a lot of flack from the nerds.
the scaling
but in a
isn't just
strange
useless.
way,
There is a
I actually
value
quite
to
like it.
having scaling
It's a
enemies.
somber and atmospheric moment.
Because you see new
managing to
monsters and
deliver
new
more
jobs and
storytelling
stuff like
than
that.
all of the horribly
It's
translated
Camilla,
text
got it.
put together. For those of us who beat that first game, it's a reminder of that original journey. And while it doesn't exactly look like the levels we fought through,
Hey, you can
it's
Google
enough
that
to
on your own
prompt
time,
those
Pew Pew.
memories of vicious battles gone by. With the Count's revival and defeat, we're given different.
Are we finally
endings
moving on from
depending how
Castlevania 2?
quickly you
So
were
I can
able
start
to
actually
beat
paying
the game.
attention to the video? Because I don't give a shit about
Annoyingly,
Castlevania 2.
isn't stated anywhere else, so you'll almost certainly get the worst ending on your first run through. It's based on how many full days.
There's multiple endings?
And in order to get
Oh.
the best ending, where Simon cures the curse and lives into his old age, you have to win in just
As if you care about
7
Castlevania
days
3?
or
I'm
less.
interested in
It
Castlevania
requires
3, which is
pretty
more than I am
intricate knowledge of the
in
key
Castlevania
items,
2.
hidden walls, and following an exact sequence of events to make it to the
Especially if he
camp in
talks about
time.
the differences
Beating
between the
sprawling
Japanese and the
adventure
English version,
in
because I
just
still to this day don't know
45
the
minutes
differences.
is a feat only a scant few are going to be able to achieve.
And
The
I
reality
plan on
is
playing
that
Castlevania
Simon's
3 at
Quest
some
is a
point in my life.
complicated game to talk about. It's creative and interesting, taking huge risks and attempting to do things that many other series wouldn't incorporate for years. But it's also frustrating, poorly localized, with an execution that mars that lofty ambition. I rarely use the phrase, but I think Simon's Quest has just not aged all that well. Not because of its mechanics or design, but because the environment for it to be really groundbreaking just doesn't exist anymore. In 1988,
Did I already finish the
huddled
Netflix
around a
watch
television
party?
set with your copy of
Brother in Christ, we haven't even started.
Nintendo Power to guide you.
I'm waiting
and friends
until
or siblings to share
the end of this
tedium
year,
with.
pretty much.
Well, this must have been a breathtaking experience.
I'm going to keep pushing
It's
it back
just not
later and
possible to
later.
play Simon's
I'm
Quest
going to
in
do
that
it eventually, I
atmosphere
swear.
anymore. In 2022,
I want to do it closer to the announcement of the second series, but I'm worried they're just going to announce it and then it's going to be like, okay, it's you can watch it tomorrow. You know what I mean? So yeah. Maybe I should get started watching it.
it's clear that it's not a perfect game, but it does deserve some credit for what it tried to do. And honestly, if you're happy to use a guide,
I should just
it's
watch it
perfectly
on
playable
stream and say,
miles
fuck
from
it.
the steaming
Ban me,
pile of
Twitch,
goat
see what
that
happens.
the nerd once described it
I just want to watch Netflix on stream.
On
Is that so
release,
much
it
to
was
ask
popular
for?
enough to be featured on the second ever cover
What's
of
this whole
Nintendo
DMCA
Power,
thing?
And even for a brief moment, became notorious thanks to parents sending in complaints about the violent imagery that Nintendo had used. It didn't sell remotely as well as the first
This is the
game,
violent
but made a
imagery, the
respectable return in
skeletons?
both Japan and America, with Konami releasing tie-in merchandise in the East, where the game was particularly popular. Akamatsu's team had shown that Castlevania wasn't just a flash.
Rondo of
in the pan,
Blood is the most replayed part, but not
Konami,
Soden.
finally convinced that the series could be more than just a source of assets.
Soden is
decided to
niche,
expand
dude.
The brand.
I hate to break it to you guys, but Soden is a niche video game that not a lot of... Yeah, look at that. Where Symphony of the Night's barely even a blip on this thing. They're in love with Rondo of Blood. Soden's a niche video game that nobody cares about.
Taking the story away from Simon Belmont and onto
sad but true.
new platforms.
Tish will never know if you said the game title is Soden. True. And then I'll just mirror the video
Throughout the
footage and add like a
1980s,
filter
video
on top
games
of it,
have
and we'll
been
be fine.
Exclusively stationary affairs, either played on a big arcade machine or at home on a computer or console. But this status quo abruptly changed in 1989.
Rondo's the
Nintendo
best
and Sega had been in
classic
a long
Mania.
running
Yeah,
battle
Rondo's a
for
really
the
good game.
top dog console manufacturer, and the next frontier of this war was in portable handheld game players. In the space of just 16 months, at the turn of the decade, both the Game Boy and Game Gear released.
The fuck is Captain?
causing
Oh,
an explosion
Captain
of
Nintendo.
small-scale video game playing that no longer required power cables and a television set. Sporting hardware that was a lot easier to develop for and having a much superior battery life, the Game Boy quickly struck into a mighty sales lead, which Konami wanted to take full advantage of. They quickly put out what were essentially
Damn,
demons
Contra's
of
looking
some of their
crazy.
most famous titles: Gradius, Contra, and Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yo,
Turtles.
Teenage Mutant
with
Ninja Turtles
Castlevania
look
also
crazy.
getting the black and green treatment. Just a few months into the Game Boy's life, Castlevania The Adventure released, reimagining that formula from Castlevania 1 in a way that could fit in the palm of your hand. The adventure is
Damn,
set
look at that
100
game.
years before the events of Castlevania and Simon's Quest, and serves as a prequel, establishing a lot of the tropes that would come to define the series moving forwards. We play as Christopher Belmont, an ancestor
Christopher?
of Simon, who hears that the evil Count
Hey,
Dracula
yo,
has been
Chris.
conducting rituals hoping to achieve immortality. As the Count's dark minions have begun terrorizing the people of Transylvania, he arms himself with his family's whip and sets out to defeat the self-proclaimed Prince of Darkness. There might be literally no story in the game whatsoever, as all of this background is found in the instruction manual, but it deserves some recognition for sparking the fire that would really form the rest of the franchise. Now, the game itself is rather less influential.
Damn, he's
It's probably
climbing
better
on
known for being an
ropes?
example of the difficulty that console developers had adjusting to the extremely limited specs of the new handhelds. We fight our way across just 4 levels, which can beat in as little as 40 minutes.
Best friends with
And that
Tony the
battling
Tiger?
is
Nice.
exclusively in the form of whipping and jumping, as there are no sub-weapons whatsoever. Instead, candles now drop coins which boost your score, hearts which heal you, and red orbs which upgrade your whip. Just like in its NES cousin, the
Wait.
upgrades add length and damage, although
Red orbs? This released on the Game Boy. There is no color. Why did he say red orbs? Huh?
now there's a 4th tier which allows Christopher to shoot fireballs. It all adds up to a pretty lean experience. You do some
This game didn't come
platforming
out on the Game Boy
sections,
Color.
You kill a few enemies, and really there isn't a
The
whole
manual
lot
must
to
have
think
said
about.
something about it, yeah?
Now you might think that makes for an easy game, but brother, you could not be more wrong. Somehow, Castlevania The Adventure manages to be one of the most insanely hard games that I've ever played, despite having less mechanics than I have limbs. For starters, that whip fireball attack is extremely powerful, but you'll rarely ever actually have it, as for some reason your whip downgrades in power every time you take a hit.
Yeah,
in Castlevania 1,
that's
this
normal.
only happened when you died, which felt a touch more fair than managing to finally get 4 upgrades and having them all taken away
That makes
in a split
sense.
second by a rogue
What are you, a
bandit.
baby gamer? Just
On
don't
top
take
of this,
just
outside
simply
of
do
the
not
very
take
first
damage.
level, almost every
Just
single
no
mode
hit
of
the entire
platforming
game
is done
on your
by
first
either
try.
instant death pits
Get good.
or instant death spikes, meaning just a single wrong move results in being sent all the way back to the start of the level. What makes this all the more punishing is that Konami haven't really nailed the tight platforming of the console titles.
Yeah, you just need 1
Christopher's
HP,
hitbox
exactly.
feels smaller than his model. There are a huge series of precise jumps where you really have to overshoot what feels natural in order to land safely. When you can take your time and pick your spot carefully, it's just an annoyance, but during level 3,
That jump
things
is
reach
so
a
bad.
whole new level of absurd. The second half has you racing away from a rising platform of spikes, and the jumps you need to hit in order to actually beat this part are ludicrously precise. If you make a single mistake, it's game over, and I had an awful time grinding this over and over until I finally had a miracle run.
Just don't make a mistake.
The level after doesn't get any kinder either. You have to complete these crazy series of jumps while being peppered by enemies, and the hallway before Dracula involves fighting 4 copies of the first level boss in a row. Thanks to Christopher's criminally slow move speed, these high difficulty moments just feel brutally unfair. Not old school Nintendo hard, just badly made in a way that really shows that this was Konami stepping into a new world that they weren't all that familiar with. That all being said, Castlevania The Adventure reviewed quite well, getting some pretty generous scores from magazines that were clearly dazzled by the sheer concept of playing games on the go.
Wow,
in fact, the main criticism was astonishingly that Castlevania fans might not like the music, which feels like the last thing they'd be concerned about.
The music's pretty
Time
good.
has been much less kind to our first handheld foray into the wilderness of Transylvania. It's largely now thought of as the worst game in the franchise thanks to its brutally unfair difficulty and insanely slow pace. And despite now occupying an elite group of people who have actually seen the credits, I can't disagree with that sentiment. Luckily, this would not be the last time we'd see Castlevania on the Nintendo Game Boy, and it would not be the last time we'd see Christopher Belmont, as both would return in much better form in just a few years' time.
Kid Dracula, I beat that game. It's okay. It's fine. Fuck the ice
Something
level,
that used
though.
to be very popular in Japan during the late 80s and 90s was developers producing parody versions of their popular games. Now, unlike the funny games that spring to mind when you imagine a parody, Conker's Bad Fur Day or South Park's Stick of Truth,
It's Alucard
these
Dick,
parody
yep.
titles tended to be really light-hearted or cutesy reimaginings that often brought a sense of Japanese ridiculousness to the proceedings. Konami were the undisputed master of this niche genre, lampooning their own games with such skill that many went on to be well-respected franchises in their own
What
right.
the fuck am I looking at?
With Castlevania proving to be a popular breakout franchise, it would of course also have the parody treatment. And this brought us Kid Dracula, which were released on the Famicom in 1990 and later on the Game Boy in 1993.
Oh yeah, Kid Dracula.
You play the titular role, although it's not exactly clear if you're Dracula's kid or Dracula as a kid, and the plot doesn't exactly offer any clues.
Isn't it confirmed that it's Dracula's kid, aka Alucard?
Strangely, instead of it having much at all to do with the adventures of the Belmonts, the premise is that the evil lizard king Garamoth has teleported himself to Transylvania.
Oh, I guess
in
that's
the
how
year
you pronounce it in
2 billion
Japanese,
BC,
yeah.
And it's up
My
to
mom
our
is confirmed,
spiky-haired
thank you.
protagonist to defend the homestead. And it's not just the story that's broadly unconnected to the games we've already covered. Kid Dracula plays a lot more like a Capcom game than anything Konami ever put out, feeling very similar to the Mega Man series. Kid Dracula is armed with a short-range fireball attack, and your jumping is far more controllable than the precise and deliberate movements of Simon and Christopher.
Galamoth?
It goes
Certain
beyond
reference?
that, though. The whole structure of the game is 8 distinct levels with bosses that, when defeated, bestow the young count with new power-ups, which give you more attacks to choose from and various abilities required to traverse the levels. It's not so much a parody of Castlevania as it is a parody of Mega Man, with a very cutesy Dracula theme pasted over the top. It's very strange and I don't really understand why it was made, but this is the same company that made a Gradius game where you fight can-can dancers and pig sumo wrestlers, so I think trying to make sense of it all is somewhat fruitless. Amazingly, this wasn't the last we'd see of Kid Dracula, and in 1993, Konami released a sort of remake-cum-sequel in the form of the similarly named Kid Dracula for the Nintendo
Will roosters
Game
attack
Boy.
you if you get close
Despite
to
it being
them?
on a much lower powered platform,
Like in
I
real
actually
life?
really prefer this version. And I
Maybe.
think the simplicity you expect from Game Boy games suits
Yeah, you can
Kid
use
Dracula
Streamlabs or
a
Stream
lot more
Elements to
than
get
the
your
NES.
chat on screen.
They've really pushed the boundaries in terms of animation and graphical
Wait, that
design.
guy's not a
And Kid
Nazi in
Dracula
this one.
looks
What?
Seriously impressive for the Game Boy. They've got cutscenes that genuinely look pretty good, and the young count has all these little flourishes when finishing a zone or using an ability. That
You're telling me that
quite
cocks are
high-quality
aggressive in real life? No.
Compared with other
I
titles
thought cocks
from
would
the
be
same
nice.
year like Alien vs Predator or Aladdin, this looks a whole generation ahead, which is particularly impressive considering what a poor job they'd done with Castlevania The Adventure just a few years
They removed
before.
the Nazi ghosts.
Despite
I
the
know.
improvement, we sadly never got another entry in this funny little sub.
They removed the Nazi ghosts. I'm going to say it. Cancel culture has gone too far. You're telling me they get rid of a little bit of Nazi imagery in the Game Boy version of Kid Dracula? The woke moralists and the liberals have gone too far.
series. And it's a shame that we never got to see the kid count again on the SNES or Game Boy Advance. It would have been fantastic to see a parody version of Symphony of the Night or Rondo of Blood. But unfortunately,
the parody version of Symphony of the Night does exist. It's called Requiem. It's called Castlevania Symphony of the Night Requiem, bro.
Duology remains the series' lone venture into the world of comedy video games.
Thanks, Biden. It's the Tiger handheld. True, that's actually the parody version. Parody's nuts. As a German Ruben Monjin is based.
Experimenting with the formula outside of the NES. Akamatsu's team were hard at work.
I need a sarcasm light. One of these days, someone's going to take me seriously. Let him, bro. Try and cancel me on the internet. That'll only prove me right. That cancel culture's gone too far. I need to stop. You are correct. I'm going to get clipped out of context and actually get fucking canceled. But, you know, it's worth the risk because the jokes are just so funny.
On the next console installment. And this time they found themselves hyper-motivated to create something extremely special. It might sound strange to hear, but back in the late 80s and early 90s, long before Silent Hill, Metal Gear Solid, Pro Evo or Yu-Gi-Oh!, Konami's biggest franchise was their Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games.
Makes
and they
sense.
were selling absolute bucket loads due to the insane popularity of the
What is Soden
half-shell
Requiem? It is the
The franchise
PS4
absorbed a
re-release
huge
of
amount of
Soden.
attention and focus internally.
I'm safe until I
Members
go
of development
mainstream.
Teams that weren't working on TMNT
I hate to break it to you, I'm never
often
going mainstream.
felt bitter that they weren't afforded the same resources.
I play Symphony of the Night too much to go
This was
mainstream.
absolutely the case for Akamatsu and his team. And when they sat down to discuss what they wanted to produce for the next Castlevania game, dethroning the Turtles was their only goal. It would require putting together one of the most ambitious and complex NES games.
This GDQ is going to make me
The next step,
mainstream.
not just for the franchise,
I
but
doubt
for the
it.
entire action platform.
Very
genre.
much doubt it.
And well, without spoiling it.
Good morning.
that's
Good
exactly
morning,
what
Hans
they
Gruber.
did.
Welcome. Welcome to the stream.
From the
Welcome
very
to
first moments of
last
Castlevania
11
3,
hours.
it's clear that Akamatsu wanted to push that cinematic influence to the next level. We see a shot of the sprawling expanse of Castlevania before lightning strikes, revealing the title card, and a text scroll detailing the premise.
Dracula's
Between this
curse.
atmospheric opening and the film reel effect rolling down the sides of the
What a
screen,
horrible night
it's
to
like
have a
watching
curse.
the opening of an old 1930s serial, and it sets the tone for a game that puts a lot more emphasis on story.
They used to eat television shows in the 1930s.
While it might be
They
the third game in the series,
Serials?
Dracula's Curse is actually set 100 years before Castlevania The Adventure, and details the very first conflict in the series timeline.
Huh?
Everything begins with a dark...
the very first isn't that later?
Tribute. You
Yo,
steal
J-Dub.
men's souls and make them your slaves.
Happy Christmas Eve to you too. Isn't that Lament of Innocence? This is the first fight with Dracula. Oh.
sorcerer from the nation.
But we got to fight what's his name in Lament of Innocence? What's the Dracula's name? Fucking Craig or whatever. Peter. He said Walter. Thank you. I know he had just like a normal ass name. God fearing. It's Walter. Yeah, you can still buy it on the 360. The 360 store is still up.
Of Wallachia, known as Vlad Tepes.
Wallachia?
His greed
Isn't
for
it
eternal life
Wallachia?
led him to make a deal with an evil god who transformed
But I mean,
him into the
you
monster
do you. You
we
can
know
pronounce it
as
however you want.
Dracula,
I don't really
which
care.
began his cruel reign of terror over the people of Transylvania. With the church at a loss for how to
I will
handle
kill you.
this
End of the
demonic
night.
threat, the Pope turned to
Damn, bro. Automod was Ratboo got hit by the automod because it said I will kill you. That's funny.
the outcast Belmont family, renowned for their abilities in defeating dark magic.
The automod's like, yo, chill out, bro.
Trevor Belmont.
Is that a threat?
Whip in hand, heads to Wallachia.
I'm saying the woke moralists are trying to cancel you, Ratboo.
Dracula. We find our hero kneeling before a crucifix.
What about your freedom of
head bowed in
speech?
prayer before
Elon
lightning
Musk
strikes
wouldn't
once
stand for
again.
this.
And with a flick of his cape, Castlevania 3 begins. The first thing you'll notice is that
Damn,
this
this
is a
game
return
looks
to
so
the pure
good.
action platforming of Castlevania 1.
The sprite work
Those
in
adventure
Castlevania
game
3 looks really
RPG
nice.
systems from Simon's Quest have been completely rolled back. There are no towns to explore, levels to gain, or items to buy, and it really feels like a sequel that's made to build on everything from the first game, and not the second. We're right back into that action-packed but deliberate platforming formula, where you carefully place
Oh my
jumps,
God, that
collecting
level
hearts
looks
to power up
ridiculous.
sub-weapons, and pulling your hair out with its insane level of challenge. Castlevania 3 is absolutely notorious for its brutal difficulty, and in a surprising twist, it's actually the American port, which is the harder version.
Yeah, normally...
For some reason, when the game was localized for Western markets, Konami also remixed the gameplay in some key areas, asking you to perfectly memorize and execute huge
Why would they
portions
do
of the
that?
game, and giving Dracula's Curse a completely warranted reputation as one of the hardest games ever made.
Was
Well,
this
might
like...
be made of stern stuff?
Yo,
but it's not
Astroth,
quite
thank you
that
for the
stern.
raid.
And so for this review,
Why
I
would they
played
do
through
that?
a translated ROM of the Japanese version, which is still damn difficult, but actually gave me a chance of finishing it in time for this release. Along with a more sane level of challenge, this version also uses a much nicer font for its dialogue and has an additional sound chip, which wasn't included outside of Japan. While it might be the easier option, it's the definitive version in terms of presentation, and that will always win out in my book. Now, despite the game returning to a linear, level-based structure, we've not entirely abandoned
Oh,
the
US rental
exploration of
market?
Castlevania
That makes
2,
sense.
and you have a lot more agency over the route that Trevor takes to his vampire nemesis. At set points in the game, everything will pull out to a map screen, where you're given a choice.
You
of
bought
two
crowd
directions
control
you can
coins,
head in.
J-Dub?
It's a lot more complex than just.
We're
an
not
option
playing
of two
crowd
different
control,
levels,
though.
as it can result in wildly different
You're
routes to
crazy.
the castle, and some of the branching paths don't even lead to your destination, requiring you to double back after beating the levels.
Saving for later,
Obviously,
I
this
got
adds
you, I got
a huge
you.
amount of replayability to the game, but it also adds an important sense of place to the
Why didn't anybody
Transylvanian
warn me about the
countryside.
voices? Yeah.
Trevor isn't just a vampire hunter, but a wanderer, an
It's all good.
outcast, and despite being structurally linear, Dracula's Curse manages to feel like just as much of an adventure as its more open predecessor.
Yeah, the crowd control overlay,
Now, as
is
cool
there a
as
way
the
for me to
rework-
disable it, actually? Can I disable it when I'm not playing? Is that something I can do? Do I have to uninstall it and then reinstall it every time? That's so annoying. Why isn't there just like a disable button? Yeah, that's really annoying. Wait, is it telling me that it's going to delete your bits if I uninstall? Jesus Christ, crowd control. That's not real, right? The extension has been enabled. If you uninstall the extension, your viewers may not be able to enjoy items or experiences they've exchanged for bits. The extension on your channel, unless you reinstall it and activate it. Okay, so you won't lose your stuff. We're fine. Everything's fine. No, because you're not the first person to just get confused by the crowd control overlay. I just wish there was a button to turn it off when I'm not playing crowd control.
Worked level structure is Castlevania 3's greatest innovation and its most interesting new mechanic is the partner system. At certain crossroads, Trevor can head down 3 optional paths.
I don't
clock
blame you.
tower, a graveyard, and an underground lair, and upon defeating the boss of each stage, you can recruit a party member who travels with you to your final battle. By pressing select, Trevor will swap places with his partner, allowing you to play as them, and while both share the same health bar, each party member brings a host of
What
different
does
abilities
this
to the
button
table.
do?
First partner we encounter is Grant Dynasty, who we meet at the top of the
Dynasty,
clock tower.
bro.
He's a rebel
Yo,
imprisoned
it's your
for
boy
fighting against
Dynasty
Dracula's
here.
rule, desperate for vengeance for the death of his friends and family. Grant brings a completely new dynamic to the gameplay, as he has a much higher jump than Trevor and can be repositioned in midair. As precise jumping is one of the pillars of the challenge in these games, playing as a character who essentially controls more like Mario feels extremely
It's Mario,
powerful. And as he
brother.
can cling to walls, there are moments where you can bypass entire sections of the game. The downside is that his ranged dagger attack is very weak, and he only has access to the axe sub-weapon, meaning in combat
How you been?
he's
Work
very
has
limited
been-
and can't really go toe-to-toe
Last
with a
couple weeks
single
been here
boss.
when
The
you were
second
alive.
partner is
On
completely
vacation for
different.
2 weeks.
In a graveyard, we
Nice.
meet Cypher Belnardus, a
What's
witch
up,
with burning
Rico
hatred
Laka?
for everything evil,
I'm
sent by
having
the
a good
church as part of their war on the Vampire Lord. She controls just like Trevor, with an identical jump and movement speed, although can only attack with a very short-range staff, making her almost useless in combat. Where she comes into her own is with 3
Cypher
magical
rules?
spells,
You're telling
which are all
me.
fueled by hearts and are all extremely powerful. She has a flame attack which absolutely devastates bosses, a homing lightning attack which makes mincemeat of enemies coming at you from any direction, and finally she can freeze foes and then shatter them in a single hit with her rod. She's a big part of what
She can
makes the
shatter me with
shortest
her
route to
rod
the
any
castle
day.
so much easier, because you can use Trevor to fight your way through stages before switching
Wait,
to
what?
Cypher in order to crush the bosses. The final partner has a less obvious gameplay implication, but probably is the most interesting from a story perspective. Deep in the underground caverns, on the longest route to the castle, we fight against a boss that plays just like the Dracula encounter from Castlevania 1. And if you emerge victorious, you can recruit Alucard, Dracula's son, who mysteriously is seeking to destroy the Count rather than side
Isn't
with
that
him.
Dracula spelled
Without
back?
any further explanation, we set out in a union of vampire and vampire killer, and it's a pairing which probably takes the most skill to make work. At first, Alucard seems extremely weak. His only attack is a ranged fireball, which doesn't do a huge amount of damage, and as he only has access to the stopwatch sub-weapon, he can feel really underwhelming in combat. His true strength
Alucard grows
lies
his
in his
hair out in
ability to
Symphony of the
transform
Night.
into a bat and fly around the stages, completely bypassing platforming in a way that makes Grant look like hard mode. There are certain sections of the game that Alucard can make completely trivial, but it's all about knowing where these sections are and making sure that you have enough hearts to fly around them. He's deep on the hardest path for a reason, and really only the most experienced players will know when and where he's at his most powerful. When playing through the levels as Trevor, Castlevania 3 can look like a simple rehash of the first game, but this partner system adds an insane level of complexity to how your adventure plays out, which is really unlike anything else found on the platform. We can play as 4 different characters, 2 at the same time at any given moment. We've got 3 distinct routes to the castle, and that's all on top of the
I love the
base
way Grant
formula
walks.
of whipping, jumping, and dying.
It really puts his whole back into it. That cannot be good for his spine.
Game. Castlevania 3 is a triumph of pushing the Famicom and the NES to their very limits, and it really is one of the most grandiose and impressive titles of this early console generation. So regardless of which characters you decide to ally yourself with, eventually you'll
Tommy
step foot
really
into
outdid himself on the
Castlevania
Castlevania
itself.
series. Yeah, he did
And
a
there are
lot
few
of
nifty
work for
throwbacks
this
to
game.
Simon Belmont's
He made the
first
whole game,
adventure.
actually.
The first few screens of the castle are almost
Tommy
identical,
Titteroni or
with the
whatever his
huge
name is.
windows and zombie-filled hallways being the first challenge you face.
Teletubby.
And there's even a sequence where birds drop flea men onto you, which I'm sure is going to induce PTSD in anyone who soldiered through that part in the first game. They're small touches, but it creates a sense of continuity between the 2 games, and it really does make it
Death
feel
Sprite
like Trevor
looking
and
kinda
Simon
crispy.
were both fighting through the same location. When we eventually step out onto the final staircase and once again see the moon lighting up the
Telenovela.
sky outside the throne room, it's impossible to not be absorbed by the drama of it all, which is an incredible
Tommy
feat for a
Tostino's
pair
Pizza
of
Rolls,
8-bit
yep.
video games. Much like everything else in the game, the fight against Dracula is grander than ever. Although I've got to say, despite the impressive spectacle, this is probably the easiest incarnation of the Count that we've faced yet. The first phase calls back to his duel against Simon, although instead of fireballs we need to leap over, you've just got to position yourself to avoid being trapped between pillars of fire. As long as you can leave enough space between yourself and Vlad, it's really not
it's
too
already
hard to
getting
move
down into
through
like
this
the
phase
30s
with almost a full health bar,
tonight.
and you can easily
in,
get more than one hit in if you're positioned.
Which is like the coldest
particularly
it's been
good.
all year.
Same actually goes for the next phase, where he transforms into this
How's it going? I'm doing good,
multi-headed
Bruce.
otherworldly being that sicks damaging blood onto the floor.
I'm feeling okay.
It's a gruesome image, but armed with the Holy Cross, which is
I feel like the
conveniently
last
found
8
in the
hours are
candle
going to be
right
when it
outside
starts
the
to get
throne
rough,
room.
but
It's once again incredibly easy to get
the first
multiple hits on different faces
13
and
hours
tear
have gone
through
by
his
relatively
face.
fast, I will say.
Finally, his humanity is completely stripped away, and the whole throne room is taken up with this huge demonic bird form, which, despite looking incredibly imposing, is probably the easiest.
This
phase
guy's
to
a game
unlock.
journalist. Let him
You
play
have to
on
stand
game
these
journalist
circular
mode, okay,
platforms
guys?
and
Be
dodge
nice.
lasers that he fires at you.
This is
But
the
as
easy
there's always a
boss
flash
gets hit
before they
multiple
fire,
times.
they're
Yeah, just let
very
him
easy
be
to
bad at the
avoid.
video game, okay?
The whole final battle is just a strange moment. It's cinematically the most impressive thing. In
Hey,
the
scrubs
entire
are allowed
game.
to enjoy video games
Looking and
too.
sounding
I don't make fun of you guys for
incredible,
being
as
bad
it's
at.
the first
Actually, that's not true. I
three-phase
do make
fight
fun of
in
you
the
guys for
entire
being bad at
series.
certain
It
sometimes.
makes the Count feel like that true final boss, something beyond all the other evil found in this
Dude,
world.
stop backseating. He
The
made
issue is
this
that
game
it's
2
just
weeks
too
ago.
damn easy. And while the American version increases his damage and makes the
You already
pattern
made
a
the
little
video
harder
game.
to
He can't hear
dodge,
you.
It's still a huge anticlimax in terms of the massive challenge that characterizes the rest of the game. I'm sure we can explain it away as Trevor just being that much stronger than the rest of the Belmont clan, which might make sense considering he's the progenitor of the entire dynasty.
What up, Phoenix? Yep.
But it's a
We've
weird
been going
change
for
of pace
13
that
hours so
most
far.
of the other games in the series will do their best to avoid.
We're almost at
Everything ends
800
with that
damage.
iconic shot of our hero standing atop of a cliff, watching Castlevania crumble into dust. And we get a very short text epilogue that lets us know what happened to each of our partners. Grant commits to rebuilding the ruined nation of Wallachia. Alucard heads into isolation thanks to the guilt of killing his only family, and it's heavily implied that Cypher and Trevor fall in love as the game fades out with the two embracing. The final text tells us that the Belmont family will be honoured for all time, and with the conclusion of this prequel, the clan of vampire hunters would be forever sealed in people's minds as the true adversary of Vlad Tepes, the counterpoint.
This is Castlevania Series Retrospective, a complete history and review
Dracula's Curse
by
has become
I Finished
the
a Video
definitive
Game.
early Castlevania game, codifying the eternal battle between
And
Belmont
it's a
and vampire,
7.5
but
hour
firmly
long
establishing
retrospective.
the style that would define almost everything that comes after it.
I don't
in
think-
fact
I think
so
Alucard
popular
Shield is still
that it
more
serves as
DPS,
the
to be
basis
honest.
for the Netflix show, which transformed the battle of Trevor, Cypher, and Alucard into a high-budget anime, one that was
We should
successful
watch
enough
that
to warrant
sometime,
4
guys.
seasons, no less. Given that reputation, it might be surprising to hear that on release, Castlevania 3's reception was much more mixed. Famitsu, which at the time was the arbiter of video game opinions,
Monka TOS.
gave it a 30 out of 40 and made big complaints about the difficulty.
Out
That
of
same
40?
issue plagued the game's North American
What
release,
reviewer
where
reviews
the game
scores out of
became
40?
maligned in video game shops for simply being far too hard for most people to beat. While plenty of reviews spoke about its impressive
Yeah, I'm only
graphics
up to like
and
season 3
incredible
on my own
advancement
watch
of the
through.
formula from the first game,
Famitsu
people
always
simply
has?
weren't up to
Okay.
the challenge, and it led to lower sales than both of the previous games. In terms of its content, Akamatsu's team had absolutely dethroned the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but in those all-important sales numbers, they fell very short indeed. Sadly, the pain for Akamatsu doesn't end there.
Tommy made the review
In the
scale.
1990s, Konami were just as cutthroat as they are now, and with 2 sequels that had failed to improve sales, despite bigger budgets and more resources, Hitoshi Akamatsu was demoted and sent into the arcade department to work as a support developer.
Get
Reportedly,
demoted, bro.
Akamatsu never recovered from Konami's utterly disrespectful treatment of him, and he increasingly became detached and uninterested in the games he
Where's
was
Haunted
assisting
Castle?
with,
They already talked about it
confined to
earlier.
working on baseball and fishing titles, rather than telling his cinematic tales of vampires and monsters. In the early 2000s, he simply quit the industry altogether, completely disappearing, with most of his co-workers clueless as to what happened to him. While other developers from that early console generation would go on to be household names: Kojima, Miyamoto, Sakaguchi, and Naka. Akamatsu was robbed
Miyamoto,
of
the
his
same guy
legacy
that worked
by a
with
company
Tommy
far too
Telleroni
quick to pull the
on
trigger,
Metroid Prime
and
for
far
5
too
years, hand in
reluctant to
hand,
give
and
credit
kissed a little?
to the individuals who had brought Konami its success. If there's one thing to take away from this video, it's that you now know who is responsible for the creation of this famous series. A truly talented and ambitious developer called Hitoshi Akamatsu, who absolutely deserved more from Konami. I hope
I mean,
wherever he
anybody
is
who's
now,
ever worked at
that he's
Konami
happy
deserves
and that
more.
he knows just what an incredible job he really did.
Konami just be like that, bro. Castlevania 2? But didn't we already... Castlevania 2 already happened. Wait, what? Castlevania 2 too?
In a move that makes Akamatsu's demotion even crueler, Konami wanted to move on from the creator, but not the creation, and they felt there was enough life in the Castlevania brand to keep developing games. This led to yet another attempt to convert vampire slaying into handheld form and capitalise on the popularity of the Game Boy, which had only continued to grow in every single market. In 1991,
He did design
Castlevania
the
2
weapons
Belmont's
off the
Revenge
sounds, that
released,
is true.
And despite the confusing title, this was intended as a sequel to Castlevania The Adventure and had very little to do with the actual Castlevania 2. The team that put together Castlevania The Adventure were off the job, and programming was entrusted to Toru Hagihara, a young developer who had been in charge of Konami's Contra Game Boy port, Operation C, which had been received a lot better than The Adventure. From just a few moments playing Belmont's Revenge, it's clear that it's been put together by someone with real talent and is a huge improvement on its predecessor in almost every single way. We're once again playing the role of Christopher Belmont, and in the instruction booklet, we actually get a somewhat fleshed out story. Just as he was about to retire and pass the mantle of vampire slaying onto his son, Sohail Belmont, Dracula reappeared, kidnapping the boy, and used his power to reclaim control of the land. 4 imposing citadels rose out of the earth.
There's
and meant
sub-weapons
it was
in this
once
game,
again
yo.
up to Christopher to destroy the Count and rescue his son in the process. It's only a faint semblance of a narrative, but having the life of your son in danger does give Belmont's Revenge an ever so slight air of originality. And that's continued from the moment you start the game, as unlike its predecessors, you're given a level select where you can choose between 4 different themed stages, instead of
Level
just blasting
select?
through everything in a linear order. Now it's a cool touch that gives a sense of a wide land that Christopher is travelling around, but as you don't get anything from the different levels, the order you tackle them in really makes no difference. You have to beat all 4 to progress to Castlevania, so outside of giving some slight context to where the levels are happening, the structure feels like quite an afterthought. Luckily though, the core gameplay of Belmont's Revenge is anything but, and it successfully
makes a lot of
fixes
sense,
almost every single problem from the adventure,
Lolaru.
managing to feel like a true handheld Castlevania game. Sub-weapons are now back, with you able to wield either the Holy Water or the Axe, which adds a much needed different dimension to the combat. Similarly, the whip upgrades are now only degraded by certain attacks, so you get to use the ranged fire whip quite a bit more, and it's actually possible to preserve it for a boss fight, something which in the adventure was borderline impossible. The final big improvement is that the hitboxes have been fixed, and platforming finally feels more akin to the tight and precise movement from the NES games. It's still a touch on the slow side, but most of the actual hardware slowdown has been removed, so quick decision making and faster paced jumping is finally part of the gameplay flow. When paired with much more ambitious graphics, both in terms of sprites and backgrounds, you've just got a game that feels good to play. Hagihara genuinely was a talented developer, and it's clear that he really knew what would make for an engaging Castlevania title, even on a much weaker platform with far less resources to work with. Now with all these quality of life changes, you might think that the game is going to be a lot easier than the adventure, and while that's certainly true in terms of the basics,
I have
of
no
jumping
idea
and
what they're going to
fighting,
do in this video,
Belmont's
man.
Revenge gets a
I'm
lot
along for
more
the ride, the
creative
same as
with
you
its
guys.
mechanics, and that's where a lot of the difficulty comes from. Levels are, generally speaking, a lot more complex, and as the 4 castles all have their own unique themes, there are a lot of clever gameplay moments that can be pretty tricky to navigate. In the Rock Castle, which is set underground, if you destroy candles while looking for upgrades or hearts, the room will darken, and so you have to weigh up acquiring resources versus being able to see where you're going. Likewise,
That's
in
cute.
the Cloud Castle, the level's full of pulleys and ropes which move while you jump across them, and the whole stage has an upwards momentum that suits the theme of flying through the sky. Obviously, thanks to the hardware that Belmont's Revenge is on, it's pretty simplistic stuff, but it's memorable, and importantly a huge leap up from the extremely basic ideas in the adventure. Things reach a real climax in terms of difficulty and complexity when we finally destroy the 4 castles and make our way to the newly rebuilt Castlevania. After a few more traditional feeling levels, Christopher faces off against his corrupted son, and we get the first vampire killer versus vampire killer duel in the entire franchise.
What?
It's surprisingly atmospheric, and we get a brief bit of dialogue beforehand where Sohail taunts his father, claiming that he'll never be able to strike down his only son. While there was some text in Castlevania 3, this is really the first time that we've had plot progression taking place partway through a game, and it gives the fight against Christopher's son an emotional edge that we've
He
never
has to
really
kill his
seen
own
before.
son?
If you do manage to defeat him, Sohail comes too, unaware of his actions, and Christopher rushes off to exact revenge on the Count in the final encounter of the game.
They really like
Weirdly, the Dracula fight in Belmont's Revenge isn't really much of a fight
possessing
at all, and it's more of an
Belmonts
exercise
in the
learning where
Castlevania
to
series,
take a
huh?
stand. Dracula teleports around.
You would think
and
Dracula would
unleashes
stop
this
trying to
spinning
possess all the
ball attack,
Belmonts,
but
and he would
that's
just figure
it.
something else
and
out.
If you learn where to position
But-
yourself, you can make it through without taking a single point of damage. Compared to the father-son confrontation, it's a bit of a walk in the park.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna
Really,
use the bathroom,
Belmont
guys.
versus Belmont action is the game's true climax. So with the Prince of Darkness once again defeated, Christopher stands atop a cliff, watching the collapse of Castlevania, this time accompanied by his son, who will assume the mantle of Vampire Killer. A text epilogue scrolls up the screen and tells us that the legend of the Belmonts will always continue, presumably leading into the adventures of Simon and setting up the cycle of conflict. Overall, it's a fantastic little game that I couldn't recommend more. It's exactly what Castlevania The Adventure should have been, which is a small, bite-sized version of the console experience, but with just enough fresh ideas to make it interesting for veterans of the series. The difficulty Konami had actually nailing this formula shows that simply demaking games for the Game Boy and keeping the fun was a far harder proposition than it seemed. It required real skill to be able to make good games without all the bells and whistles found on consoles, and Toru Hagihara's skill at delivering so much with so little brought a lot of attention and interest to what he'd do next. We've got a few games to look at before we return to the story of Hagihara, but it was clear that just like our eternally resurrecting nemesis, the series had found a way to regenerate despite the loss of its spiritual father. Luckily for Konami, the chance to reinvent Castlevania on home consoles came around very quickly, as in 1991, Nintendo released their much anticipated sequel to the NES, known in Japan as the Super Famicom, and in the rest of the world as the Super Nintendo. It was a generational leap so big that it really is quite hard to appreciate now. The SNES had double the bit image, meaning much more detailed graphics, and a processor almost 3 times the speed, with more than 4 times the amount of memory. Audio was doubled to 8 channels that could also utilize samples, and the console itself could be upgraded via unique chips that cartridges could be built with. All this meant that games on the platform could be wildly more ambitious than their NES counterparts, and Konami wanted to make sure that their games hit the SNES market early and establish themselves as a big player in this new generation. With Akamatsu relegated to the dark halls of the arcade team, the responsibility for an SNES Castlevania was given to Masahiro Ueno, a relatively unproven programmer with only a few games on his CV. Whether this was because Konami had lost faith in the series or because they saw something in Ueno's work is a question that unfortunately there's no answer to. But for whatever reason, Ueno put together a small team and began to try to work out how to take a series that was definitively NES and evolve it into its next form. Despite its title, Super Castlevania 4 is actually not a sequel to Castlevania 3,
but it's
it is
super.
instead a souped-up remake of the first game.
That's what
Once
makes
again
it
starring
super.
Simon Belmont as he traverses Castlevania to defeat Dracula. It might seem like an odd decision, but actually this was quite common for early Super Nintendo games. There had been a huge parent-led backlash against the console when it was
Video
first
Mania,
announced, with the very idea of transitioning to new hardware seen as a scam to make kids rebuy their games. Nintendo got around this by positioning the Super Nintendo as something you'd have alongside your NES, featuring more challenging and complex versions of the same titles for more experienced or older gamers.
That was
It
their
led to a lot of
marketing
sequels
idea?
that were really
Really?
just remakes. Gradius 3, Super Adventure Island, and Super Ghosts and Ghouls were all high-fidelity versions of the very same games from the last generation. Even
It
Nintendo
has better
themselves were
hardware.
careful to never take their
what?
franchises too far from their NES route.
Were Americans that stupid back then they didn't realize like it's new? God damn, bro.
With Super Metroid, Super Mario World,
There had been
and
an
Link to the
economic
Past,
downturn.
all
Oh,
closely
well, I mean,
resembling the 80s incarnations,
Ooh,
rather
capitalism
than the more
strikes again
experimental
and makes
sequels.
people upset.
Unlike Akamatsu, who was increasingly
Get in
trying
line.
to push Castlevania in more adventurous and interesting directions, Ueno was only really a fan of the first game and wanted to make something in that
Look at
style.
the Wii U. Wii U
So the
was
concept
pretty.
of a remixed SNES version of the first title suited him perfectly. In Japan, Konami was much more upfront about this, and the game was titled Akumaju Dracula, literally advertised as a back-to-basics remake. Clearly, this was too complex for American and European markets, so instead we got the rather more
complex.
hokey and massively misleading title, Super Castlevania 4, which really should have just been Super Castlevania. Opinions about Castlevania 4 have been a strange thing to observe since the game originally released in 1991. When I was a lot younger, it was generally held up as an incredible game, one of the best the series had to offer, and just as good as other SNES classics like Donkey Kong Country or Yoshi's Island. Weirdly though, a sort of inverse appraisal has happened in recent years, with commentators becoming more confident in criticising some of its more unique design choices, and its role as an influential and important video game has been seemingly minimised with every fresh review. Well, I am here to do the exact opposite, restoring Super Castlevania 4 to its place at the top of the 2D action platforming pile.
I mean, it's
an
no
experience
Yoshi's
so
Island, it's-
pure and so
but
fun
okay.
that it transcends its issues, and truly deserves to be considered a jewel in the crown of this franchise. From the very opening moments of Castlevania 4, it's clear that while this is a remake, it's going to be anything but an identical experience to that first 8-bit battle against Dracula. The opening text scroll that's so cinematically set
I
up
never noticed that
3 has
Castlevania
been
4 and
carried
Castlevania 1
over
were
and
remake.
reworked.
Was a remake.
Its
You know
allusions
what I mean?
to classic pulp serials abandoned in favor of genuine drama and atmosphere. The music is haunting.
Or maybe I'm just
atmospheric,
stupid.
And the misty image of
And
a
I never played
broken
Castlevania
tomb
4 enough.
sets the tone for an adventure that's far darker than anything we've seen before. Thanks to the Super Nintendo's huge advancements in graphical power, almost everything about the series has seen an increase in detail. Backgrounds are now full of coloured, unique elements that all scroll over each other, meaning for the first time in the series, zero additional imagination is required to see the true darkness of Dracula's dominion. And that same detail is all over the foregrounds. Pathways are cracked and crumbling, banners lay torn in tatters.
Yeah, obviously
mist
Chronicles
rolls
is
across
another
sections
one.
of the castle. We've seen so many times this cycle of Belmont versus vampire. But this version of Castlevania truly feels like a citadel that's existed for centuries. The most controversial change that's still argued about to this day is the decision to switch from smaller single-position sprites to much larger figures that are made up of multiple moving parts. Simon now takes up double the amount of pixels, and the same is true of almost every enemy, with the huge level of detail.
Well, it went from
coming at the
8-bit to
cost of
16-bit, so
screen
double the
real
pixels, duh.
Some people absolutely hate this look, and the criticism goes that the larger sprites make the game awkward to play, as your window to react to danger is massively reduced. Now, there is a speck of truth to that, but personally, I absolutely love the look of the game, and I think it's more than worth that reduced amount of things on screen.
The game looks
The
good.
entire game has a sort of Clash of the Titans marionette look to it, which really suits the unsettling dark atmosphere. Every sprite moves in weird and unnatural ways, including Simon, which gives the game a distinctive look that's not found in any other SNES title. The sprite work is at its very best in the boss fights, where the often modest-sized enemies of Castlevania 1 and 2 have been reimagined as huge, hulking, multi-part beasts. The very first boss in the entire game is a skeleton knight whose horse's head moves completely independently and bursts into explosions of bones with every hit. We fight against a humongous stone golem who shrinks in size every time you strike it, and a transparent bat made of living gold.
God, the game
level
has
of
so much
imagination and
slowdown.
ambition is just off the chart, and even bosses that are familiar from
The game runs
previous
at 2
entries,
FPS
like the
though. It's a
Water Snakes and
PowerPoint.
Mummy, both look amazing rendered in 16 bits. Now, as Castlevania 4 was releasing so close to the launch of the SNES, there was a real desire to have the game be a
Question, do I have the
showcase
warp
of
over
all
there?
the
I
new
do,
features
okay.
that the console allowed for, and it's led to a handful of levels that have been rather ungenerously titled the gimmick levels. During a few moments, the game dives fully into the SNES's Mode 7, and we see some
I'm going to take a short break from grinding Muramasa to farm for Vardas because I want to get Vardas and I need to take a break from mashing. So I'm going to switch controllers or just wing smash over there and grind for a little bit. Just as a heads up, guys.
sections where levels rotate and spin in ways that the NES would have never been able to handle. They absolutely blew people's minds when the game first came out, but have since taken a lot of criticism for being all style and no substance. The rotating corridor, for example, is really just a series of very basic platforms with a very fancy background. I think it's a little reductive to simply call them gimmicks though. The fancy graphical touches might not affect the gameplay, but they do break things up with a little moment of something else, and that's something that Castlevania 4 does really well. It's the first title in the series that begins to incorporate little unique set pieces. Sometimes it's a screen where you're running away from a horde of bats on a collapsing bridge, or later on racing up a set of platforms while a razor blade spins below you. These moments elevate the game by making it not all about the combat and moving platforms, and I think the Mode 7 sections fit this requirement really well.
Yeah, my hands are starting
So
to
let's
really
address the
feel
biggest criticism of the game, which is that thanks to the increased size
Like,
of
I need to
Simon's
take a
sprite,
break from mashing
his
for
Vampire
sure.
Killer Whip is now extremely powerful and unbalances that careful orchestra of weapon and sub-weapon that's made the series so satisfying up to this point.
Jeez,
Along with the
Slogger
whip being
till I
much
guy
longer than
bond,
we've ever
yeah.
seen before, Simon can now whip in every single direction, which dramatically improves your ability to fight against enemies above and below you. Those Medusa heads which approach from strange angles, or a knight that just won't move from the top of a set of stairs, well, they're no longer the punishing challenge they previously posed, and Simon feels monstrously strong compared to his last incarnation. Obviously that makes the game substantially easier than Castlevania 1 or 3, but really the main criticism is that this new hyper-powerful whip means the sub-weapons are rendered fairly useless. Previously you had to make difficult choices about if you wanted the axe to attack diagonally or the cross to hit enemies from range, but now neither are required as your whip does both. There are also a huge amount of smaller changes which really file off a lot of the harsher gameplay. Health pickups can now drop randomly from candles, meaning you always have a way of getting your health back. Simon can also be controlled ever so slightly in the air, which makes the platforming a lot more forgiving. Even something so small as giving the sub-weapons their own dedicated button on the SNES controller means those accidental throws of an axe when you meant to head up some stairs just can't happen anymore. That David versus Goliath dynamic from the NES has been replaced with something vastly more accessible, and it's clear that Ueno wanted to create a Castlevania game that anyone could enjoy. Now for some people that means the
my luck
spirit
is
of the classic
99 plus
Castlevania
50. We
games
should get
hasn't been
Vardas pretty soon.
preserved, but I think that willfully ignores just how undeniably fun Castlevania 4 is. It's the type of game you can just pick up and play, and as anyone can beat it with just a little dedication, it's something that you'll return to time and time again. So this philosophy of making the game a lot more accessible means it's likely the best place to start if you're new to the series, although don't let that trick you into thinking it's any easier to see the credits. Despite all the quality of life improvements, the final sections of the castle present a challenge that is more than worthy of its predecessors. In the last few stages, we have to go through a few of the aforementioned set pieces, the toughest of which is easily a vertical race away from a spinning saw blade.
Is there a way to calculate crit damage? Crit damage is random.
Platforms part.
And it's based on your luck
The relief of finally
stat.
beating this section was short-lived though, as Castlevania
Like your max
4 then
crit
serves
damage
up
is based on your
4
luck
bosses
stat.
in a row, 2 of which come straight after the other without a checkpoint. Even with the elongated whip, which massively helps with aerial bosses, they are damn hard to put away with enough health left to take on the next, and for the first time, brute forcing your way to the next stage isn't a viable option. Unfortunately, the same can't really be said for the climactic fight against Count Dracula, which might be the worst console iteration
I'm
yet.
using the Alucard
While the
here to
SNES is
increase
incredible
my
graphics
luck
give the fight
stats.
a cinematic feel that we could have only dreamed of before. The mechanics of the fight aren't actually that good. The first phase plays out almost identically to the fight from the first game, although this time, instead of having to carefully time your jumps, you just have to whip the fireballs before you can strike the boss. Once that's done, instead of his typical transformations into a
We're honestly getting
monstrous
really
true
unlucky
form,
here.
Dracula's head changes into a sort of zombie mode, and he attacks via summoning fireballs and pillars of lightning.
Hey,
This
Gauntlet.
phase is arguably even easier, as with some pretty obvious positioning, you'll be able to fly through in just a handful of attempts.
Doesn't change anything.
It robs the game of that incredible moment of satisfaction that Castlevania 1 did so well. And I'd say it's the one place where the balance is
Varda
tipped
number
too
1.
far away from difficulty towards accessibility. With his life bar depleted, a window smashes and the morning
should be getting the
sunlight
second one
bursts
soon.
into the throne room, burning the Count alive and leaving Simon once again as the conqueror of Castlevania and the saviour of humanity. That refocus on accessibility worked a treat, and on release, Super Castlevania 4 was a big hit, with critics lavishing it with the sort of praise that the series
Gauntlet.
hadn't enjoyed since it first started. Nintendo Power gave it as close to a perfect score as they'd ever given, and magazines couldn't stop talking about just how impressive its visuals were, and what a big difference the changes to gameplay made. In terms of sales, it's hard to know exactly how many copies were sold, thanks to how secretive Konami are about many of their games. But it looks like 500,000 to 1 million worldwide is a pretty commonly accepted estimate.
500,000?
Now that might not sound like a huge blockbuster
Yeah, it doesn't
hit,
sound like
but it
a lot.
actually doesn't tell the full
Hey, Varda number
story
2.
of the cultural impact of this game. The SNES was hard to come by when it first came out, so the majority of people's exposure to it, in America and Europe anyway, was playing it round at friends' houses,
I guess
as the
that too.
idea of immediately buying the next console was still a pretty alien concept. Thanks to this very small install base and the huge prevalence of rental shops, those numbers actually represent a frankly incredible attach rate and an impact far beyond what the pure sales
This
represent.
is what I was talking about.
This
This is what I'm talking about when it comes to Nintendo gamer culture is so different compared to other like console manufacturers, is because Nintendo people that play Nintendo consoles are like loyalists to the games that come out on those consoles, because there's like very few games that come out on Nintendo consoles that are of high quality. They're usually just the first party titles. Out of curiosity, what's my attack power with both Vardas on? Ooh, gives me a plus 80 boost? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, that feels good. Hold on. I just want to bully somebody real quick. I need the Alucard mail or the Drac mail as well to increase my attack even more. Yeah, Drac Tunic would help as well. I just want to hit something and see how much damage I do. I just want to feel better about myself. So not getting 99 in this stream? Yeah, probably not. Unfortunately. Or close. Hey, come here, nerd. 878's pretty good. I'll take that. That makes me feel good about myself. Here, let's save with the correct gear on. Hawk armor, sunglasses. There we go. Not bad.
Interpretation of Castlevania 4 as a less successful title is also helped in no small part by what happened to Ueno. The success of his first full directorship led him being promoted
it's
into a more
it's a curve.
role.
It's
Never returned
it gets
to direct
twice as
development.
difficult every
Without
time
his influence, Castlevania
you level
4
up, basically.
never received a proper true sequel. And
It's
remains a
2x
sort of
plus
strange
11
evolutionary dead
to
end
gain
in
the next
series.
level, and X
But
is your
does that
current
mean
attack
it's an
value.
overrated game?
So because my current attack value is 796, it means for me to level up, I have to do 796 number of bloodsteals times 2 plus 11, and then I can level up 1 extra level. So it becomes exponentially harder to level up. So we need to do about like 1.5k blood steals just to level up once.
Absolutely not. In my opinion, it's the high watermark of action platforming on
So
the
it gets
Super Nintendo.
harder and harder to
a
level
package
up.
that could not be more fun if it tried, even with all of the somewhat questionable design choices. If you're looking for a place to jump into the franchise, this is a fantastic place to start, and much like those early SNES adopters back in 1991, you won't be disappointed.
I don't know. I feel like I could be disappointed by that game if I wanted to.
The eagle-eyed amongst you will have probably noticed that, so far, we've almost exclusively covered games for Nintendo platforms, which is pretty surprising considering Konami were the definitive multi-platform developer in the early 1990s. This was largely because, instead of simply porting games to other consoles, they had an internal policy of expanding their franchises through original creations. This meant that despite having many series that spanned both Sega and Nintendo, the games were always very different. For example, Contra 3 on SNES and Contra Hardcore on the Genesis, or their Ninja Turtles games, Hyperstone Heist on Genesis and Turtles in Time on the SNES. This meant that despite our series' booming success on the SNES, there would not be a Sega version of Super Castlevania 4, and something more tailored to the Genesis would have to be designed. This job was entrusted to Konami's in-house Sega specialist, Tomokazu Kirita, who had produced almost every single major Konami Sega release and was on an almighty hot streak. He'd overseen the development of Rocket Knight Adventures and Sparkster, two of the best original platformers on the platform, and had successfully transitioned both the Ninja Turtles and Contra. Now this will probably shock younger gamers, but in the early 1990s the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were seen as pretty different consoles, with audiences that expected quite different things.
Yeah, the Genesis
Nintendo's 16-bit
did what
system was
Nintendo
colourful,
don't.
full of
Everybody knows
crazy
that.
graphical effects, and was at its best when it was pushing its hardware to the limits with ambitious RPGs like Final Fantasy or The Legend of Zelda. The Sega Genesis, on the other hand, well, it was all about speed and action, positioning itself as the hardcore system where blood and guts weren't censored and you'd get true arcade experiences.
Wow.
It was the perfect environment for Kirita and his team, who wanted to produce a game heavily inspired by Castlevania 1, but remixed to take advantage of all that Genesis speed and energy. As the team's experience was already primarily in fast-paced platformers, it was a match made in heaven. And in 1994, after just a short development
You're telling me that Bloodlines is
Castlevania
fast-paced?
released worldwide. As it was
Suck my
internally
dick,
seen
that
as more of a
game's
spin-off, the
doo-doo
team was given
bullshit.
total freedom, and this allowed them to break a lot of series conventions.
Bloodlines has
The
hurt
most
me too
upfront
much for me to
change
like
is
that
the
game.
story of Bloodlines is very separate from the Belmont-focused tales we've experienced so far, and really draws heavily
This game
on
has done
more
physical
modern
and psychic
vampire
damage to me.
mythology. Our main characters,
But the
John Morris and
spear!
Eric Lacard, are both vampire hunter apprentices of Quincy Morris, one of the main characters in Bram Stoker's Dracula, and who is responsible for defeating the Count at the end of the novel. In fact, the whole game is really positioned as a sort of loose sequel to that book, as the manual makes constant reference to the last battle of 1897, which is when Stoker's book is set. That real-world vampire influence also extends
Dude, I have
to the
10
game's
hours
villain,
left and my hand is
Elizabeth
starting to
Barley,
really
a vampiric witch
become a problem.
attempting to resurrect Dracula,
I'm gonna do my best
and who our protagonists chase
to
across
not
the
hurt
European
myself, but we
continent.
will continue as
She's
much as I
clearly a
can and take
reference to Elizabeth
breaks
Bathory,
to make sure
a
I don't
16th
hurt
century
myself.
noblewoman accused of slaughtering hundreds of her servants and providing the original inspiration for Stoker's vampire count. In an interview with Beep magazine, scenario writer Yoshiki Yamamura explicitly stated they
I will
wanted
rest
to
if I need
separate
to.
this game from the
I know
existing
my
lore of the
limits.
series.
Use my feet.
And I'd say
You're
from a
kinky,
narrative
and I like
perspective,
that. Good for you.
Bloodlines almost feels like
I'm
it's
happy
on
for
a
you.
completely different series. In Europe and Australia, its subtitle was changed to Castlevania: The New Generation. And frankly, that feels pretty damn appropriate. While the narrative direction might be very different, the gameplay offers more subtle variations, which might not seem that big at first, but actually contribute to a game with a very different
Merry
flow
Christmas
to
to
the
you
rest
too,
of the
Jaded.
series. We now have a choice between two different main characters, and while both tackle the same 6
Just watch
levels
the
in the
vid.
same order,
Dude,
they
I
play
wanted to
fairly
get close to
differently.
999
John
tonight.
Morris is our Belmont standing, wielding the vampire killer whip and offering gameplay
But I might
that's
have
a
to
touch
take
more
a
familiar
extended
to
break here.
veterans of the series. While our other hero,
Here,
Eric
let's get
Picard,
to
is something
800 and then I'll
completely
take a break.
He uses a spear, which allows him to attack at a much faster rate, although he's restricted to attacking only in front or directly
Why is he
above
invisible
him.
half the time?
It creates an interesting dynamic, as while John Morris doesn't have anything like the offensive tools that
This
Simon
flickering
has
going
in
crazy.
Castlevania 4, he's retained the ability to whip diagonally while jumping, which means both characters can do something that the other can't. The whole pace of the game also runs a lot faster than anything else in the series. John and Eric move and jump like athletes compared to their sluggish ancestors. Thanks to
I
this,
guess.
it feels a lot less deliberate than previous games, and as the knockback from enemies has been massively toned down, the vast majority of the challenge stems from the huge amount of combat you engage in. Almost every screen is packed full of enemies, and it's clear that the team behind Bloodlines was really embracing that all-out action Sega style. The amount of sub-weapons has also been reduced from the traditional 5 to just 3. The stopwatch, dagger and holy cross have all been removed, and in their place remains the axe, the holy water, and a new item, the boomerang, which works like the cross but has a bit more of an arc on it. This might sound like a big step backwards, but thanks to Sega's 3-button controller, there's actually a lot more depth to this system. All sub-weapons can be activated like normal with the C button, but by combining this with holding up, you can fire off a super attack that uses more jewels and is much more powerful. So despite having less sub-weapons, there's actually more strategy. The final change is to how weapon upgrades work, which is where Bloodlines makes some serious improvements. We've now got a 3rd level of upgrade, which takes your weapon up to Mystic tier, where it's enveloped by blue fire and does a huge amount more damage than normal. On top of that, it transforms your sub-weapon into a monstrous hyper attack, a homing water serpent for John, and a screen-wide electric field for Eric. This upgrade essentially melts every single enemy in the game, and the difference between fighting a boss with a mystic weapon versus an unupgraded one is very big, potentially doubling.
Yeah, if you
the
ever
amount of
lose
hits you
that
need to get
upgrade,
in.
you might as well just
It sounds
wish you were
completely
dead.
overpowered, but it comes with a trade-off. Just like back in Castlevania The Adventure, a single hit of damage removes this buff, so keeping it either requires extremely careful play or intimate knowledge of the levels. As the game naturally forces you into constant combat and throws endless surprises at you, there's a real exciting tension to getting into this hyper-powerful mode because it can be so easily snapped away. Another area where Bloodlines really excels is in its level design, which gets extremely wacky in some
This
parts.
guy
and
really
always
likes
manages to
the
be memorable.
CRT filter, I'm
It's at its
noticing.
very best in levels like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, where
Because this guy is obviously playing on an emulator. He just put a scanline filter on it, but you know. I'm just now
setting's
noticing
been
that.
reimagined into a sort of MC Escher maze
I'm not
of
tired,
stairs
you're
and
tired.
corridors. The tower just seems to endlessly reach into the sky, and by the end of the level, we're leaping around sets of floating platforms battling gargoyles with the monstrous tower swaying beneath us. Bloodlines is full of little sequences like
I noticed it because the
racing
gear
through a
enemy looks a
waterlogged
lot
ruin,
smoother
trying
with
not
the
to
scan
fall and
lines
drown,
on.
leaping across a crumbling bone bridge against the night sky, or trying to climb a spiral
I
staircase
will say, like,
that spins wildly
fake
beneath
3D
you.
or early
It might be
3D
one of the
stuff looks
shortest
better with
Castlevania
scan
console
lines.
games, but every moment has been crafted with care.
'Cause
and
it
its
does
crazed
kind of, like,
European setting
let the game
easily eclipses the stable
kind of
clock
smooth out
towers
some of the
and
rough
dungeons
edges.
of Transylvania. Everything reaches a thrilling climax at Castle Proserpina, the lair of Elizabeth Bartley, and possibly the greatest
I
final
still have a
castle
CRT
we've
in my
had so
room.
far. We have to battle
just never
through
have a
upside
chance to
down
use it or a
reverse
reason to use it
screens and then
nowadays.
whatever the hell this is supposed to be. It's like we're looking at a kaleidoscope of a Castlevania level, and it's just the perfect way to indicate that you're heading into a dark and otherworldly place. Once we're at the top of the castle, we come face to face with Death, who thrusts us into a really cool twist on the traditional boss rush. These cards spin around him, and by hitting them, you're taken into all of the previous boss fights. Where it becomes interesting is that you have full control over the order you fight them in, and there's a card which contains a full heal, so you need to plan
So it
out
looks
your
better on a
approach
CRT?
and when you're going to cash
I don't
in
think
that
so,
much
but
needed health
you're
refill.
entitled to
Immediately
think
afterwards,
that, I
we come
guess.
face to face with Elizabeth Bartley, and the final confrontation is made up of a really cool two-phase boss fight. You take her on in a twisted monster form first, which is more of a traditional boss fight.
I'm so
before
far
she
removed
reverts
from
back
playing
into
games on a
human
CRT that
witch
it
form.
doesn't bother
It's
me.
a clever little subversion of all the Dracula fights where you're normally fighting something vaguely human-looking before it becomes monstrous, and it's a fantastic way to cap off a brilliant reimagining of the series. And then we fight Dracula again. Now, if it wasn't already obvious, I love Bloodlines, but this extra fight
zoomer.
just
I
makes
played this
no
game
sense to me.
more than you
The whole
ever
point
have
of the
through a
game was that it's
CRT.
a sequel to Bram Stoker's Dracula, and a distant continuation of the
I don't care
Belmont
how old
saga.
you are.
And both of these mean that the Count should not reappear at the end of the game.
And also I am a
The whole
fetus,
goal
yes.
is to prevent Elizabeth Bartley from resurrecting him, and somehow, despite killing her, we still end up in that
You're
same
being
old
gamer
final
racist
fight.
right now, and I really need you
It's
to
a disappointing
stop.
moment, but clearly the development team felt that for all their changes, removing the series' iconic villain was a
It's
step
very
too
problematic of you.
The game ends with possibly the most badass final screen of all time. A shot of your chosen hero standing atop a pinnacle, watching Castle Proserpina
I'm gamer
crumble
ageist.
into
Close
dust.
enough.
It's the perfect symbol of everything Bloodlines stands for, harkening back to the old, but giving it a massive injection of hypercharged action bravado. So it seemed like Tomokazu Kirita had done it again,
798.
delivering Konami another successful series migration, with Castlevania surely about to
I'm gonna
pick up
steal that.
a huge legion of new fans that had never been
That's
exposed to
a
its
Tommy
vampiric majesty.
Toblerone classic.
Well, unfortunately, much like many of the series' other titles, its critical
What up,
reputation
G-Milk?
wasn't matched with sales success, and Bloodlines was an
Thanks for the stream. You know where is
unmitigated
G-Milk?
commercial
I'm glad you
failure.
had a good time.
Now, this was helped in no small part by the
Ah,
huge
Tommy.
issues that Sega was experiencing as a console manufacturer. In 1994, the Genesis was really on its last legs and was being ravaged in the media by previews of Nintendo's Ultra 64 and Sony's new PlayStation, which both made the Genesis look extremely antiquated. It was a rough environment to release any game into, and as Konami didn't really allow for any marketing, Castlevania Bloodlines simply didn't have any momentum and was forgotten almost as soon as it was released. Obviously the fault lay entirely with Konami, but unsurprisingly, they blamed Sega, and internally it was decided that Castlevania's main titles would be released on only Nintendo platforms moving forwards. An
Gladly, I
easy
can understand
decision
the
as they
meme.
had huge hopes for Nintendo's next 3D focused system.
Damn,
But before we
why
get
Link
to
look that
we need to
good?
return to Toru Hagihara, the mastermind behind Belmont's Revenge, who had been quietly working away on another Castlevania game, one which went under the radar for most fans, and might just be the greatest game in this entire retrospective.
Rondo of Blood does go dummy hard. Rondo of Blood is the only classic Vania that I could recommend to anybody, and I hate classic
So if it
Vanias.
wasn't clear by this point, Konami really had very little overall direction for the series during the 16-bit era. No single studio or director had sole creative control, and while teams were working on individual games, nobody ever stuck around long enough to iterate on any of their creations. It had become an odd franchise
Rondo
in a
has
way,
some
big enough to attract decent
bangers.
sales, but never so successful that demand for more games became impossible.
They should have
to
made a
ignore.
sequel to
And
Rondo.
really,
I'm
Konami
surprised
were
they never
content to
did.
just put out a new
That's
game
unfortunate.
on each platform and see what took. This next game was born
Rondo
out
is
of that
way
chaotic
better than
philosophy.
Dracula X.
Despite it growing
Way
quite the
better.
reputation over the years, it was originally intended as an experiment to see if something different would sell. In North America and Europe, the console wars were primarily fought between Sega and Nintendo, but in Japan, the battle lines were very different. There was in fact a third competitor, Hudson Soft, who were the manufacturer of the PC Engine. Now, thanks to a really delayed release and poor marketing, the console never caught on in America, but in Japan, it was a monster hit and actually outsold the Famicom, sitting in the #1
They
spot
released
for
a
quite
prequel
few
titled
years.
Harmony of Dissonance.
All
Damn.
that changed when the SNES released, and Hudson Soft had to find a way to make their 8-bit console competitive. What they settled on was an add-on to the core console, the CD-ROM 2, which allowed them to beef up the PC engine and incorporate much higher quality visuals, audio, and most importantly, pre-recorded video.
Dude, that shit looks fucking... That looks like a goddamn future space... Like, what the fuck? That looks so cool. You're just like fucking plopping in the CD shit and it just works? That's crazy.
It proved to be quite the success, and series like Ease, Wonder Boy, and Bomberman all did really big numbers thanks to their futuristically advanced graphics. In 1991, Hudson put out a follow-up
It's called
machine,
a Turbo Duo.
the Super CD-ROM 2, which had even more storage and piqued Konami's interest enough for them to want to dip
Yo, I
their
love
toes
anime.
into this new market. So this is where we return to Toru Hagihara, the creator of Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge. He'd done such a good job converting Castlevania into portable form that he was promoted to the big leagues and given
No,
a
that's the
console
CDI.
directorship
That's
to
the
oversee.
that's
This new
different.
PC Engine CD Castlevania
That's a different
would
company.
be that game. And despite all the attention lavished on Castlevania 4 and Castlevania Bloodlines, it would be this strange experiment.
What's the
only
best
released in
anime?
Japan, which would
Rondo of
provide
Blood.
the foundation for the future of the series.
Rondo of Blood is the best anime.
From its opening moments, it's clear that
Who's
Rondo of
Philip?
Blood is a Castlevania title unlike
Lord Rap?
anything we've seen so far. And while it shares the series' trademark cinematic ambition, its influences come from some pretty wild.
Rondo is not an anime? Dude, Rondo is
Instead
such
of
an
draping
anime.
itself in gothic horror and classic monster movie
Have you
imagery,
seen the cutscenes in
Rondo's
Rondo of
aesthetics
Blood?
are
It's
cribbed
literally
straight
anime.
from late 80s anime.
You heard the man.
Rondo's aesthetics are cribbed straight from late 80s anime.
You heard him. He made the 7-hour video.
In Japan, series like Dragon Ball, Captain Tsubasa, and the works of Hayao Miyazaki had exploded in popularity, and thanks to this.
It's a German production? Oh, the whole joke. Okay, I see what you're going for. Yeah. You're right. Okay, I didn't read the whole joke. I'm sorry.
CD-ROM 2. These fresh approaches to animation and storytelling began to bleed into the world of video games. Now, Hagihara never made explicit mention of this, but it's impossible to imagine that his team weren't influenced by Vampire Hunter D, a film adaptation of a series of novels concerned with vampire slayers in a dark fantasy world.
You're telling me Vampire Hunter D is the reason we have Rondo of Blood? Vampire Hunter D stream soon?
The movie had built a huge cult following, and reinventing Castlevania in its image seemed like an obvious golden opportunity. This meant that the action movie-inspired character models and text
Vampire
scroll
Hunter D's
introductions
nuts?
were out the door, and in its place shone fully animated, fully voiced, and fully anime cutscenes.
Just watch Bloodlust sometime?
The game
Maybe.
opens with a voiceover reveal.
I will say I do have a soft spot for like 90s anime. I think this is a little bit earlier than like 90s, right? It's like late 80s, early 90s. Like I rewatched Trigun not terribly long ago and I had a blast going through that. I don't know what it is. Ghost in the Shell. I need to rewatch Ghost in the Shell. I mostly watched it as a kid when it came on for Toonami and I had no fucking idea what was going on. I feel like I would like it now as an adult. Yeah, I like the aesthetic a lot. I haven't watched any modern anime, honestly, like at all. The most modern anime I think I've ever watched is fucking Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, for Christ's sake. Like I'm behind. I'm very much behind. The Gundam series, I grew up watching Gundam, but I couldn't tell you a single plot point. I watched most of this stuff when I was like a toddler. Like I barely remember any of it. I did watch Akira when I was like 18, and that shit was crazy. I didn't watch DB Super at all, no. I just wasn't interested. DB Super is bad. Yeah, I know it's bad. Oh. I'm just like massaging my wrist right now. Bro, this link is going to get me sent straight to hell. What the hell is this? This is the Turbo Duo. Sheesh. That's a game console, all right. All right, back to the video.
Revealing that, once again, as happens every 100 years,
Bloodlust is on
Dracula
YouTube?
has been resurrected by his
Link?
evil followers. And the
whole movie? You're telling me we could just watch the movie? I will watch the movie tonight. I'll cap the stream off. Drop the link. Somebody drop the link. We'll end the stream by watching Vampire Hunter D. I'm down. Fuck it. If I get banned on Twitch, I get banned on Twitch. Imagine ending the 24-hour stream by getting banned for watching a YouTube video. That sounds lit. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, it's an hour and a half long. We could totally watch that on stream. I'm down.
Citadel
Back
of
to the grind.
Castlevania has risen above the Transylvanian countryside. Responsibility for this falls once again to the Belmont clan, although unlike the muscle-bound stoic characters of the past,
It has to be the dub because I'm playing a video game. I can't read the subtitles and also play the video game at the same time.
we find ourselves playing as the slender and cheerful Rick.
Also, 80s and 90s anime voice acting, English voice acting is it's just a gem. You just have to accept and love the jankness that is 80s and 90s voice acting for anime, specifically the English releases.
To Belmont,
It's
whose design is less Conan the Barbarian and more Fist of the North
It's always
Star.
good. It's always good
Much
in
like
the good way or
Hanny
good in
Hara's
the
last outing,
fun
where we
way.
played as Christopher Belmont
Dub
trying
is so
to
cringe.
rescue his
Yes,
son.
that's the
Richter isn't
point.
just hunting Dracula for destiny's sake, as his fiancée Annette, along with 3 other girls, have all been kidnapped by the Count's servant, the Dark Priest Shaft, and nobody is going to save them except for our headband-wearing hero.
Of course, you would have the
It's
PDFs in
pure shonen
English.
anime. A young hero taking on an unholy nemesis, but with a side portion of high school drama. After
Who is
all,
Annette?
what
Annette
good
is
saving
Richter's
the world
girlfriend.
if you don't save the girl at the same time. Jokes aside, it's a pretty major change of pace for the series, and it reflected the changing
Mega Man
desires
X4
of
has the
video
best
game
voice
players
acting in any video game
Japan.
ever.
It was
I still want to do a stream where we just watch like quote like bad voice acting from video games, because I think that'd be a lot of fun to just go through and try and find the worst voice acting in video games and make a whole stream out of it.
wasn't good enough anymore to simply stick the premise in the instruction manual, and so through voice acting and constant cutscenes, it
This game
feels
has
like
some
we're
great
playing
voice
out a
acting.
proper story. It's the first time that the series has ever dared to step into these realms.
RE1, yeah.
And while the tale of Richter's journey
Silent
to
Hill
rescue
2.
his girlfriend isn't exactly deep stuff, hearing his voice and seeing his reaction to events makes him feel so alive compared to his silent ancestors. Now, despite the complete makeover in its presentation, the gameplay is surprisingly traditional, and all of its major innovations are a lot more subtle than those found in its SNES or Genesis contemporaries. Where Bloodlines brought speed and hyper-powerful upgrades, and Castlevania 4 had Simon attacking in all directions, Rondo returns to a status quo more reminiscent of Castlevania 3.
Shoot
Movement
him
and
the one
combat
to
are
fill your
once
dark
again
soul
very
with
deliberate,
light.
with Richter only able to attack in a single direction, and his jumping requiring precision and thought, rather than the mad reflexes that players have become used to. It might sound like a step backwards, but thanks to the fact that we can now jump on and off of stairs, and that you can swap out sub-weapons rather than accidentally lose them, the whole game just feels less unfair. And really, it's the very best expression of the strategic
Rat
and
Boo, you're getting
slower-paced
auto-modded.
action
Chill.
platforming formula, which had already
I have
made
to
the
keep
series such a
allowing
big
this.
success. Sub-weapons are back to being a huge part of the gameplay thanks to the reduced power whip. But as whip upgrades have been removed, there's never that punishing double
owned.
jeopardy of dying and then having to rebuild your arsenal. Similarly, time limits and limited continues have also been removed, so it's really just about if you can navigate the game's challenges. and all
Yes,
those little
stop adding
antiquated
limited
annoyances
continues in
removed.
video games, please.
That's not to say
Granted, they
Richter
did
isn't
stop
without his
doing
own
that.
style, though. In true
Bloodlines is
anime
so much worse for
protagonist
having limited
fashion,
continues.
With enough hearts, you can activate a super attack called an item crash, which looks damn cool and does a ton of damage.
I'm cancelled twice.
Obviously,
a day
you'll
now.
want to save your hearts to unleash these on the bosses, but thanks to the depowered whip, it brings back that decision making from the first few titles. Is it worth going Super Saiyan on the boss if you have to struggle along without being able to attack from every angle? This claim to the legacy of those past games isn't just found in the gameplay though, and there are some really cool throwbacks that link Richter's adventure to past Belmonts in a way that hadn't really been attempted before. The first level of the game takes place in a burning town, under attack by the forces of darkness, but upon closer inspection you can see that it's actually one of the villages from Simon's Quest. Similarly, when Richter stands before the gates of the castle and heads up into its main hall, it's eerily similar to that opening level from Castlevania 1, complete with a room that perfectly matches the first boss arena. Later on, we're rushing through Castlevania 3's cast of villains.
You're telling me they're referencing other Castlevania games in their Castlevania games? Never. They would never do
Rondo
that.
really carves out its own niche
Bone
is in its
monkey.
level design and the structure of Richter's journey to destroy Dracula. You see, most of the stages have multiple exits, which in turn lead to different levels. And while you always start in the burning village and end up in the throne room, consecutive playthroughs can look completely different.
It's like
with
Shadow the
alternative
Hedgehog.
boss fights and stages with unique mechanics hidden away.
The
on
greatest
certain
video game of all
paths.
time.
What makes it really clever is that unlike the branching level screens from Castlevania 3, this is all handled completely naturally within the game and requires you to physically take Richter off the obvious path.
Maria's Guardian Knuckle
It can
is
involve destroying
crazy.
walls or unlocking a hidden door, and some even require you to fall down specific holes, a fate that in any other game would result in an instant death, but here is encouraged with a reward. It all adds a monstrous amount of replayability because not only does your path vary every single time you play, but it adds this desire to see everything the game has to offer, which naturally prompts
It is
multiple
really good.
playthroughs. From the main menu, we have our first ever level select screen with a
I will
percentage
say,
that
just
literally
randomly
shows you how much of the
surviving
game you've
pits
seen.
does
And
feel
it's
kind of
impossible to
stinky because
resist
you're going to
the
jump down a
urge
bunch of
to
pits
get
just to
that up
try
to
and find
100%.
secrets.
This mechanic also plays a role in Rondo's optional secondary objective.
Maria is the strongest
which is
Castlevania
rescuing the
character of all
maidens
time.
kidnapped
Everybody
by
knows
Dracula,
that.
and is required to get the best ending. In 4 of the game's levels, there is a hidden zone where one of the girls is trapped, and in order to save her, you'll need to locate the key. They're hidden away in specific candles, and when picked up, they replace your sub-weapon, which means you're pretty massively depowered until you use it. It's no
It's
big
just the
issue
next
if you know
screen
where
over.
the maiden is, but seeing a key suddenly drop without knowing where it's supposed to go.
It's just the next screen over, it's not
prompts
too
a heavy
bad.
dose of that classic Castlevania difficult decision making. In interviews before the game's release, Hagihara spoke about how he wanted Rondo to be the most replayable Castlevania game.
We made it to
of the time.
800.
And between the crazy variety of routes you can take and the host of secondary objectives, you got to say that he really did achieve that goal and then
Yo,
some.
peace out, J-Dub.
An area that's always been a huge part
I'm
of the
taking a break for
classic
my hands.
Castlevania formula is the boss fights, and Rondo is absolutely no slouch in this department. Using that increased storage from the CD-ROM add-on to give these climactic fights a huge dose of drama and challenge. We're now treated to little animations that play which introduce your foe.
Do we have
The
999? No, we have
werewolf howling in the
800.
background,
We're
a Minotaur stepping out of the
199
shadows,
short
or
right now.
Death revealing his scythe in the distance. In our world of big-budget AAA games, it's easy to think this is nothing, but it adds such a sense of drama to these moments. The bosses themselves are also far more complex than
How much
anything we've
attack
seen
gets
before,
increased from an
with
attack
lots of
potion?
attacks that use hugely detailed animations. These
I'll-
are not the
I'll
randomly
use an
moving
attack
sprites
potion.
of the 8-bit era, and each one has so much character to go along with that punishing mechanical difficulty. Of course, you can always just hoard hearts and hit each boss with the holy
I don't
water
have one, I
item
don't
crash,
think.
but there is a certain satisfaction in knowing you outplayed the boss rush or defeated the Dark Priest Shaft with just the
Yeah, I
whip
don't have one
and
on
some
this
razor-sharp
file. I'll have to
reflexes.
find one. I forget where
Altogether,
you find
Rondo of
them,
Blood
though.
is one of the finest 2D action platformers ever made. But what takes it to the next level and pushes it into the territory of an all-time classic is the inclusion of another playable character, Maria Renard. Early on in the second level, you can free the first maiden, who unlike the others is very much not a damsel in distress. Despite looking like a typical cutesy anime girl, Maria is from a family of vampire hunters and offers to help Richter track down Dracula, an offer which he promptly laughs off. Well, really the joke is on him, as after this cutscene, you play through the entire game as Maria, who
And she
may well be the most
destroys
powerful character in Castlevania history. On top of being able to double jump with a huge amount of control over
God,
her
I love the
sprite
double
in
jump.
midair, Maria is assisted by magical creatures which form her attacks and sub-weapons. Her basic attack is 2 ranged doves which function like boomerangs, and in combination with an assortment of cats, cardinals, turtles and dragons, she can tear through most of the toughest enemies in the game in absolutely no time at all.
Yup.
In interviews, Hagihara explained that his team wanted to create a way for less skilled players to see everything the game had to offer, and creating a sort of secondary easy mode character was decided upon as the right way to approach it. In my opinion, it's a very clever idea, as thanks to its obviously more comedic approach, it doesn't devalue the main experience as Richter, and as she plays so differently, it's still well worth experiencing despite its easier difficulty level. When playing as Maria, really anyone can see the credits, but I still had bags of fun when using her, sliding around on the floor, unleashing JoJo-style stands and turning the cutscenes into something more akin to Sailor Moon, the Vampire Hunter D. The fact that we have two separate characters means we also get two distinct endings, both of which have wildly different tones and really are both worth seeing. Once Dracula is defeated, instead of disappearing back into the abyss, he and Richter share a final conversation, which really tries to
I'm gonna go grab an
repeat
attack
conflict
potion and a
at the
strength
heart
potion.
of this series.
Just for funsies.
Dracula claims that
while
the
we take
reason
this
he's
break.
called back every 100 years is nothing to do with him, as he's only answering the call of greedy, selfish humans who want to utilize his power for their own gain. Richter, being the good hero he is, obviously disagrees and claims the existence of love and friendship prove that humanity is worth saving. It's some basic evil is in the eye of the beholder stuff, but once again Hagihara is showing that the series can be so much more than what we've already had. The very idea that Dracula isn't an evil individual that must be stopped, but a force of nature, with the blame really lying in the humans who would abuse it, leaves the game on a very somber note. As Richter stands watching the castle crumble to dust, we're left to wonder, can this cycle ever be broken? And can humanity ever move past its simple and selfish ways? Funnily enough, the Maria ending subverts this with a surprisingly funny alternative conversation. Dracula starts out in the exact same way, but Maria cuts him off, pouting that she doesn't understand what he's talking about and that he's mean.
Yep.
Dracula's clearly taken aback by this and just sits in stunned silence. Eventually he snaps that as long as greedy humans exist, he'll keep reviving, and then he disintegrates while laughing, clearly finding this situation as hilarious as Hagihara and his crew intended it to seem. It's like a Cliff Notes version of the ending Richter sees. All that deep introspection replaced with goofy images of Maria and her gang of animals fleeing the collapsing castle. If there is a single classic Castlevania game that I would recommend, it would absolutely be Rondo of Blood.
It's the best one.
It's the perfect combination of the challenge that makes these older titles so addictive,
It's so good.
but with just enough modern tweaks that you don't really need to get into the mindset of playing an older title. So much
What
of
does
the
the cat do? The
frustration,
cat do
borderline
damage.
unfair difficulty has been smoothed out, and in its place is a sprawling and deep game, with more content than any action platformer from 1992 has any right to have. Thanks to its undeniable quality, Rondo of Blood became a big hit on the PC Engine CD, and both was and is still broadly considered to be the finest game on the platform. Hagihara had completely returned the faith Konami had put in him, and shown that he had the talent to helm a bigger project. His days of toiling away on Game Boy licensed titles were well and truly over, and Konami immediately set him to work on another Castlevania project. This time for Sony's brand new PlayStation. What's funny though is that this success was confined entirely to the shores of Japan, as the PC Engine CD never actually released in America or Europe, meaning Rondo of Blood became a distant dream, and for the longest time was one of the video game industry's biggest white whales. It would be fan translated, imported and emulated, but never actually released officially, despite fans being tortured with magazine article after magazine article talking about just how incredible this lost Castlevania title was.
Man, this game's so good, too bad you
Luckily for
can't
us,
play
in
it.
2022, it's available on a huge amount of platforms thanks to the release of Castlevania Requiem and the oft-forgotten hard work of the emulation community. If you're yet to experience this bonkers anime interpretation of the world of Belmont and Dracula, you owe it to yourself to experience one of the finest 2D games ever made.
It's pretty good. Oh no, Dracula X, everybody look away. Dracula X can't hurt you guys. It's not real.
So given the fantastic critical reception that Rondo of Blood received, American and European audiences were extremely excited to get their hands on it. Only issue was that the PC Engine CD had hardly made a dent in the international market, and Konami decided it wasn't worth spending the money on the costly translations and re-recordings that an English version would require. That didn't stop people speculating though, and fueled by independent magazine coverage and the import scene, interest in Rondo of Blood always remained high amongst the Castlevania faithful. It meant that when news broke in 1995 of a Super Nintendo port, anticipation was through the roof. Unfortunately, all that excitement was wasted, as the game that eventually released, Castlevania Dracula X, Despite looking just like Rondo, it was a pretty
the same
markedly different
game.
experience.
Wow,
and one
look
that
at it.
didn't
It's
really
the
live up to
same.
the reputation of its legendary
Mom, I want to
Japanese
play Rondo of Blood.
Dracula
We
X
have Rondo
is
of
the
Blood at
story,
home.
animations, and sprites of Rondo of Blood, but remixed into a completely new game. We're still playing as Richter Belmont on a journey to rescue Annette and Maria, but almost everything that made Rondo so special has been stripped out, and we're left with a very feature-like game. Obviously, this is thanks to the game being condensed onto a cartridge, which meant that the sprawling mini-route levels have been removed in favour of much shorter linear stages. And there's also nothing resembling a cutscene or really any narrative of any kind. Maria is also no longer a playable character, and the stage select and hidden secrets are all absent, meaning even by early 90s platformer standards, this is a very short game. You can beat the game in as little as 20 minutes if you know what you're doing, and there's very little reason to head back in and experience it all over again. One of the main accusations levelled at Dracula X by its critics was that from a gameplay perspective, it presented a real step backwards for the series. Now there's nothing inherently wrong with that, and it's the very same direction that Rondo went in. Although, without the buckets of new and interesting features, there needs to be some rock solid level design in order to keep the gameplay interesting.
Oh, I forgot to get the
problem really is
Dragula
that the
tunic.
further you get into the game, the worse the level design becomes, and you'll find yourself scratching your head at just how uninspired some of these stages are. Unlike every other game in the series, where you fight against a real variety of enemies, Dracula X has an astoundingly small villains gallery, and loads levels with some of the most annoying enemy placement I've ever seen. We fight endless spear soldiers which have been given the ability to deflect crosses, daggers and axes, which means getting in close is the only way to dispatch them. It's not so bad when you're one-on-one, but the game increasingly becomes about fighting 2 or 3 of them at a time.
Hell
on
yeah.
multiple levels
Just
as
spam
well.
enemies. It's good game
There's one
design.
section
Everybody
in
knows
level
that.
5 where you fight through 3 of these guys only to find a jump that you literally cannot make because of a spearman on the other side. The only way you can make it is to take him out with an axe, but as they can deflect them, it's a tedious process of trying to kill him and not run out of hearts, which is basically akin to a soft lock. As if that wasn't bad enough, huge sections of the game involve lengthy sequences of platforming over instant death pits,
Hell
all while
yeah.
you're assaulted from every direction by flying
That's
enemies.
the Castlevania experience
Dear
I
Lord,
know.
whoever programmed this game must have been obsessed with bats and Medusa heads, as you are constantly swarmed by them. They're one of the Castlevania enemies that's really quite annoying by its very nature, but they make for a good challenge when used sparingly. And usually in areas where being knocked down doesn't mean a total reset. Dracula X is just not that fun to play, and somewhere along the line, that fundamental balance of challenge and satisfying gameplay was lost. Probably the most notorious section of the whole game is its Dracula fight, which might be the worst designed boss in the entire franchise. It's essentially a remix of the final fight from Rondo of Blood, but this time the entire battle takes place across a series of pillars, and if you fall between them or are knocked back by his attacks, it's an instant reset. This just absolutely sucks, and it feels awful to be doing well and then have a slightly mistimed jump cost you the entire attempt. I'm totally sure that this was only done to counteract the game's ridiculously short runtime, but instead of adding some sort of challenge that really pushes you, like in say Ninja Gaiden or Ghosts and Ghouls, it's a stupidly difficult encounter that likely results in most people just quitting the game rather than soldiering through it. The only remotely viable strategy I found was picking up the axe in the room outside and then praying to God in heaven that you get a favourable pattern where you don't have to move around all that much. There is a second phase, and of course it's just as bullshit. You have to do battle with Dracula's Blue Man Group Devil transformation, and now his abilities are even harder to dodge. Again, the only thing I found that remotely worked was getting to this section with a big enough chunk of health and then trying to time my axe throws so they destroyed his fireballs as well. Did it work every time? No, it did not. But after what felt like maybe 500
Oh wait, I have
attempts,
another Varda.
I did manage to beat him,
924.
and made the unbelievably tense
We might
final
hit
jump to the
999
red orb,
after
which
all.
marked the end of the game.
I only
Honestly,
have
I think the
to-
relatively low quality of Dracula X has actually done a lot
Hold
to
on, wait a
contribute to the mystique around Rondo of Blood. The fact that Konami served as
Huh. 924. With a crit, we could probably hit 999. We might be able to hit 999 today if we get lucky. Maybe. There's a chance. We just have to use a bunch of potions to increase our attack power. That sounds fair game to me.
Up a version which was so obviously second rate, just elevated the reputation of the version that people felt we should have got. Whispers that there was a version of Dracula X with another playable character, with multiple routes through its stages, and with actual well-designed levels of bosses. Well, that's the sort of myth that lives on in message boards and magazines long after the consoles have come and gone. There's been some degree of reappraisal attempts in some circles, mainly claiming that if you take it in isolation, away from the comparisons to Rondo, Bloodlines and 4, it's a competent SNES action platformer, but I'm not so convinced. The mechanics are there for something fun, but there's very little reason to ever boot up this game. And if you want a
How are the
tightly
kiddies doing?
designed...
They're absolute maniacs that need to be stopped. They're confused why I'm still streaming. And they're acting crazy because of it. They're just lonely that I'm not spending enough time with them, I guess. Pass some sticks, let them play. I wish it was that easy.
Short blast of horror action platforming, there's nothing here that isn't done better in Castlevania 1 or Castlevania 3. It's just a bad game.
Damn.
And unfortunately,
He
it
said
marks the point where Konami's chaotic approach to managing the series began to come undone.
Castlevania Legends? How many Game Boy games are there? 3. There's 3 Game Boy games. I answered my own question.
Our next stop is back to the world of handhelds, where this scattergun development strategy produced yet another disappointing title. In 1996, the Nintendo Game Boy had been out for almost 10 years, but was incredibly still selling like absolute mad, thanks to the explosion in popularity of a little-known franchise called Pokemon. The release in Japan of...
It is insane that Pokemon came out like 10 years after the Game Boy originally launched. That's wild. I'm pretty sure Pokemon was one of the first video games I ever played, ever. Like Pokemon Blue.
Pocket Monsters Blue and Green kickstarted an international wave of Pokemania that had kids going crazy for the series,
my favorite
and
streamer,
Game
my
Boy selling
queen?
like never before. Konami wanted to take advantage of the system's newfound popularity
I have
and in typical
Pokemania,
fashion
if you know
threw
what I'm
together a
saying.
team to produce a fresh handheld Castlevania title. Development would be handled by KCE Nagoya, a team that were coming off the back of the modest success of Vandal Hearts. It was a strategy RPG that, despite being somewhat derivative of Shining Force, had done well enough to
It's
warrant
fine.
a global
Vandal Hearts
release
is
and
interesting.
had convinced the head honchos to trust them with one of their big franchises. Now, as the idea of Legends was to capitalize on those new Game Boy owners, the plan was to create a title that would introduce them to the rest of the series.
Ruby was
It
the game I
decided that
probably put the
Legends
most amount
should
of
be a
hours
distant
into as a kid.
prequel, set
Probably
right
put
at
like
the start
500
of the
hours into my
series
copy of
timeline,
Ruby before the
hence
battery ran
Legends
dry.
subtitle. We play as Sonia Belmont, a young woman with extraordinary powers and a fierce hatred of anything that causes pain
struggling
to
so
others,
hard to get good.
as she heads out to
Darker
free
and darker, but
Transylvania
almost
from the
scaly.
clutches of the evil Count Dracula. Even with the expanded backstory in the instruction manual, it's amazingly light on any kind of narrative. And for a game that's explicitly positioning itself as the start of the franchise, Legends doesn't really offer up
Isn't this
anything we
non-canon?
haven't seen before. The plot is basically identical to Castlevania 1, 3, The
Damn, that's
Adventure,
such a sad
and
moment.
arguably Rondo of Blood. So instead of feeling like an integral brick in the franchise, it's more of a simplified jumping on point. Sadly, the game
was
doesn't save the
redacted.
situation, and Legends
Bro,
is
when your
arguably
game is
the
so
worst
bad, they
entry in the
redact it from
entire
the canon.
franchise, really feeling like it was thrown together in order to cash in, rather than because KCE had a real vision for what Castlevania should be. And it's a shame too, as there are a few twists to the established formula which could have been interesting. Firstly, sub-weapons have been
Alucard is
entirely
Trevor's
removed, and now
dad?
throughout
That's
the game,
cute.
Sonia unlocks different magical powers, which can be chosen at any time from an inventory screen. It's an interesting
Let
idea, but
Alucard
it's just
fuck and have
implemented far
kids.
too poorly to have any great impact on the game.
Why are you gatekeeping
The powers are
Alucard's
gained by
sex life?
defeating bosses, but as the game only has 5 levels, and you need to beat the first boss before you gain anything, you spend most of your journey without much to choose from, and only have a full set for the very last stage. There's also a real issue with how functional a lot of the
This is not the only game Alucard had
the
a
first
baby in?
unlock
Oh.
works like the traditional stopwatch sub-weapon, and it's really the only one I ended up using with any regularity. Most of them are just various
Gatekeeping is
forms
Mega
of
Man
ranged
X6, bro.
attack, and as Sonya has access to the
Boo, that
Fire
joke is
Whip upgrade
bad.
from the other Game Boy titles,
We hate puns.
they feel somewhat
Boo.
redundant. The only power that really offers anything game-changing is a heal we get from the second
Alucard's on
boss.
his Sigma grind
Now,
set,
for
I
players
guess.
who are less comfortable with the game's modest challenge, this is a pretty important upgrade, although considering it costs a massive 20 hearts, it's either something you'll use exclusively, or not at all. Now, the final tool in Sonya's arsenal is Burning Mode, which is a sort of Super Saiyan transformation, which makes you invincible, faster, and do double damage with your whip. The catch? Well, there sort of isn't a catch, and again, it's very strangely implemented. You can activate Burning Mode once per level, but it refreshes on death, and as there are infinite continues, there's nothing stopping you from using it on every single section of the game, and then dying on purpose to reset it. If that sounds unappealing, you can just save it for boss fights, which turns them into a complete
Skylar's Super
joke,
Saiyan references?
with Sonya bursting them down before they ever
The
get to
world
do
loves
anything.
Super Saiyan references.
Now, all this might
the
be
concept of
forgivable
the Super
if the game
Saiyan
had good
changed
level
like
design, but that's probably the area
media
where Legends
forever.
falls the flattest.
Post Super Saiyan, the idea of media changed forever. The idea of creating a state of elevated being that your character can transform into birthed into existence in that moment. Super Saiyan changed the world.
Not only are the individual stages
And
really
in this
lacking in the detail
video
and
essay,
theme
I will
that previous
argue.
handheld titles
Thank you
have,
for coming to my TED
the
Talk.
actual moment-to-moment gameplay is really off in places. For some reasons, Legends uses the whole enemies respawn when you return to their location thing, and that absolutely does not
Buddhism?
suit a game
Nah.
like
Nirvana?
Castlevania,
Nah.
and it's
Super
so easy to
Saiyan.
get swamped by endlessly respawning foes. It's
Put the Drake meme in there where Drake is like, Buddhism, no. Super Saiyan, yes.
especially in the game's vertical sections where enemy placement really doesn't feel well thought out. It's
Super
just
Saiyan is in
battling
the Oxford
Belmont's
Dictionary.
Revenge, which came out
Congratulations.
6 years earlier, feels like the more modern title, with distinct thematic levels, clever set-piece moments, and a difficulty curve that actually works. It's a better game top to bottom, and were you to just see a few seconds of Castlevania Legends, it would be hard to believe that this game came out the same year as Final Fantasy VII or Abe's Odyssey. Really the only place that
I'm sorry. Why would you compare Final Fantasy VII to Abe's Odyssey? It's like what? It's like, yeah, they came out in the same year, but it's not like people are like, oh my god, Abe's Odyssey. Y'all remember Abe's Odyssey?
KCE's RPG pedigree shows is
Because
in the final
Abe's is
moments of the
better.
game, where the story finally bubbles
Oh, it was
to the
huge in
surface
Europe?
with some
I had
legitimate
no clue. I am a filthy American. I apologize. I will rescind that.
dialogue. Our penultimate boss fight is against the Son of Darkness himself, Alucard, who appears to have quite a close relationship with Sonya. The fight is apparently a test to see if she has what it takes to face his father, but in the process, Alucard becomes too weak to accompany her and has to
Blue
return
skin
to
and
his
purple
vampiric
hair?
slumber. The
It's a Game Boy
implication
game.
is that these two share a romantic relationship, with both referring to the other as my love, which fans have taken to mean that the legacy of the Belmonts is born out of this union. There isn't actually anything in the game that confirms it, but for the longest time it was considered as good as gospel as to where the Belmonts' unique ability to fight evil came from. Everything ends with a monologue from Sonya about how humanity will never bend to Dracula's will. And
I'll
that is
bend to
it.
Dracula's will
Barely
if you know what
longer
I'm
than an hour,
saying.
and pretty much
Fellas.
completely failing to establish anything like an original or interesting start to Castlevania's timeline.
This is a Soten
What's so
reference.
disappointing about Legends is that there is real potential there. The concept of a super state that you can strategically activate, or a spread of powers that have different uses, are both interesting ideas, but it's so obvious that the studio had almost no experience with this type of game and lacked the talent to step up to the plate. The rest of KCE's existence would
I'm
be
gonna go
marked
grab
by
more
similarly
coffee.
ambitious but poorly executed games. Their next project was a mystical
And more
Ninja
water.
Goemon game for the Game Boy Color, but it was once again poorly received, and after a host of middling sports titles and the painfully average Azure Dreams on the PlayStation 1, KCE Nagoya Studio were wound up in 2002. All their personnel were rolled into other departments, with the studio having failed to make their mark on the industry and on the Castlevania series. So here we're going to jump around the timeline a bit and cover another strange side project, Castlevania Chronicles, which released in both 1993 and 1999. That's right, it came out twice, with some pretty odd differences between the two versions, although we'll get to why that happened in just a moment. It was originally devised as an exclusive game for a completely new platform that had released in Japan in the early 90s, the Sharp X68000. This was a home computer system with internal hardware specifically designed to be able to run arcade games without having to degrade them, and titles like Life Force, Final Fight and Bubble Bobble were available in their full coin-operated glory. As per usual, this new market appealed to Konami, but they wanted to release something that felt special, an experience that you couldn't get at the arcade, something designed specifically for the X68000's impressive hardware. The idea they settled on was a complete remake of the first Castlevania, and a small team led by Hideo Ueda, who had previously worked on titles like Parodius and Axlay, was put together to make it a reality. Now on the surface, this is really a pretty comprehensive remake, and you can tell right away that every single ounce of the X68000's advanced specs were being used. Sprites, backgrounds and animations are all dramatically more detailed than their NES counterparts, and the game is positively stuffed full of little graphical effects that were only possible on this beefy hardware. There are enemies now made up of hundreds of little particles, and environments that degrade and collapse in real time. Slowdown is a thing of the past, and every level pops with a depth of colour that Nintendo couldn't even come close to. For 1993, which is only 3 years after Castlevania 3's release, it is a fantastic looking and sounding game that must have made X68000 owners very pleased with their purchase. Now the big issue with Akumaju Dracula X68 is that it is fucking hard. As in, it is easily the most difficult game in the entire series, and frankly asks an often inhuman effort of its players to be able to see the credits. According to Ueda, this was because owners of the system were seen as more advanced gamers, and so they wanted to crank up the difficulty in order to make sure that players didn't blast through the game in a matter of hours, but it's clear that they pushed things way too far. Ueda even mentions in an interview that on the feedback postcards that were included with the game, difficulty was the #1 complaint from buyers, and he speculates that they may well have overestimated the appetite for punishing skill-based gameplay. The clock tower is the perfect snippet to illustrate this. It's full of floating and grounded enemies, tricky jumps that can completely reset your progress, and these gears that drop out of the background which are impossible to see coming. I don't know how anyone could beat it first time round, and the sheer frustration of being knocked all the way to the bottom is absolutely not matched by the relief of getting to the top. You might think, well, clock tower stages are always pretty tricky, but it's often just random screens where the challenge spikes really hard. In one of the final stages, there's a moment where the castle sets on fire, and the graphics obscure a host of different attacks that come from all directions. It's so difficult to see what's going on that making it through without taking serious damage is a fantasy. It's all the harder because heart drops have been toned right down, and your tools now really have to be conserved for the very worst situations. That's a particularly big issue thanks to the game's one big gameplay innovation, which is the introduction of the herb subweapon. For the extremely high cost of 10 hearts, it will restore a portion of your health, which I think is supposed to balance out all this difficulty, as most of the food drops from the original game have been removed. Unfortunately, the herb is a rare drop that can only appear from killing certain enemies, which means you'll likely never have it, and thus the gameplay ends up being grotesquely weighted against you. If you are amongst the few who have actually seen the end by your own hand, you have my infinite respect and deserve far more than a credit screen for your efforts. So fast forward to 1999 and the PlayStation was exploding in popularity, far outselling anyone's expectations, essentially putting Sega out of business and relegating the once mighty Nintendo to a distant second place. Konami needed to keep up their pipeline of games in order to capitalise on all this momentum, and so it was decided that the X68000 version of Castlevania would be ported to the platform and repackaged as Castlevania Chronicles. This is the version that I attempted, and while it might look very similar, there are actually some profound differences. The first is that alongside a full port of the original game, there's now a new mode called Arrange Mode, which gives you a few gameplay options to choose from, and for some reason completely redesigns Simon's sprite. Instead of his classic Conan the Barbarian look, he's now sporting extremely long purple hair, which I think was an attempt to establish him as a more unique non-Conan clone character. The high-quality sprite-based cutscenes from the start and end of the game have also been reworked into late 90s 3D. Both look pretty rad, nailing that janky PlayStation aesthetic, although they're unfortunately so short that they don't leave a huge impact on the overall experience. Really, the main difference is in those new options, where thankfully we can now choose between 3 difficulty levels and additional lives. The all-new Easy mode reduces the amount of damage you take, lowers the knockback effect, and it increases your damage, and I have absolutely no shame in letting you know that I immediately switched to this mode. After 12 games absolutely rocking my every single night, I opted for the easy way out. Now that being said, even with all those advantages, Castlevania Chronicles is still an astoundingly hard game and took quite a lot of focus and effort to reach its final moments. This really boils down to how much of the game's core design doesn't really change just because you could take an extra hit. The werewolf boss, for example, is a notorious wall that causes people to give up. He leaps all over the screen, attacking from all manner of angles with about 5 unique moves that all have to be dodged in a different way. Simply being able to take an additional hit doesn't really make a difference, as if you can't work out his pattern and then execute it flawlessly, you're not going to make it past this boss anyway. The exact same applies to Chronicles' version of Death, who's outrageously designed to be even more challenging than his ludicrously hard NES counterpart. Along with randomly spawning scythes and his own movement, which can of course damage you, he now launches his main scythe around the room and can trap you in a vortex which requires you to predict the attacks he's going to do in order to survive. To make the modern comparison, it's like the bosses from Elden Ring. If you don't know what you're doing
What the
and
fuck
how
is Elden Ring doing here? I come back to Elden Ring after grabbing a jacket because it's cold? I thought this was a Castlevania video. What's Radon got to do with this? Elden Ring is the sequel to Soten? True! Which means you guys are going to watch me play Elden Ring, right? Since it's the Soten sequel, right? When I start doing more Elden Ring content, you guys will all watch, please. Yes? All right, you guys are the homies. Most of you guys did watch me yesterday. I had fun. I told you I'd sit through anything. All right. I mean, you're here right now. You're literally not lying, Fran. It's like 8 a.m.
work. It doesn't matter how much
and
health
you're still
or armor
watching,
you have,
so
or
you
how much damage you do. They are quite literally impossible. The game is designed for you to spend a long time stuck, learning the nuances of the fight.
I'm down to watch ER.
landing that perfect
No Souls vet
attempt.
gatekeeping.
The issue is that while Dark Souls and Elden Ring cleverly augment this approach to boss design with RPG mechanics and a large world to explore,
I
the
missed all of
classic
his points
Castlevania games
on
are
this
highly linear.
video so
And
far.
once you're stuck on a
For
boss,
this part,
you've got
I'm just
no
going to
other
accept
option
that
than to
he's
throw
right about
yourself at
everything.
it over and over again.
I need to play Chronicles, actually. We still haven't played Castlevania Chronicles. We should do that. I'll add it to the list.
With the only reward for victory being access to the next ludicrously difficult fight. Ultimately, it's this gameplay loop that meant I didn't enjoy
Hot Simon is
Castlevania
just Hot
Chronicles,
Simon.
and it's
What
what
is
I
there
believe
to say?
contributed to its pretty lackluster sales on the PlayStation. If we judge it solely as a remake,
Oh, dang it, I
it's
forgot to grab
graphically and
coffee.
orally
I literally got
extremely
up to grab
impressive.
coffee, but it was so
But really,
cold that I
it's
forgot.
more of a Castlevania challenge mode than a reinterpretation
God,
of that original
he could crush me
adventure.
with those thighs.
The biggest criticism it received from magazines was that it was simply outdated, and that this was a style of game.
I'll wait
from
to
the
grab coffee
1980s,
once the
and not
timer says
something you
8
expect
hours
people
left.
to
That's
be
probably a
playing
better way
in
to space it out.
That very same year, Squaresoft would put out Chrono Cross and Final Fantasy VIII. Nintendo would release Donkey Kong 64 and Pokemon Gold and Silver, and Konami's
He's
own Team
finally
Silent
back.
redefined horror games with Silent Hill.